Hello everybody, and a very warm welcome to you all to your Alpha live stream of round one of the 2022 Club 100 Sprint Championships, coming to you from Buckmore Park kart circuit in Kent. It's a welcome return to Buckmore Park as the first round of the season, and we will be taking you through all of the action in both the lightweight and heavyweight categories to get a new campaign kick-started here for Club 100 in 2022. My name's Howard Mitchell, alongside Andrew Mather in the comms position. We're both from Double Dash Motorsport Media, and it's our pleasure and privilege to be back with you again to talk you through the action in another season of Club 100 karting. Here at Buckmore Park, as I say, in Kent, and it's a kilometre circuit. Bit of a driver's favourite, this one. Plenty of height changes as well, and quite a demanding circuit as well. Good place for battles as well. This one gets really good dogfights around here, so it's a great place to get the season kicked off. And I tell you what, folks, for some of the weather we've had in the UK over the last couple of weeks, it's we really are quite blessed today with the weather. It's gorgeous, clear blue winter skies here over the circuit, and it's forecast to stay that way as well. There's really genuinely not a cloud in the sky. Does mean that it's quite cold, but hey, we're karting in February. We can't have it always, can we? So about as good a conditions as we could be hoping for today, as we get ready now. In fact, I can see that Heat 1 are already out on the circuit. But I'll just say good morning to Mr. Mather. You all right, sir?
I'm mostly okay. I'm probably feeling a bit finer fettle than yourself after your efforts in the endurance yesterday. But no, it's really good to be back at Buckmore Park. I know we were one of the first events that ran at Buckmore Park when they reopened in the summer last year. But as we said in the preview earlier in the week over on the Alpha Live website, there's something about this time of year, Buckmore Park, getting things going for a new Club 100 season that just feels right.
Yeah.
And it really does. I've had this feeling all week that it's like, yep, we are back to normal, hopefully, please. And I'm really looking forward to the racing today. Round one is always quite hard to predict because it's so mixed up. There's so many new faces and a lot of returnees as well looking to impress.
Absolutely. Without further ado, then let's look ahead to heat number one with our heavyweights. Let's take you through the grid then for heavyweight and super heavyweight sprint heat number one. We will tell you a little bit more about the format as we go through. Adam Wright will take this one from pole position, with Matt Isherwood starting alongside on the front row. Miguel Hall and Nicholas Walker are on row two, with James Taylor and Simon Kavanagh rounding out grid row three. Then it's going to be Kurt Holmes and Steve Lindley. Craig Nichols and Lee Barrow round out your top 10. Anthony Ridd and Russell Taylor are next. And then it will be Lenny Wood and Richard Neal, with Stephen Solway and Toby Sutton on row 8, and David Wilson and Shane Hulhan on row number 9. It's a 19-kart grid with Andrew Hicks bringing up the rear of that grid, but he will be looking, of course, to hopefully go forwards in this one. So this is the first of 9 sprint heats that we're going to have for our heavyweights, and so actually, let's go back one extra step there. We're going to have the heavyweights and the lightweights for you today. The heavyweights are all in action in this morning session going into the early afternoon, and then after a break we'll have the lightweights for you. Action from both of those coming to you here on your Alpha live stream. And each of those categories will have 9 heats, and those 9 heats, each driver competes in 3 out of the 9. So if I've just read out the grid and you're like, I'm here to support a driver I didn't just hear, don't worry. They will be out very soon in their first heat of the day. Drivers have randomly allocated grid positions such that they all end up having the same average grid starting spot across these heats. They will compete in the heat. There are championship points up for grabs in the heat, but the main focus will be to optimize your points in the heats to get the best position on the grid for your final. We'll have multiple finals races given the number of drivers that we have competing today. The driver who wins the A final at the end will claim the round and the maximum points in the championship.
Very quickly before we get going, if you've just tuned in, thank you very much for being with us. Lots going on today, lots being streamed. Please, 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 more than ever, share the stream on whatever social media platform that you're on, so you're choosing. Let people know that we've got some great racing on here today at Buckmore Park. I'll get my teeth in eventually. And thank you for your continued support.
I think this is a really interesting front row for this one to get us started, Andrew. Adam Wright consistently at the front of this championship for many a year. Matt Isherwood as well, joining the ranks, experience there from BUKC. And we are away for sprint racing in Club 100 for 2022. And Adam Wright stamps his authority at the front, but that was a fantastic start there from Miguel Hall. Up to the front, and I was trying to see who else got up there. Is that James Taylor? It was, yes indeed. Good start for them as they battle their way through hairpin one, going 2 wide, even 3 wide. Got to give each other room as you go through there, and there's a few drivers I think who are feeling a little bit aggrieved as some of them going very wide. That was very wide out of hairpin 2 there from the number 12 of Lenny Wood in avoidance of the ruckus that was going on in front of him there. But it's a good start, a dream start in many ways for Adam Wright, who I can already see, there he is, you can see, got several kart lengths over the driver who has come into second place, which is a lightning start from Anthony Ridd from 11th on the grid. Looks like he's got up to second place.
Penalty for Russell Taylor. That may have been for the incident in hairpin number 2, so Miguel Hall making good moves there, as say. So, as expected, a frenetic start. In fact, that may already be a black flag for Russell Taylor for excessive pieces of contact. Here's the number 29 looking down the inside of James Taylor. New helmet for James Taylor, but still that fluoro yellow that we're used to seeing with James. Good to have him back here in Club 100, now classified as a super heavyweight. There's also a cone. That is a long way out. So down the inside goes the number 29 of Nicholas Walker. Penalty for Anthony Ridd. That's a jump start. Yeah,
so that'll be 2 positions deducted from him at the end of the race for how many rows of the grid he is deemed to have jumped. By and large, one would expect no more than 1 or 2, but it's a costly thing to do. As you saw, the rolling start that they did, all rolling starts here in Club 100. So yeah, you've got to make sure you're in the right grid position. Good little battle here as James Taylor defends his 6th position against Simon Kavanagh and Craig Nichols behind him.
Yeah, not a particularly good start for Russell Taylor. The C2 driver currently in 12th place, but has picked up a cone penalty now. He's going to be pretty much at the back of the field now.
Let's talk briefly about, as a little battle going on there between Lee Barrow and Andrew Hicks. Let's talk a little bit about the subclasses here. So within heavyweights, we have 4 subclasses, that being classes 1 through 3 and the super heavyweights. And they're all racing in equal machinery, as that is Hicks trying down the inside now of Lee Barrow and gets the job done. And Matt Isherwood is going to try and capitalise on that as well, but can't for now, as Lee Barrow is still keeping alongside into Cafe Corner. That's a bold thing to attempt there, because Cafe Corner is one of 2 blind corners around this Buckmore Park circuit where you've got to give each other racing respect, because they are high speed. That and Syme Sweep, which they'll get to midway through the lap, as there's yellows, it would appear, out at hairpin 1. I wonder if that's for them recovering that bollard, because it would have been a difficult place for the track marshals to get to.
Just got to say, this is a heck of a drive from Andrew Hicks in the number 44. You mentioned him at the start with the grid, Howard. He started right at the back. There's a penalty for Lee Barrow for an ABC bump and pass, but this is a brilliant start. And it's always what we think about at this time of the year with Class 3s. It's a complete unknown. They're all novices, a lot of new faces coming into Club 100, and if they've done some karting elsewhere before, they can come in and make quite an impact in this Club 100 Sprints Championship.
Yeah, absolutely. Richard Neal and Lenny Wood there were doing battle through Garda. It looks at the moment like that's gone the way of Lenny Wood, up to 14th place. But yeah, briefly again on the subclasses, as Andrew said, Class 3 is your new drivers coming into it, and that can be a bit of an unknown, because you know, what experience do they bring with them, but they all start in that Class 3 class. Small variation on what we were saying about grids earlier. Whilst all drivers do have the same average grid position, Class 3 drivers will start from the back, and that's to avoid a situation where you have a completely novice driver starting on pole, which
can be interesting.
It can be interesting. I've been in that position before. I'm very glad that Club 100 introduced that system, because it's slightly nervous when you're starting on pole and you've never done a race before. New fastest lap from race leader Adam Wright, who's controlling this very nicely by 3 seconds to the front. Just to finish on the subclasses, Class 1s are racing in the red-plated karts. Class 2s and 3s carry the blue plates, and the green plates are for your super heavyweight drivers who are running to a 95 kilo weight limit instead of the 85 of the standard heavyweight categorisation. So that's all your subclasses, all scored equally, all scored under the same system. So each position counts, but at the end of a round, and indeed at the end of the season, it is about there are separate awards for the highest place club class 2s and class 3s and super heavyweight. So there are sub-championships going on, albeit they're all in the same machinery and they're all scored together, as Matt Isherwood again is having a look there at Steve Lindley.
It's a tough one, this, for Mish. For his first sprint race, I think if I were him, I probably wouldn't have wanted to have a front row start, because he's felt the full volition of sprints, I feel, so far in this one. He has also picked up a track limit warning down the inside there. Was that Nichols on Kavanagh? We'll just check that as they go around. The 103 going past the 83.
It was. I have to say as well, Richard Neal.
The 103 has got that position.
Yeah, the Richard Neal was being very bold trying to get by Matt Isherwood as well as they came up the hill in the last lap. He was trying to move around the outside of Cafe Corner. And it does get me wondering, actually, Andrew, how much experience some of these drivers have around this Buckmore Park circuit versus Club 100 experience. Because, yeah, he's going again here, a good battle going on. Just double checking who we're watching battling away there. That is, I think it was Russell Taylor versus Simon Kavanagh there. Yeah, it was, as they came up the hill. Some bold moves being made here. This is still the battle for 6th place. James Taylor at the front of it. And there is an attempt by Kavanagh to get back at Taylor, and it's not paid off there that time around. It's an hairpin 2 is a fascinating one, because if you think of hairpin 2 as a hairpin, it almost won't work for you, because it's a very square, it's almost like a sort of double apex
yeah.
hairpin. Very interesting. As we are on the last lap, I should say, by the way, think fast, that means Adam Wright will be coming through soon, all being well, but he's
already onto it.
He's about a third of the way through. Yeah, such is the speed he's had, and this has been a great start from Adam Wright, as I say, consistently at the top of this championship. 4th last year. I want to say he was 3rd in the standings the year before. He has always been Mr. Consistency, getting those results in. He's going to be one of those people you want to keep an eye on in this year's championship, and this is exactly the start he would have wanted, as James Taylor's going super defensive there against Craig Nichols. But here is Adam Wright. He has controlled this one beautifully, and by a gap of at least 3.5 seconds, he's going to take the first win of the year in Club 100 sprints, and he crosses the line. And then we wait for Kurt Holmes, who's had a very quiet one, I have to say. We barely covered him during that one, but he did manage to get past Anthony Ridd part way through. Miguel Hall has a strong haul of points in 4th place, and Nicholas Walker was next. And then comes the battle that we've had a lot of focus on this race. James Taylor holds on for 6th. Simon Kavanagh and Russell Taylor gets by on Craig Nichols in the end. And then Steve Lindley to round out the top 10. Andrew Hicks, great drive from the back there, the highest placed of the Class 3 runners to finish in 11th. Richard Neal was next. Then it was Matt Isherwood, David Wilson in 14th place. Then it was Lee Barrow, Lenny Wood, Stephen Solway, Shane Houlihan there crossing the line, and Toby Sutton to round out your finishes of that one. Well, there we go. That was the first heat of our heavyweights. There's going to be 8 more of those and some trophy finals, so plenty of action. And then we're doing the same with the lightweights. So as you can see, plenty of racing action coming to you here today. Without any hesitation, let's move right on to heat number 2. Looking at the grid then for heat number 2, that's the grid for heat number 1 on your screens at the moment, but I can tell you that our reigning champion is on pole for this one, Mr. Joe Holmes, with Jason Bear alongside him. Richard Newton and Damien Smith are on row 2, and that is lightweights heat 2 on your screens right now. Row 3 is going to be Darren Townsley and Brad Jones. Then it's going to be Lee Henderson and Mikey Nichols on row number 4. Row 5 will be Daniel Hollinshead and Josh Pettit. Callan Sigafus and Jack Bridges will be row 6. Row 7 is going to be Richard Allen and John Meller. Then it'll be Tim Dorr and Matthew Batter on row 8, and James Antwis and Lewis Rogers to round out your 18 kart grid for this second one. apologies on your grid graphics there, folks, but I'll reference it when they're on rolling up. We'll reference it again, give you the first few rows just so that you're in on all the action.
I thought you were in pain and crippled from yesterday's endurance exertions, Mr. Mitchell.
I don't know what you're on about.
If you're watching on the comms box camera live over on DDMM YouTube, you'll have seen some. I don't even know how to describe it. Was it
moshing?
Moshing. Okay, we'll go with
we'll
that.
We'll call it moshing.
He forgets the cameras there.
That's what you think.
Joe Holmes on pole position for this one.
Yes.
This will be an interesting barometer for the form that the now 5-time top-tier Club 100 Sprints champion is in going into this season. But got some other interesting names in this one. Richard Allen I just saw flash through the shot, starting. This is his one from the back, 13th overall, with the novices behind him.
Debuting as Class 1.
Debuting as a Class 1, yes. Stepping up.
Having taken that Class 2 title last year, we've got 2 reigning champions effectively on this.
Yes.
Grid. We've got our Class 1 and our Class 2 reigning champions starting this one.
Also got Lee Henderson, who was in that brilliant battle last year for the Super Heavyweight Championship. Just missed out on it in the end, but he was here yesterday, took part in some of the endurance. He's fired up for this today, is Lee, so best of luck to him in the number 13. Yeah,
it was a fantastic battle for the Super Heavyweight title last year between himself and Bill Taylor. And he was indeed here yesterday, driving well.
David Whitehouse asks, is he a 6-time champion? Yes and no. He is if you count a a heavyweight sprints title back in 16, but that wasn't the top tier. That was when we had premiers, or elites as it was for a little bit, and clubmen's as invited, and that was Joe's debut season, and we didn't know how good he was back then.
Indeed.
It became fairly evident, though.
So for anyone not familiar, the sort of history books become a little bit muddled because of the change in format that we had in Club 100 Sprints 4 years ago? Testing my own memory now.
It's all a blur.
That
thing
years
that's
ago,
happened over the last 2 years has ruined everything. We've got small jet TV above us.
Nice.
Easy.
But yeah, we used to have sort of different tiers, almost like how we've got Class 1, 2 and 3. Those used to be separate championships. But we now race them all together like this in a lightweight and heavyweight format. So that's what muddles it slightly, but yes indeed, this will be an interesting one to see how Mr. Holmes gets his season off to a start, and it looks like we are good for the start here in heat number 2, and it is a strong start from Joe Holmes as they're away into turn 1, and Jason Bear is left to defend against everybody else as they stream through turns 1 and 2, and under braking for hairpin 1 already.
Oh, someone's gone off stage right there in through hairpin 1. At least there's a good amount of runoff here at Buckmore Park to recover things. That's a cleaner start in heat 2 than what we saw in heat number 1.
Yeah, certainly the first half of the field have gone into single file formation quite quickly as they stream through Syme Sweep. That's the other blind corner there. You can see the tree line there that obscures your vision somewhat as Lee Henderson comes under attack from Mikey Nichols.
Yeah, it was a nice move from Mikey Nichols down the inside there into paddock. Not the easiest of moves to pull off, but Mikey's done that well here on that one.
And Mikey Nichols is one to watch this season, I think, Hedrick. I want to say he's the highest placed Class 2 from last year who hasn't shifted up to Class 1.
Richard Allen down the inside takes a position away there from Darren Townsley. That's 5th place for Dickie.
Oh, and that's a spin there for Josh Pettit in the number 46. Just the rear stepping out of him, under braking into hairpin number 1.
That, I think, was the first driver mistake that we've seen that I'll put down to how cold it is, and it being February. If this was August and it was a nice 25 degrees, it would have been fine there. It would have been had that extra grip. As down the inside of Lee Henderson looks the number 37 of Richard Newton. Goes for it. Dickie Allen's getting involved, trying to go around the outside. Points a couple of the drivers back through. I think Sigafu's involved in there as well. Warning for the number 26.
I have to say, he did well to get back onto the track then, because part way up the hill towards Cafe, there is a bollard on that runoff. So he dealt with that in a fairly calm and collected way, considering.
The warning, and he has been given a track limit warning for his troubles there. I think there was a penalty for Josh Pettit as well. And Sigafus did really nicely out of that, took advantage. That is something you can do around Buckmore Park quite a bit.
Yes.
See some drivers ahead of you battling, just get that run out of a corner where you need that traction, get it right, and you can gain a lot of positions around here.
You certainly can. It is one of those ones where driving experience and good racecraft is the order of the day. Newton coming under a lot of pressure from Lee Henderson behind, but it's actually in all of that gone the way of Mikey Nichols, who judged that well, and as a result gained a position. That's the thing. It's another thing to think about when you've got less of a thing to think about maybe in the sprint format, but certainly when we were doing the endurance races yesterday, it's about, does this battle matter? Because you can very quickly lose time and somebody else can arrive on the scene and just swoop on by. As Richard Newton's going going defensive even into the S's there. That might compromise him down the hill. Meanwhile, further ahead, Sigafus now under pressure from Dickie Allen in that number 26, and he's got good run off of Paddock, and one would have thought he'll just put it down the inside or up the inside of Gardner, as it is an uphill braking. Indeed he does, and that is Richard Allen up into third place.
And a instruction there to work with and go with. 2 cone penalties have come in for Brad Jones, the super heavyweight currently in 12th place. Mentioned to Tim Dorr as well as Lee Henderson down the inside of Richard Newton. Needs to be careful, has had a contact warning already. And there's another one. Oh, that's going to be a penalty for Richard Newton, making contact with Mikey Nichols, getting the braking into hairpin one all wrong. Yeah,
he was just feeling the pressure, wasn't he, from Henderson there, and in doing that was far too bold on the brakes in defence and ended up just careering inside of Mikey Nichols. Not a lot Nichols could have done then. He was minding his own business with that one. But yeah, this is Dickie Allen then and Callan Sigafus chasing down Jason Bear, who just as much as our race leader Joe Holmes has had a quiet one so far, so too has Jason Bear. Just been setting good, decent pace. He's 1.5 seconds up the road from these two in the number 17 kart. And Joe Holmes is controlling it, sorry Andrew, by 3.5 seconds at the moment.
Seeing ABC take out for Lee Henderson on my screen in the commentary box. I don't know if we can get a brief replay of that incident and whether it was Henderson getting into the back of Newton and having a bit of a bowling match out there.
They were very close, weren't they? So maybe it was a touch on the rear, and it's worth noting that race control is stationed in a part of the circuit such that they'd have a better visual on that than we necessarily would have done. There is Jason Bear in the number 17. And it's fair to say that this working together between Allen and Sigafus has worked well for the last couple of laps. They are slowly but surely coming onto the back as Joe Holmes at the head of the field sets another 46.9. And it really is the question coming into this, and this is what you identified in your preview of the season over on alphalive.co.uk, mate. It is the question of who can take on Joe Holmes this season.
Yeah.
You know, that is the key question. Who's stepping forward to take him on? We look to drivers like Anwar Burrell-Smith. We look to drivers like Adam Wright, who we saw winning that first heat a moment ago. But it is going to be an interesting one because the early indication is that Joe Holmes hasn't really lost any pace. Nope. As that was the first look from Dickie Allen on Jason Bear, and he's got an interesting run up the hill, but he's savvy to know that you don't go there with a half move. And here's the opportunity then into turn number 1, prizes that door open and down the inside, and this is where Callan Sigafus is going to look to capitalise as well. And there's a bit of a touch on the rear bumper of Jason Bear as Bear insists on coming over to the inside to defend, but that is nonetheless Richard Allen up into second place now.
Yeah, that was a bit borderline, I thought there. That was a quite aggressive chop. Maybe a contact warning because of that, but what it has done, it's given Richard Allen some breathing room. He should have second place sewn up now. The skills that he has, we've seen it over the last few years in this competition. Last lap board is out for the leader.
Yep, it's down 5.5 seconds to the good, which is unsurprising given the battling that we're seeing over second place. And here is Sigafus looking down the inside of Bear, where Allen went down the inside a lap ago. And he's surely on for just holding the inside line into this hairpin. Jason Bear might try and mount a counter-attack into hairpin 2. You can do that, but Sigafus is wide to it and takes a slightly shallower line than normal, and that just covers off any counter-attack. Should say as well, good battle going on over 8th and 9th place. Jack Bridges got up to 8th a couple of laps ago. Mikey Nichols has just got past Richard Newton. Nichols on a bit of a recovery after that issue we saw at Hairpin 2.
Got to give it to Jason Bear. He's a brave boy, and he has a go there. But here comes Joe Holmes. First race of the year, P1 for number 1. Simply done for the man from West Yorkshire. The champion starts and has the fastest lap of the race to boot at the end there as well, 46.812. Richard Allen takes second place. He'll be happy with that. That is pretty much as good as you can hope for when you start from the back of the C1s and C2s with a race with Joe Holmes in it. Callan Sigafoos, well-managed moves there at the end to get P3. Jason Bear fought well for P4. Daniel Hollinshed was P5. Lee Henderson, 6th, although has a penalty. Well, at least it came up on our screen that he has a penalty. Jacques Bridges will then inherit the super heavyweight win in that race in 7th place overall. And my timing screen has reset because we're going to get going for heat number 3. Here we go then for heat number 3. First appearance of all of these drivers for today. And that's a different one to what I've got on my screen. So Alexander Lamin, at least on Alpha Results, has pole position for this one. Bill Taylor alongside on the front row. This may have been where there's been a rejig of the grids. Anwar Barul Smith alongside Stuart Kirk, row 2. Vinod Hirani and Vishal Patel, row 3. Jacob Harris. We've been looking forward to this, Howard, haven't we?
Oh, yes.
Is on row 4 for his sprints debut, the man from the BUKC. Jacob Harris alongside Alex Pritchard, another driver who's moved up to Class 1 for this year. Tim Williams and Luke Pullen are on row 5. Mike Bodner and Chris Olcock, row 6. Lewis Ridd and Marcus Nares, row 7. Marcus being the first of the Class 3 novices in this one. Benjamin Wotton and Rudy Murphy on row 8. Leon DePries and Jalen Cadigan back once again there on row number 9. I'm just having a look at my timing screen to see if this list of drivers is matching up. Pretty much.
It is. I can
up with.
I hope Darren
we've got there.
I hope Darren won't mind me saying. I know that the graphic that you were shown was for heavyweight sprint heat 3 for round 1, but for 2021.
Ah, okay.
Which means we have achieved the full house of this one. We've gone through the full set. He's doing a great. That's not to.
Fettling
He's
now
been doing a great job, though, is Darren. So.
Keep your comments coming in. Hello to Bacon, who says good morning to JV and his nice pink hat.
It is striking.
It's striking is the word. Very much so. I can see it now, striding across the infield there.
By itself, the hat's just walking.
It's got a life of its own. But yeah, not missing anything at the moment. Drivers just having their practices. Look at it. Look at it on this glorious February Sunday morning. Beware, JV.
Look at just casually striding through S's, as you do.
Yeah, drivers just practicing at the moment. There was a free practice session earlier on this morning, but not all drivers necessarily took part in it because it's a test session. It's one of those, it's a classic kind of thing with motorsport. Sorry, Small Jet TV's off again. We can hear it.
We should explain.
It's a big boy.
There is a flying school right next to the circuit here at Buckmore Park. So if when the karts are maybe gone by a camera shot, you can hear some other type of engine and go, what is that? It's
not a broken exhaust.
It's a small pop aircraft going above as someone's taking a flying lesson.
So we shouldn't really call it Small Jet TV. We've had thoughts of No Jet TV.
No Jet TV. Small prop TV.
Small prop TV. Suggestions in chat. What should we call the new venture for DDMM of watching planes go by coming out of Rochester Airport?
To be fair, hopefully they're not landing. I don't want any light aircraft on the Sisley Strait, please. Okay, no thanks.
It is a thing though, obviously with some of the circuits that we visit. Shannington being another one, which has a gliding club next door to it.
Yes. Which
definitely hasn't caused a Coke Brown when I've been racing before.
Yes.
one of the gliders, because that's the problem with the gliders. They have no noise.
They have no noise.
So you just have presence of something is above you, which when you're in a kart race is generally not a good thing.
It's unnerving, to say the least. So yes, absolutely. So just a reminder then, as they're rolling up then of your first few rows of the grid, it is Alexander Lamin and Bill Taylor, returning super heavyweight champion Bill Taylor, Anwar Barrell-Smith and Stuart Kirk on row 2, Vinod Hirani and Vijay Patel. That's the first 3 rows of the grid as we are under starters orders, and engine notes rise here as the number 34 of Lamin leads them away. A slightly more even start from both sides of the grid than we saw in heat number 2, and it's round turns 1 and 2. Should mention as well that by the end of this one, all of the drivers will have taken part in their heats as they stream through hairpin 2. Sorry, will have taken part in a heat. In fact, that's not even true because it's 12 heats. So as they stream through the S's, we're going to gloss over that, and down through Simon Sweet for the first time. It is a good start here from Lamin so far, though he's coming under pressure as we go up here. Here is Anwar Barrell-Smith trying to go up the inside of Garda, and indeed gets the job done, and he's followed through immediately as well by Bill Taylor, who was very much the opportunist then and followed through on that one. So at the end of lap number 1, it's going to be Anwar Barrell-Smith, Bill Taylor, although Lamin's coming back at him here, the 34 trying to find a way through on the 48, but Bill Taylor's having none of it in the early phase of this one. Swoops into turns 1, although has Lamin got an inside line into hairpin 1? He was looking for it but couldn't find it. And then in 4th place is the number 30 of Chris Alcock. Further back, that is Mike Bodner battling away with Jacob Harris in the number 14.
Not a new lid for Mr. Bodner. I tend to remember seeing that one on his head before.
Through paddock corner is up further up at the front. That is Chris Alcock getting by on Alexander Lamin and up into 3rd place.
Another driver with new gear, new suits for Mr. Alcock, and let's just say we're not going to miss him this year.
We're not. No, indeed. One of the Applewood drivers, well-established endurance squad.
The cameras don't do justice as to just how bright that yellow is. Anyway, could be, I think, you know, especially if we see how he gets the start of the season, because Chris used to race in the lightweights and switched to heavies. I'm going to put it out there. Dark horse for a championship.
I know what you mean.
If Chris can couple together some big scores, especially in this first quarter of the season.
So I'm right in saying he switched midway through last season, so we didn't get a fully representative campaign from him, and I agree, he's going to be one to watch for certain. As indeed, when we get onto the lightweight slate, we'll be talking about some of his stablemates from the Applewood crew. But yeah, he's definitely one to watch here, as that is a battle going on between the 41, which is Benjamin Whilton getting by on Stuart Kirk. Indeed it is. And Stuart Kirk there also coming under attack from Rudy Murphy, I think that is. In the number, no, it's Leon Dupreez, excuse me, in the number 40. Bear with us, folks, we're having to learn the numbers at the start of this season.
To Alex, what is Alex Pritchard doing down in 18th place? He must have had, did he have something at the start? It's down the inside of Bod. Oh, gets a little bit mixed up there through Garda. And still is as you were.
I'm just having a look out there for
not a great start for Alex Pritchard. He's off the back of the field as down the inside of the 38 of Patel looks Bodner. Contact warning for Jacob Harris. That is disgraceful driving from Cardiff's tallest giraffe.
For anyone who's not, is he battling away here in hairpin 2, isn't he, with Williams? And still side by side, and Williams is wanting to not go side by side through the S's, but Jacob Harris is keen to carry on the battle. Who comes through Simon Sweet? It is still Harris in the lead of this one. He is holding on to this one, but it's down the inside of Paddock. Goes 2 of them at the same time, because Wootton's through as well, is he? No, he's not quite, so it's Tim Williams who goes through for now, and that puts Wootton back into, is that Vinod Hirani's clutches?
Yep.
They'll all change amongst that pack there. For anyone who's unfamiliar, of course, if you've ever watched a BUKC stream and you're wondering who is this fantastic hunk of a man doing these grid interviews, that is Mr. Jacob Harris in the number 14 car. It's great to see him back out karting, doing some racing again in the Club 100 ranks. So that's fantastic to see. But we have agreed not to do direct interviews to his kart.
Yes.
We think that's probably for the best as he focuses on the racing.
Yeah, I've just got another contact warning.
I'm not saying anything.
Welcome to sprints.
Mike Bodner going
move.
down the inside there of the 38 of Patel, Vijay Patel there. And he's trying to fight back up the hill, but I think that's going to stick with Bodner. Indeed, it does. And if anything, Patel may have done well to maybe sit behind him and wait for the opportunity at turn one, rather than sort of, trying to unnerve him into Cafe Corner. But there we go, and that is the and that's a moment there for Harris there, and it lets by two
Rudy
karts.
Murphy. Rudy Murphy went for the move there into the number 59.
And Ben Wotton's gone through as well in all of that, so now he's defending against Leon Duprise, who himself has got the close attentions of, it's not Stuart Kirk behind him.
In fact,
now.
Rudy Murphy has received a black. I've got to agree with that one. That was a bit of a dive into hairpin one, and a bump and pass on Jacob Harris means that Murphy will be will have a 4-place deduction at the end of the race. Anwar Barul Smith, though, I think it's fair to say last year in 2021, Anwar stepped it up, which was big, because I didn't think Anwar was already pretty good to start with. Ran Joe Holmes very, very close throughout the season, and this is just the start that he would have wanted.
Yep.
3.6 seconds out ahead of Chris Alcock. Bill Taylor in there as well, your reigning super heavyweight champion, running in super heavyweight again, the number 48.
So early doors here, mate. I know they're familiar answers to who's going to be at the forefront of this, but so far we're seeing Wright, we're seeing Holmes, we're seeing Burrell Smith. I have no problem with those names still being there at the forefront, and some questions of who could join them as we're on to the last lap here. This battle over third place is an interesting one to keep an eye on in this last lap between Bill Taylor and Alexander Lamin. It's 4 seconds to the good that Anwar is at the front of this pack, led by Chris Alcock for second place.
Dave Whitehouse corrects me. Mike Bodden did have that lead last year. It's so good, I think it's because it still looks new. That's what it is.
Good save.
Anwar Barul Smith, though, there he is, coming through paddock corner for another race victory. What's the pace like? Very good from Anwar. 46.829 last time around. That's indicative of some very close racing that we're going to see later on. Anwar Barul Smith takes his first victory of the season and a 46.788 to boot at the end there. Chris Alcock, similar to what we saw with Dickie Allen earlier, takes second place. Bill Taylor starts his super heavyweight championship defence very well indeed. Third place in that heat. Alexander Lamin converts pole position into some strong points in fourth. Lewis Ridd fifth. Tim Williams sixth. Now that's a good start for Tim as well, as he'll look to try and get into the A final. We're going to cut things straight away as Heat 4 are already heading out on circuit. Here we go then. Here's heat number 4. Last group of drivers going out for their first race of the morning. Matt Griffiths should be on pole position for this one. There we go. Samuel Bensley up from C3 to C2 this season, starts on row 2. Dave Peathers and Andrew Cherry, lots of experience there on row 2. Wayne Dunham and Steve the Bosley are on row 3. Dan Giles and Paul Williams go from row 4. Jack Cameron Drayton and Khan Bennett on row 5. Johnny Elliott and Adrian Ray are on the 6th row of the grid. Ricardo Vitale and Tom Stalker on row 7. Luke Elliott and Richard Payne on row 8. And Josh Lamarena completes the 17 kart field.
Yes, sorry, earlier I think I said it was 9 heats. It is 12 heats that we're doing before our trophy finals. Well, why change the habit of Novemeber? So yeah, at the end of this one, at the end of heat number 4, all of the drivers in our heavyweight category will have done their first heat.
Yep.
So you can think of those 12 heats as being 3 rotations of 4. So if you are tuning in to support a driver and you haven't yet heard us say it as part of a grid, then get on the blower to them, because they haven't signed on or they weren't here, or check your calendars, because they are all to have raced, unless they're a lightweight driver. Maybe they've gone on a crash diet and they're in the lightweights now, so check that out later on.
Just to remind, because there was a question about it, so listen up sharp. Results.alphatiming.co.uk Club100 is where you need to go, and that's got all the grids, all the results released so far, championship tables, once we've completed some rounds of some championships, are all on there for the whole season. So that's where you need to go. There's been a request for you to on the comms box camera. I don't know if you've fulfilled it already.
I'm pretty sure I've been fulfilling that. Which of these two was posted first? Have I become?
That one was first.
That one was first.
That one was again.
At least I'm now acknowledged by name. But yeah, I've been danced. Don't worry, mate. I'm taking care of that. That address that Andrew was saying, results.alphatiming.co.uk, and click on Club100. If you take the results at the start of that and put the word live instead, then you will get yourself over to the live timing screen, which if you're watching the Double Dash Motorsport Media stream, hello there, that is here.
Yep.
But if you would like to see it in even greater detail, you've got maybe a third monitor alongside this Alpha live stream and our Double Dash Motorsport Media stream, then head on over to live.alphatiming.co.uk, click on Club100, and you can see all the live timing there. There's the driver tracker as well. Are you here to support a particular driver? Well, then click on their number board next to their name on timing, and it will highlight them on the driver tracker. Do you want to highlight the drivers who they're battling with? We'll double click on the number plate of the drivers in front and ahead of them, and that will highlight them in a different colour. You can click through the colours. It's really cool. So head on over there if you want the live timing as well, live.alphatiming.co.uk. That is Alpha with a PH. Alpha as in Alpha Tauri, not as in Alfa Romeo. Yes. As we are getting ready for heat number 4 then here. Drivers just coming up onto the back of the pack. No, they are all together now, so hopefully we should be ready for the away this time around. Drivers, of course, have had to, you know, they're having to all sort themselves out, having done the practice laps. They have to, you know, count back and go, right, I was meant to be on row 3. Have I got the right number of drivers in front? Am I on the correct side of the grid? That's always a classic one for confusion, as someone's got pole on the wrong side. Not usually an issue here, as there's very little ambiguity as to which side pole is on. With the double right-hander to start. The number 18 is Matt Griffiths, he's your pole sitter. The number 88 is Sam Bensley alongside, and we're away for heat number 4 here. And oh, there's a bit of jostling between, in fact, there's somebody on the grass there as they come into turn number 1. Hope they got that all sorted early on, but that looked a little bit scruffy from the early doors, and it's sideways from Matt Griffiths as they go into hairpin number 1, and that has allowed Dave Pethers through up into the lead of this one in that number 86 kart as they all sort themselves out. And I would actually say that this one, if anything, has been as scruffy as we saw from heat number 1. They come down through Sime Sweep for the first time. Matt Griffiths has gone down to second place with Sam Bensley, who's up to Class 2 from the Class 3 ranks into this season. So this is his first time starting this high up the grid, other than times he's qualified as such for his trophy final. But he's now coming under attack. I could see Johnny Elliott making some early positions as well, so look out for him. At the end of that one, though, it is Dave Pethers in that number 86 kart who leads, and Matt Griffiths in second place, as there's this frenetic battle going on in the mid-pack here. Sam Bensley under all sorts of pressure. That was from Paul Williams, and there's that round for, I didn't spot who that was going around actually that time. We'll double check that on timing.
May have been Wayne Dunham who got turned around there in the number 66. Yep. I think there will be. There it is, penalty, takeout. That is not good news for Paul Williams. It is so tight out there. That is going to be very hard for Paul Williams to now make the A final out right. Here's Johnny Elliott on his Club100 return, getting in amongst it.
Yeah, bold move down the inside of Matt Griffiths. Just went, well, I'm just going to go all in on paddock corner and see what he does about it. And yeah, and he then gives the signal there for let's work together. But no, they're not quite keen on doing that yet. Matt Griffiths has a look down the inside, and actually that's going to push him out wide at turn 2. That allows Steve Bosley through in the number 20 kart, and Samuel Bensley through in the number 88 as well. I think Steve Bosley is another driver to be watching in the Class 2 ranks. Finished 5th in Class 2 last season. And again, another, like Mikey Nichols, I was saying earlier, one of those drivers who's high-placed of those who haven't had the promotion up to Class 1.
Jack Cameron Drayton trying to get by Paul Williams there, back with Johnny Elliott. Steve Bosley And in fact, Bosley going down the inside. Really nice move there from Steve Bosley. Did he get it done? Yep. Yes, he did. Very nice stuff from the driver in the number 20. 4.5 minutes of this race to go. That's Bosley up to second. He has got a track limit warning there. I think that was on the exit running up through Senna.
Andrew Cherry having a very earnest look here at a move on Matt Griffiths for 5th place. This is the 18 of Griffiths versus the 21 of Cherry. Paul Williams is going to try and capitalise, and that is a nice move into hairpin 2. He may have had some undue contact earlier in the race, but that was a lovely move there from Paul Williams past Andrew Cherry at hairpin 2. There's 2 places around this circuit where the conventional racing line leaves you really open to attack on the inside. It's at hairpin 2, and it's at this corner here, Garda, where you want to late apex as much as possible, so it's easy to do a block pass. Paddock's similar to that, but it's slightly harder because you can position the kart mid-track much more easily going into there than the other 2. So those are the 2 key places where someone can just go, nope, I'm going to go for a bold move and stuff it down the inside, and it can often work so long as you judge it properly, and you don't. We've seen a few people already misjudging that and careering into the sides of people. The 85 is James Cameron Drayton. He's working his way through, as that's Paul Williams through on Matt Griffiths now, 1 lap on from where he got by Andrew Cherry. So Paul Williams up into 5th place now with a couple of nice moves through hairpin 2. Cameron Drayton now on the back of Cherry.
Did we mention there's a cone penalty for Riccardo Vitale, who's
don't think we did.
currently at the bottom of the order. Jack Cameron Drayton having a look down the inside of Andrew Cherry there. Jack Cameron Drayton, who's another driver who's raced through the BUKC in recent years.
Yep. I reckon Dan Giles will have a good run up the hill though in the 51, because both of them will kind of compromise out of Garden. No, he holds for now on the move, but he's on the back of this pack now in the number 51. Under 3 minutes left of this first heat.
Thumbs up from Daz Teal outside the window, who can blame me today if it all goes wrong for the preview.
Oh right, that's bold.
I've already put the commentator curse on him for lightweights later, so don't worry, mate. Big send down the inside from Jack Cameron Drayton. Can he get that one stopped? He's going to have some work to do on the exit. Cherry's back up the inside. Retakes the position on the exit of Garda, but good attempt there from Jack Cameron Drayton.
Slightly demonstrates my point that whilst Paddock, the racing line does leave a bit of a gap on the inside, it's harder than the other 2 places, because if you overcook it, you'll be compromised all the way up the hill to Garda, and the driver can just come back at you. So good racing from the 2 of them though, you know, racing room given, no contact so far. But yeah, into hairpin 2 they go, and it's allowing, as I say, Dan Giles is on the back of this, and I was about to say Adrian Ray, but I think Ray was going a bit slow off of hairpin 2 there. Yeah, he's dropped back miles, I can see out the window. So I'm not quite sure what just happened there to the 97 coming out of hairpin 2. We're back with the lead battle, because Steve Bosley has done a fantastic bit of work to get onto the back of Dave Pethers here. This is brilliant stuff between 2 of our drivers in Class 2. As Pethers is going to have to go defensive here, and Bosley's going to swoop on the normal line and have better speed heading towards hairpin 1. He'll look to capitalise the exit from 1 and try and go down the inside of 2, because it's a slightly easier overtaking opportunity, and indeed he has the look, and there it is. That is the textbook move into hairpin 2, and beautifully judged move there by Steve Bosley. Has Pethers got a counter-attack when they get to the bottom of the hill? 3 victories in heats last season, so Steve Bosley has been in this position before. Less than a minute to go. There'll be 2 more laps, including the one that they are on. Can Dave Pethers strike back? And they've got to be aware, Johnny Elliott and Samuel Bensley are not that far behind. No, not at all. It'll be the last lap board this time around, but this is going to be interesting because they're not so far ahead of the other 2 that they can battle freely, I wouldn't have thought. Johnny Elliott and Sam Bensley can see the opportunity down the road. They're not going to break ranks, I don't think, until much later in the lap. But here is Bosley defending the lead. He's going to keep it tight on the inside for hairpin 2 and just park it on the apex to try and deter Pethers, but Pethers can get his nose alongside, but not enough overspeed to hang on to it through the S's. So it's going to all be to do with what happens down the bottom of the hill. At this point, if I was Bensley, I'd be looking to attack Elliott, because I'm not sure the opportunity is going to open up unless they really take each other out for the lead battle. Bosley will keep it tight, though, for the inside, so it'll all be to do with can Pethers get a run up the hill towards Cafe, which will be quite unlikely. Bosley's going to hold it tight to the inside. dramatic final lap, but it is going to finish as they started it. Steve Bosley takes the win in heat number 4. Dave Pethers in second. Johnny Elliott in third with Sam Bensley in fourth. It's Matt Griffiths in fifth with Paul Williams in sixth, but with a penalty to be applied for an ABC takeout. Andrew Cherry finishes in seventh, and it's Jack Cameron Drayton, Dan Giles, Adrian Ray, your highest placed super heavyweight driver in that one. Khan Bennett in 11th, 12th for Tom Stalker. Then it was Luke Elliott, Josh Lemarina, Wayne Dunham, Richard Payne, and Riccardo Vitale to round out your 17 finishers of that one. There we go, and then that's the end of the first rotation of the heats. We'll be going straight into heat number 5 right here at Buckmore Park.
Here we go then for heat number 5, second heat for all of these drivers. Richard Allen starts on pole position, Anthony Ridd alongside on the front row. Lee Barrow and Jack Burgess on row 2. Damien Smith and James Taylor go from row number 3. Jason Bear and Richard Newton on row 4. Alex Pritchard and Steve Lindley on row 5. Vinod Hirani and Vijay Patel on row number 6. Lee Henderson and Lewis Rogers on row 7. Shane Houlihan and Benjamin Button on row 8, then John Mellor and Rudy Murphy completing the 18 kart field. No, it's 19 kart field, because there is David Wilson on his own on row 10. So no practice laps for these drivers. They're all warmed up on this fresh February morning and up to speed. And Dickie Allen, who started with a second place in his first heat, just covering the radiator there, trying to get some warmth into the engine. Under starters orders then for this one, heat number 5. There's the green line, and away we go for 7 minutes of racing here at Buckmore Park. Good start for Richard Allen, takes the lead as everyone's filing their way through the first couple of corners, looking clean so far. James Taylor a little bit wide there out of turn number 2, and it's all gone a bit wrong. It's gone very wrong. It's going to be a restart, and Lee Henderson ploughed into, not of his own accord, I think he was pushed into that, but a lot of karts were involved through hairpin 1.
I'm not seeing
no,
a full
we keep
start.
it going. No,
I'm
we're going to keep going.
Yep, timing does not show a full start on that one, Andrew. So as dramatic as it looked, I'll grant you that. They're calling it okay as a start, as in not so many karts are involved that they literally can't keep the race going. And indeed, I think all of them are under motion again.
Yep. That could have been quite a nasty incident, but thankfully everybody is okay. 6 minutes of the race to go. There's Alex Pritchard down the inside of Jason Bear, going for third place and taking that third place. Contact warning for Vinod Hirani. What I think happened there was that there was a spin towards the front of the field, and momentum just took everybody else into it. A conglomeration, shall we say, at hairpin 1.
Yeah, sorry, there is a slow-moving kart being recovered back to the pits, actually, Andrew. So there is one driver who's come to a stop, and yeah, it is indeed John Mellor. Unfortunately, his race is run. Or, well, he'll jump into another kart, all being well.
Good move there from Steve Lindley down the inside of Jason Bear. Taking fourth place, James Taylor on the scene, trying to go around the outside on the run up to Cafe Curve. And no, he's just going to have to give that position up. Vijay Patel has got the best seat in the house for this battle at the moment, just behind there in 7th place. 5 minutes and 10 seconds to go.
I mean, you say the best seat in the house. He'd prefer one that's ahead of both of them.
That is true.
But that might come his way if they start battling in earnest.
Lee Henderson's recovery from that melee on the first hairpin on the first lap has started. He's got past Shane Houlihan for 16th place. Other moves on that last lap. Lewis Rogers, Jack Bridges. Jack Bridges, yeah, he's suffered in that first lap because he started, I want to say, on the second row of the grid. Is now in 12th place, but at least he's moving forward. Richard Allen continuing to lead, though, here, as out back on circuit comes John Mellor.
Yep. Oh,
glorified test session for him now.
Indeed, trying down the inside of Damien Smith there. But it stays with Smith as ahead of them. There's also a battle going on between Lee Barrow and Richard Newton, which I want to say, is that a resumption of what we saw in there earlier? That feels familiar. Yeah. You can see the damage on Lee Henderson's Nassau panel on the front of his kart.
Oh, nicely
judged. That's lovely judgment from Jack Bridges there. Going by, was that on Rogers?
Yep.
That he did that. But brilliant, you know, inch perfect there.
Yeah. And you just saw the back end of the kart have a little bit of a squirm. That will have been under braking. Just as hairpin 1 is a very different corner now in terms of how you enter it to a couple of years ago when you were, you know, direct drive and TKM. With that clutch, the clutch phases in and out through that braking zone. It means you've got to be really careful to not run on when you're then coming off the brake and the clutch starts to engage again with the Rotax Evo engine.
And I think it speaks to why so many drivers, certainly one of the reasons I like this circuit, is you really do feel, it's going to sound a bit ethereal, but you feel very at one with the kart. You really are controlling the, you know, down through Syme Sweep and through the sweeping corners through to paddock, through this bit. It's really about balancing that kart and being on the edge of what's allowable from the kart, feeling when the rear's about to snap on you and you need to back off a bit. With it, you know, it's really a driver's circuit in that sense.
We just saw Richard Newton go past Lewis Rogers, but we've got a three-way battle at the front of the field here. Allen, Ridd and Pritchard. Pritchard having a much stronger race this time around to what he had earlier in the morning in his first heat. That's what he needs. He's going to have a lot of work, though, to get into the A final. But here's where Richard Allen's skill set is going to be tested. We know he's quick. Can he hold on to this lead?
Yeah, I was watching Pritchard at the end of, towards the end of heat 3, was it? I don't know what went wrong for him in that heat. He's well off the back, but I don't know if he had a kart that was maybe compromised in some way or some early contact. I'm not sure what it was, but yeah, he just seemed out of sorts. Not out of sorts here, though, going down the inside of Anthony Ridd, and that is a lovely move there at Garda to get himself up into second place. And here's the thing, if you're Anthony Ridd, now might not be a great time to start counter-attacking, because you're like, okay, you've got me for now, but let's work together and get back onto the back of Dickie Allen. Don't let Richard Allen get away at the front with this one.
2 minutes of this race to go. On to lap number 7 here at Buckmore Park.
James Taylor's just got by on Jason Bear for 5th place. That's one that's been raging for a fair few laps, so change for 5th place there.
And that means that James Taylor's due to have 2 pretty strong results to kick off his day. He's been out of sprint action for a bit. But was the Clubman Sprint champion a few years ago, so definitely knows how to pedal. We'll be looking to try and get into that A final. Still raging on, though, this battle between Richard Allen and Alex Pritchard. 2 more laps for them to decide it. There is James Taylor, and a new fastest lap of the race from Jason Barrett. Here we go, Allen defending now, Pritchard looking to the outside. Ridd sneaking in there as well. They're going to be side by side on the run, 2 hairpin 2. Pritchard will have the advantage on the inside. Ridd is trying to do the cutback, and Allen holds on to the lead.
I was talking about Chris Alcock earlier on. Alex Pritchard, as you'll see from the back of his race suit, another one of the Applewood squad. Right in the hunt with this one, having not had the best of it in his first heat earlier on. Anthony Ridd staying with them, keeping an eye on Steve Lindley and what pace he's doing there in that number 47.
Last lap board will be out. Richard Allen defends again, and look at that, Ridd down the inside, going for P2, brilliant racing. Perfectly positioned his kart there to get on the inside of Pritchard as he was looking this way, and that to get past Allen.
Yeah, Pritchard was trying to open up the line there, and Anthony Ridd going for it again in hairpin 2, but can't make it work, and that'll compromise him off of there. Pritchard's going to get his nose alongside as they come into the S's. Is this the gift that Richard Allen wanted for these two to be going side by side at this part of the track? Surely Pritchard will have to yield into Syme Sweep, and now Steve Lindley comes into play in that 47 car, but Pritchard's back down the inside at paddock. He's going to compromise them both, though. There is Lindley, and it's going to be handed over to Richard Allen here. They're still battling, these two, and are they going to allow James Taylor into it as well?
Yes, they are, and Taylor may have a run. It's going to be nearly 3 wide to go into Cafe Corner. Someone's going to have to yield. Richard Allen takes a race victory brilliantly. Steve Lindley takes a very well-earned 2nd place. Alex Pritchard 3rd, wins that ding-dong with Anthony Ridd, who finishes 4th. James Taylor 5th, top of the super heavyweights. Jason Bear 6th, Vijay Patel 7th. Rudy Murphy, much better race from Rudy there, finishes 8th and top of the C3s. 9th for Benjamin Whilton, 10th Vinod Hirani, 11th for Jack Bridges, 12th for Lewis Rogers, 13th for Lee Henderson, 14th Lee Barrow, Richard Newton, Damien Smith, David Wilson, Shane Houlihan and John Mello complete 19 karts that competed in that race.
Yeah, I I can't fault Alex Pritchard in a way because it's the last lap, you got to go for it. But he actually ended up compromising them both to allow Lindley's going to be a happy man right now. Heat 6 though is coming right up here at Buckmore Park.
Here we go for the grid for heat number 6. Lewis Ridd and Callan Sigafus on the front row. Josh Pettit and Chris Alcock on row 2. Stuart Kirk and Alexander Lammin on row number 3. Matt Isherwood, the Mish, starts on row 4 alongside Miguel Hall, Dave Pethers and Paul Williams, row 5. Dan Giles and Wayne Dunham on row 6. And then we find Simon Kavanagh and Andrew Hicks on row 7. Tim Dorr and Matthew Batter on row 8. Luke Elliott completes the 17 runners in this heat.
It's a good job Daz wasn't trying to wave whilst we were playing one of the stingers.
Would have thought you were having a fit.
Here we go then. Lewis Ridd in the number 9. Callan Sigafus in the number 90 as we are away then for heat number 6 of this one. And into turn number 1, it stays as they were amongst the top row. In fact, there's a relatively calm start by all concerned so far into hairpin 1. There's a little bit of contact there between Dan Giles and another competitor as that is battling over second place as we've got a spinner towards the back as well as they come through hairpin 2. But by and large, that was a fairly well-behaved start, and it's gone exactly how Lewis Ridd would have wanted, several kart lengths to the good at the front now.
It may have been well-behaved in terms of, but I think there were some jump starts. Yes, there were. I'm just going to have a look back at that, Howard, to see how that occurred.
Okay, good point well made. So Lewis Ridd will lead them across the line at the end of that first lap. It'll be Callan Sigafus. I've got that Josh, was it maybe? You keep an eye on that one, actually, mate. I'll leave you to it. Lewis Ridd in the lead. This is Matt Isherwood battling away with Wayne Dunham there, and he's down the inside at hairpin 1 is Mish, as Paul Williams is battling away with Dan Giles behind them. And there is Dave Pethers side by side with Kirk as well, Stuart Kirk there, and that also goes the way. So I think it's been a costly few corners for Stuart Kirk, actually. I think he's been caught up in that battling, and it's compromised him a fair bit on the early part of this lap. But down the inside goes Chris Alcock on Callan Sigafus, and that is Alcock up into second place in the number 33-0 kart, and now will set about his pursuit of Lewis Ridd. Although I think Chris might be one of the drivers who we're suspecting may be being subject to a penalty.
Not a jump
here.
start.
No, okay.
Jump start. It was nowhere near being a jump start.
Yeah,
Actually, it wasn't a very good start at all for those on the anti-pole side of the grid.
Tommy's just saying BF, which I would assume just means black flag, but I'm not quite sure what it would be for. Miguel Hall battling away with Josh Pettit in the number 46, and he's got the job done. Had great run there off of hairpin 2 and was able to hold the inside line into the S's. Difficult through those S's. It really is a case of you don't want to go single file through there, generally speaking, but that time he had enough of his kart alongside to bring that one home. Alexander Lammin in the 34 going defensive against the yellow and black helmeted Matt Isherwood there as they come up the hill. Wayne Dunham still with them as well, and Simon Kavanagh as well as they come round to begin lap number 4. Well, Lewis Ridd leads by 1 second, but fastest lap of the race has just been set by Chris Alcock. He really would like to do this. There's a black flag shown for the number 93 of Tim Dorr on timing I'm getting now. As down the inside of Matt Isherwood there looks Simon Kavanagh, but stays as they are for now. Miguel Hall in that number 8, definitely a driver to be watching this season. Always an entertaining driver to watch. I find he's very innovative, I guess I would say, with the moves that he tries to do. As Dave Pethers there goes down the inside of Dan Giles and takes himself up into 11th place. Is Alexander Lammin in the number 34 in 6th place. Wayne Dunham finds a way through on the inside of turn 1 and had that move done relatively early on there into 1. Is there a counter-attack from Lammin? There is not. Is there a further attack from Matt Isherwood? Not at the moment, but into hairpin 2. The line will open up for him, and he does a basic block pass there. Although, can Lammin find? No, he can't find enough drive off the hairpin to try and fight back there in the S's. Good moves being shown in this race. Here is the battle for the lead, though. Lewis Ridd in the number 9 with the orange and black helmet, and then Chris Alcock with the high-vis yellow behind in that 30. I have to say, I've seen no evidence visually, mate, of those penalties and black flags on the digi-flag, as I've just been watching it every few laps. So for the time being, let us assume that this is a legitimate and fully valid battle for the lead.
Thank you, David Whitehouse. Always on the board, absolutely spot on. BF will be for braking formation.
Ah, thank you, yes.
And he's absolutely right, because drivers were in the drivers' briefing yesterday for endurance. So, yes, that'll have been what that was for both Sigafus and Alcock.
So that does mean that they're carrying a proper penalty, which means that if Alcock gets through, as he's going to try and do now into Garda, if you're Lewis Ridd, as far as we know here in the box, as I say, I didn't see penalties shown on the digi-flag, but that could just be that I wasn't looking at the digi-flag at the right time. So potentially a penalty being carried here by Chris Alcock, as we've got just over 2 minutes left on the clock with this one. Heat number 6 of round 1 of the Heavyweights and Super Heavyweight Sprint Championship Club 100 for 2022. Myself, Howard Mitchell, and Andrew Mather of Double Dash Motorsport Media in the box for you, talking through the action here on your Alpha Live stream. Yeah, just looking back at it again, that brainwave that Dave sent in, it's pretty stonewall. Sigafus, Alcock and Miguel Hall all had the right-hand side of the tram line straight down the middle of their karts well before the start line. And the Club 100 staff aren't going to miss that one. No, off the top of my head, that's 2 positions. Dave Pethers is side by side here with the 93 of Tim Dorr, who's a lap down because he had a black flag. His was a black flag rather than a braking formation. Yeah, really good spot, David, that. Braking formation indeed. Wayne Dunham here trying to attack Josh Pettit for 5th place. Wayne is in the 66. Josh is in the 46, and you've got the 75 of Matt Isherwood behind them. He's an interesting factor, is Matt Isherwood, because he's got so much experience in Club 100 machinery, and he's come into this championship, and he's been rated as a Class 1 driver. And here he is up the inside at Garda, finds a way through. They're still side by side though, and it's going to drop them well off the back, I should say, of Josh Pettit. New fastest lap of the race from Chris Alcock as he begins the final tour of the circuit. But as a reminder, he is carrying, we believe, a penalty to be applied post-race. That's our understanding here in the box. Confirmed results, as we've previously mentioned, will be at results.alphatiming.co.uk. and click on Club 100, or add a /Club 100 at the end of that address, whatever way you like to do that. But good stuff. Good stuff from both of these drivers in the top 2. Lewis Ridd was controlling it nicely. Chris Alcock showed impressive turn of pace to get himself onto the back and execute a good move for the lead. Coming up the hill then for the last time in this one, Chris Alcock will cross the line in the lead, but we believe has a penalty. So Lewis Ridd will take the full points of this one for heat number 6. Then it was Callan Sigafus, Miguel Hall in 4th place provisionally. Josh Pettit was next. Matt Isherwood and Alexander Lamin across the line next. Then it was Paul Williams, Dave Pethers and Dan Giles to take you to round out the top 10. Simon Kavanagh, Luke Elliott, Wayne Dunham, Andrew Hicks, Matthew Batter, Stuart Kirk and Tim Dorr has already crossed the line because he was a lap down after a black flag penalty. That was heat number 6 then. Heat number 7 of heavyweights is coming right up. Let's take you through the grid then for heat number 7. It's going to be Adrian Ray on pole for this one with Mike Bodner alongside. Tim Williams and Johnny Elliott are row 2 with Andrew Cherry and Joe Holmes on row number 3. Row 4 will be Matt Griffiths and Sam Bensley. Craig Nichols and Jacob Harris are rounding out your top 10 with Darren Townsley and Kurt Holmes on row number 6. Row 7 is going to be Josh Lamarina and Leon Dupreez. Stephen Solway and Riccardo Vitali are row 8. And then Toby Sutton will round out the 17 karts in this 7th heat. I've got to say, Andrew, those names I read out on the first few rows of the grid, I feel like collectively have given us the most dramatic starts so far. This could be an interesting one. Because, yeah, there's a few drivers we've seen already today having very interesting, very strong starts. So this could be an interesting one as we are under starters' orders and looking for the lights to go green, which they do indeed, and we're away for 7 minutes of racing in heat number 7 as they stream into turn 1. It's a fairly even start from both sides of the grid. Tim Williams trying to get by on Mike Bodner from third place, and he's got it done. Up into second place, we've got a driver spinning around there, and oh my goodness me, that ended about as well as it can do when a driver goes into a spin on the inner grass heading towards hairpin 1. There's not too many places of grass left around this circuit to find, but that was one found there. We'll check who the driver was on that one as they all stream through. That looks like
103 of Craig Nichols, but we'll confirm that in a minute. As down the inside looks Tim Williams, goes for the lead on Adrian Ray, and that was a nice move through Garda. Needs to get it done on the exit, does so, and already here he comes. Joe Holmes is up to P4. He's got Andrew Cherry ahead of him. And there he goes for P3 down the inside. Gets it done through Henry's. In fact, he's got to get both of them through Henry's. Brilliant stuff from Joe Holmes up to P2.
Brilliant patience shown by him, by the way, because Andrew Cherry, who was it him letting through another driver or just a bit frustrated at the driver there? I couldn't tell. But I think he was letting Johnny Elliott through, I think, after a bit of contact. But yeah, did you say it was Craig Nichols who you saw spinning, mate? If you did,
yeah,
that was correct identification. It was Craig Nichols who was spinning on the grass. But has managed to stay with the main pack by and large. Tim Williams now at the lead of the race, under pressure from Joe Holmes, who goes up the inside of Garda, and that is nicely done once again from Holmes to take himself to the lead of the field.
Yeah, does it with such ease.
Yeah, I was going to say, showing great patience on the first lap, because he was actually staying behind Andrew Cherry for quite a lot of that first lap, and because Cherry was making good progress, Holmes just went, okay, I'll follow you through. And then he decided to make a move towards the end of the lap, as that is the 33 of Kurt Holmes going down the inside of Jacob Harris at hairpin 1. And further back, this is Mike Bodner on the tail of Sam Bensley in that 88 kart. And side by side there between Matt Griffiths. Was that Townsley he was going side by side with there through the S's? So that was some bold moves being tried on in the middle of this field, as Johnny Elliott is going up the inside there of Adrian Ray and gets the job done for third place.
This is good stuff from Johnny Elliott so far. Andrew Cherry taking advantage of that situation as well. 4.5 minutes to go. A couple of track limit warnings coming in for Bensley and Griffiths.
47.002 for Holmes. Not the fastest. No, it is the fastest I think we've seen through it today.
No, we got
no, sorry, we got sorry, yeah. Sorry.
Griffiths with a track limit penalty, so he's exceeded and gone beyond the white lines too many times for race control's liking.
If anyone's confused by that, it's because my reference for pace round here is my own pace round here. Which if I did a 47 dead, then we're nailing it.
Jacob Harris down the inside there on Adrian Ray. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful move there from the former Cardiff University BUKC man.
I hope he's had plenty of apples and grapes before he took to the track today.
Did I just say that? Did I just say beautiful move by Jacob? I can't believe
say that. Well, it didn't even pay us to say that. So yeah, no, it was a nicely judged move there. Say apples and grapes. You may remember, for anyone who watched the BUKC stream, he just wanted to offer everybody fruit on the grid, which I found a hilarious spectacle of all these students going, now I've got to watch the weight ahead of a race start. If your weight is determined by whether or not you eat a grape before the race starts, I'm going to say your pre-season prep hasn't been full on.
You've got trouble.
You know. Oh, was that a kiss of the bollard there by one of them as they came through out of paddock corner? It might have been. As drivers come on to lap number 6. Joe Holmes leading by 1.7 seconds from Tim Williams, and then it's a further 2-second gap back to Johnny Elliott, who's then another 1.5 seconds ahead of Kurt Holmes in 4th place, who's leading this pack you see now. Here is Kurt in that number 33 kart, Andrew Cherry in the 21, Jacob Harris in the 14, and Adrian Ray in the 97. 2.5 minutes left on the clock in this 7th heat of 12 for our heavyweight and super heavyweights before we go into the trophy finals. And there is a change there further back. Oh, there is the 103 of Craig Nichols on a bit of a recovery drive, going by, I think, on Leon Dupree's there. say on a recovery drive because he had a bit of a dramatic start to this one. With a spin early on in hairpin one, it was good that he did what you should do. Foot on the brake meant he didn't career into the path of others.
Yep.
Too much.
Hey,
oh, and that's Jacob. That's Jacob Harris through on
believe this.
Andrew Cherry. He's driving well today. Do you know what? Credit where credit's due.
He's clearly been watching all those students here a couple of weeks ago and gone, yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to pull that move there and that one there. And now he's in the top 5.
And in some cases, no offence, but your cases, probably thought not going to pull that one there. In all seriousness, they are keeping an eye on the exit of paddock now about drivers running wide and gaining an advantage by sort of what they're not what they don't want to see is the
it's the Club 100 equivalent of a dive. Like, oh no, I've been forced wide. No, you haven't. You just didn't yield.
So there were a few battles that were seen last week where race control went, no, you could have made the track then. You didn't have to. You see a lot of drivers waving their arms and going to the left of the bollard and just keeping their
deeply aggrieved. It's like, no, it's racing.
It's at this bit here where they'll go the other side of that bollard you can see there
and keep their foot in it.
And keep their foot in it because they were, I had nowhere to go. It's the equivalent of some of the drama, some of the controversy that Formula One had with Turn 1 at Sochi in the past, where it's like, don't just go straight on, keep your foot in it, go through the little wiggly bit, you know. It's a similar sort of idea. Joe Holmes is on the last lap. And, well, he's controlled this one beautifully again. 3.9 seconds to the good. Here is your battle, though, over 4th place, which Kurt Holmes has been controlling nicely for the last few laps. Can Jacob Harris get on to the back here?
This is not fair. He can't be quick and good-looking and handsome.
No.
Look at him.
No.
Sweeping down the sweep of Symes.
The sweep of Symes.
The sweep of
I
Symes.
like that. I do believe, though, we need to look to the start-finish straight because Joe Holmes is going to come through and take his second win of the day. Again, in dominant style. Tim Williams with strong points there in second place. It'll be Johnny Elliott in third, and Kurt Holmes does hold on for fourth, ahead of Jacob Harris in fifth, Andrew Cherry in sixth, Adrian Ray in seventh, then Samuel Bensley, Darren Townsley, and Craig Nichols gets by on Matt Griffiths on the last lap there for 9th place, as for 10th place, excuse me. So then it's Matt Griffiths in 11th, Leon Dupreez in 12th, Joshua Lamarena, apologies Josh, in 13th there, Mike Bodner next with Toby Sutton in 15th, Stephen Solway in 16th, and Riccardo Vitale will round out your 17 finishes for that 7th heat of the day. Coming up next then is heat number 8. There is all the karts across the line now. We look ahead to heat number 8.
Here's your grid for heat number 8. Lenny Wood and Carl Bennett on the front row. Jack Cameron Drayton and Russell Taylor on row 2. Luke Pullen and Nicholas Walker are on row number 3. Adam Wright and Bill Taylor row 4. Anwar Barrell-Smith and Daniel Hollinshed go from row 5. Brad Jones and Mikey Nichols on row 6. Steve Bosley and Jaden Cadigan on row 7. Jaden first of the novices. Richard Payne and Richard Neal on row 8. Marcus Neris and Tom Stalker on row number 9. James Antwis completes the 19 kart field as a very forlorn looking Adam Chapman walks into the box because it's happened. His whole world's come crashing down. Back to the championship for you. Here we go, there's a race going on. 7 minutes on the clock, away we go. Lenny Wood leads them into turn 1, looking steady so far. 3, maybe 4 wide in places. Anwar Barrell-Smith using that inside line very nicely. He's already getting a couple of positions, has a big send from the number 45 of Luke Pullen.
It's not paid off, I'm afraid, because it's allowed Adam Wright to get straight to the head of the field. And there's an issue there for the 68 of Russell Taylor. His arm is in the air. He's lost drive. First thing I always think when you get that is definitely check your power switch hasn't been flicked to the off position.
Luke Pullen.
But that does look very... Yeah, that is... Okay. I'll take your word for it that is a kart that can't provide you with motive power at the moment. So that's...
You make a point though there. It may be something that, in a bit of a mix-up in turn 1, that the ignition switch has been flicked. Can happen. Track limit warning for the number 48 of Bill Taylor. That's going to get a little bit interesting.
Steve Bosley Getting a bit crossed up there, and it allowed Bill Taylor through there.
Interesting race this for Jack Cameron Drayton, because he's in a nice position, 3rd place at the moment. He's not got everybody busying around him this time. This is a hands up in the air. That'll be for the recovery of the stricken 68. Let's see what his pace is like. It's down the inside there. Looks the number 10 of Mikey Nichols on Nicholas Walker for 4th place, and then everybody else streaming through. Bosley and Wood there going side by side. Still side by side. In the end, Bosley wins out in that battle.
First race we've seen with the likes of Mikey Nichols and Steve Bosley on track at the same time. And as I say, those two drivers both finishing prominently in Class 2 last year, and they've got make no mistake, Lenny Wood is also a driver to watch. Although my time he's there's a spin there at hairpin 2. I don't think that was the driver helped into it. Was that? I'll wait to confirm who that was actually. Just want to.
Good start so far from Richard Neal. Is top C3 runner at the moment in 11th place overall. Has got past Tom Stalker on that last lap. A little bit wide from the number 12 there, and down the inside. Needs no invitation more than that, does Bill Taylor. The super heavyweight champion, reigning champion, moves through past the 12 of Lenny Wood. Back at the front of the field though, Wright and Barul Smith, both in the low 47s at the moment. You got news on our spinner?
Richard Neal was your spinner at hairpin 2.
Oh dear. Timey-wimey commentator's curse on that one.
It was.
Sorry, Richard. 4.25 minutes to go. Adam Wright still leads here by half a second ahead of Anwar Barul Smith.
And this is where the way in which the grids have been drawn for today may slightly help Joe Holmes in a way here, just in a subtle way. But at the moment, it looks set that we'll see all these drivers in the A final anyway. But this is the first race where we've got Adam Wright and Anwar Barul Smith.
Yep.
After a race where Joe Holmes was able to have quite a dominant win at the front. So going to be interesting to see how these two fare at the front, because these are both drivers with a lot of experience, a lot of success at the wheel of Club 100 karts. And when we're asking that question of, challenging Joe Holmes, because we know that Joe Holmes is going to be in that fight this season, as there's a penalty for Lenny Wood for track limits. But these are two drivers who we've definitely got our eye on for this season. Make no mistake about it. Adam Wright at the moment leading it in that number 4, and they've got a gap of 4 seconds over Jack Cameron Drayton, as that is an issue for Lenny Wood there, as he's having to pull into the pits as well.
He's looking at the rear left.
Yeah. In fact,
the radiator possibly that's damaged. No, it won't be the radiator. That's the other side of the kart, Andrew. Down the inside of the of Adam Wright goes Anwar Barul Smith there. Textbook move into hairpin 1.
I think it might have been there, because the rear right of Lenny's kart looked low on the ground as well to me. So unfortunately his race is run as well. So that's two drivers who've had to recover to the pits.
Yeah, and that's going to be a tough job now for Lenny Wood. I think that's A final chances gone. Top 24 runners from these heats across all 12 heats get into the A final. The next group go into the B final, and then everybody else goes into the C final. 4 rapid chargees from the C to the B, just 2 from the B to the A.
Yep.
Final grid will be 26 runners in the A.
Yep, so there is a chance of redemption. If your heats don't go to plan, you can get promoted up through. Or as Andrew was saying, repechaged, as it's described in the regs. I always like that word. So there is a path for redemption, but it's a hard graft to get there. And if you've had messed up heats such that you expected to be in the A but you're in the C, then that's a really tall order, because you've got to work your way all the way through both of your final races.
Cone penalty for Brad Jones, and unfortunately that's not his first today, so he needs to recal it a little bit. Stop picking up those penalties. I had the moment, I was like, there's a broken exhaust. Nope, it's prop. No Jet TV once again coming over the circuit.
It is that indeed. So we're watching Bill Taylor, who's on the tail of Dan Hollinshead in the number 50 there. This is the battle over 8th place. out of hairpin 2 they come. The 45 ahead of them is Luke Pullen. And this is Mikey Nichols having to go to, has got by, excuse me, on Jack Cameron Drayton for third place. As our leaders have gone on to the last lap, but there is the change for third place. So Cameron Drayton will be looking to get that back off of Mikey Nichols if at all possible. Is there anything on for Adam Wright, who's still just a couple of tenths? In fact, there is the battle. Nice pick up on the cameras, and he's going to get alongside into the S's, is he? Is Adam Wright? Oh my goodness me, he's still trying to find a way through, and he's still having a look into Simon Sweet, but he gets a little bit out of sorts there, does Adam Wright, and that might have cost him the opportunity. Having a look in the part of the lap where you really can't get by may have meant that he's lost the opportunity in bits of the lap where you can. Anwar Brule-Smith is going to get through Garda A-OK, and then head on up the hill. It's going to be a win for Anwar Brule-Smith in heat number 8, his second win of the day. Adam Wright will finish a very close second there. Gave it a very earnest attempt there on the last lap, and then 7.5 seconds back, it is Mikey Nichols who hangs on to third ahead of Jack Cameron Drayton and Steve Bosley. Nicholas Walker in 6th, 7th for Luke Pullen, Bill Taylor in 8th, 9th for Daniel Hollinshead, and it's a slight gap back to Tom Stalker in 10th, who's the highest placed Class 3 runner in this one. Richard Neal is next, followed by Marcus Naris, Brad Jones, Jaden Cadigan, Carl Bennett, and it's James Antwis and Richard Payne will come across the line next, and there were issues in that one for Lenny Wood and Russell Taylor. That's it then for heat number 8. And our second rotation of heats. We're into the third rotation in a moment's time with heat number 9. Looking at the grid then for heat number 9, Kurt Holmes will take this one from pole with Jacob Harris alongside on the front row. Craig Nichols and Simon Kavanagh are on row 2 with Chris Alcock and Adrian Ray on row 3. Anthony Ridd and Mike Bodner are going to be on row number 4 with Josh Pettit and Richard Newton to round out your top 10. Jason Bear and Stuart Kirk are next with Andrew Cherry and David Wilson on row 7. Row 8 is occupied by Lewis Rogers and Andrew Hicks, and Tim Dorr and John Mellor will round out your 9 rows of the grid. John Mellor will be looking for a slightly better heat this time around. I believe he had to end the previous one in the pit lane, I want to say, because he had a kart issue. I can't remember if that was after a bit of contact on that one, I'm not sure, but he will either way be looking for a better heat this time around. Do keep your comments coming in. Lovely to have your company along for today's racing here at Buckmore Park. Coming to you courtesy of Alpha Live with commentary provided by Double Dash Motorsport Media. We are ready for heat number 9. Kurt Holmes in the number 33, Jacob Harris in the number 14 for 7 minutes of racing, and away we go. Good start from the pole side of the grid, and it's going to allow Craig Nichols up the inside of Jacob Harris for second place, and Chris Alcock is going to come through as well up into third as they all come into hairpin 1, and I feel like Jason Bear was squeezed a little bit on the inside of that hairpin, but they have all got through facing the right way round as there's more pressure being applied to Jacob Harris through hairpin 2. And the number 46 is Mike Bodner, goes side by side there with I think it might have been Adrian Ray. Indeed it was, as Chris Alcock is down the inside of Craig Nichols. Thank you, Andrew. Through paddock corner in the 23 as well of Anthony Ridd is going to look to capitalise on that, as well as there's a penalty been issued to Simon Kavanagh. ABC bump and pass will be 4 positions deducted from wherever he ends up finishing in this one. At the end of lap number 1, though, it is Kurt Holmes who's converted his pole position to an early race lead here. Chris Alcock has done very well to get up into second with Anthony Ridd in third. Yes,
sometimes what you see in some of these last heats for these drivers, they get a little bit desperate. They're looking for a big result to move themselves up from maybe a C to a B or a B to an A final in terms of those points at the end of this rotation.
Yep, good battle there between Jacob Harris and Craig Nichols in the early part of this lap. Currently going the way of Jacob Harris. You can see the number 14 there ahead of the number 103. As through there, or trying to go through, is Richard Newton. Oh no, excuse me, it's Adrian Ray trying to go through on Richard Newton. Still goes the way of Newton for now, with the 37 ahead of the 97, although the 97 was having a look through Cafe Corner there, so this could be interesting. How does this shake out? No, the 37 is still going to run, and actually, if anything, Mike Bodner is closer to the back of Adrian Ray there. So the 91 now on the tail of the 97, which carries a green number plate denoting the fact that Adrian Ray is running in the super heavyweights category, and he goes down the inside there of Richard Newton, and he's going to get by on the 37. Mike Bodner tried to follow through as well in the 91, but couldn't get it done. So now it's Ray from Newton and Bodner in 8th, 9th and 10th respectively. Kurt Holmes still at the head of this field, but we've seen already today that Chris Alcock, when he gets into that second place, has a good turn of pace, as too does Andrew Cherry there, trying to go down the inside of Mike Bodner, but couldn't make it stick there, as it looks to me like there's some plastic bag blowing across the circuit there. As I understand, there was one interesting item of one interesting obstruction in the endurance race yesterday, as we can't quite work out how this happened. Someone's seat inserts. Jacob Harris goes down the inside there of the number 83 of Simon Kavanagh. Kavanagh doesn't seem too happy, but that looked fine to me.
Jacob was under control of the karts. It is a very open entry to that corner. Jacob placed his kart there.
I will actually say that of Jacob. He's never been a driver to hold back from going for those moves. You know, he's got a lot of confidence on the brakes and will go for those moves, and there was a prime example. But yeah, I understand this part of a seat insert ended up in the middle of the track at one point during the endurance race, which was an interesting radio transmission during the endurance event.
Furious radio transmission.
I can imagine.
Look out! Hello to Claudia, by the way, Claudia Bushby, who ran in the practice session yesterday. And said, I recommend even just going for a test day in one of these karts. They are incredible. Did it yesterday evening. They're so fast. Definitely recommend it. And,
I couldn't agree more. I still
remember. A lot
remember
of juniors yesterday.
Yeah, there were.
I noted.
Yeah, great to see them.
Looking forward to covering some of their events later in the year.
Absolutely. But yeah, it's still a very, very clear memory in my mind for the first time I sat in one of these karts. They are the highest level of arrive and drive karting that you can do in Europe.
Here we go. Alcock down the inside of Holmes. Easy as you like.
Holmes going to try and fight back if he can find a way through, but I think for now he's going to...
Oh, Chris has got superb turning to hairpin one there. He's hooked into Buckmore Park today. So had a good run in the endurance yesterday. Running as a 3 with Mike Coppin and Alex Pritchard. 2.5 minutes of this race to go. And it's been a good morning so far for Kurt Holmes also. Say morning, we're into the afternoon now. Just gone noon if you're enjoying your Sunday lunch.
Just to confirm that Chris Alcock, although he won it on the road, did get penalised for
yes, he did.
So if he goes
P3,
indeed. So if he goes on to win this one, he will be taking his first win of the day.
It'll be a 1-2-3.
It will. Not a bad score line, is it?
So 2 minutes of this one to go. Hello, if you're watching on the DDMM Comms Box Cam channel with the live timing and race control messages for you on the screen. If you have just got the one device, do please stick with us here on Alpha Live. Do prioritise that stream, and if you haven't already, please go and share the stream out on your Facebook or Twitter pages or whatever you want to share it out on. Let people know, get people watching. Some great racing here, and it's only going to get better as we move through these heats and then get into the finals later on in this first session of the day. And we do it all over again later in the later afternoon session for the lightweights. 1 minute 20 to go. Looking down the inside of Kavanagh there was Nichols.
Oh, he's gone wide though, and if anything that might open him up to attack from Adrian Ray. Indeed it does, and the 97 is down the inside at hairpin 1. And unfortunately that one didn't quite pay off for Craig Nichols. I have to say, if you're watching the DDMM stream, you might think that my dancing at certain moments is just because, you know, I'm God's gift to dance floors and stuff.
Oh, really?
But it's actually helping with like some of the stiffness from yesterday's driving. It's actually helping me. So that's why, obviously, I'm doing that. As we are on to the last lap, courtesy of Chris Alcock, who also sets the fastest lap of the race so far, a 46.813. He has got good pace in that card, in whichever Club 100 car he gets put into so far today. It's going to be a really interesting one, this. I can already see the makings of a highly entertaining A-final today. But, yeah, here's another example of where he got himself up into second place and then began to set about catching up to the leader, and it was really taken this one by the scruff of the neck. And He's going to have controlled this one nicely for the last few laps. Good drive as well there from Anthony Ridd. Bit of a quiet one this, but up into third place and has held station there very nicely. So Chris Alcock is going to cross the line, this time legitimately taking the win for heat number 9. It'll be Kurt Holmes getting some good points in second place, Anthony Ridd in third, Josh Pettit there in the 46 in fourth, followed by Jacob Harris, who holds on for fifth place there nicely, ahead of Simon Kavanagh, just ahead of Adrian Ray there by 8 hundredths of a second. And it was Craig Nichols in 8th, Andrew Cherry in 9th with Richard Newton rounding out your top 10. Mike Bodner was next with Andrew Hicks in 12th, Stuart Kirk in 13th, and it was David Wilson, Jason Bear, Lewis Rogers, and then John Mellor and Tim Dorr to round out your 18 finishes for heat number 9. Heat number 10 then is coming up for you right next here at Buckmore Park.
Let's have a look at the grid then for heat number 10. Lee Henderson has pole position. Steve Lindley joins him on the front row. Daniel Hollinshed and Wayne Dunham on row 2. Jack Bridges, who's put in some great moves so far today. Lenny Wood alongside him on row number 3. Khan Bennett and Lee Barrow on row 4. Anwar Barul Smith and Bill Taylor go from row 5. Damien Smith and Adam Wright start on the 6th row of the grid. Then we find Matt Griffiths and James Antwis on row 7. Tom Stalker and Leon Dupree's on row 8. And we have Josh Lamorena on row number 9 there alongside Stephen Solway. Marcus Neris completes the 19 kart field. Strictly's new contestant, according to Motorsport Magpie, aka David Whitehouse. Out week 1 probably.
I'd make it to week 1.
Yeah, get through the training, and reckons that Jacob Harris may make the 8 final. I think that's quite possible. I think this is going to be a very interesting set of finals results. Very competitive, as we've come to expect in the heavyweights.
I think the Jacob Harris take there from David is more is more important as we get ready for the anti-penultimate heat for the heavyweights today. Before we get into our C final, B final and A final, under starters orders, and away we go. Lee Henderson there in the blue and bright yellow helmet there in the number 13, and he immediately cuts over to the conventional racing line for turn 1, and that's because he got a really good start there. Lee Barrow quite wide there through 1 and 2, but manages to gather it up again, but we've got a spin from high up there, and they're going to have to split either side there. And that was, might have been Hollinshead. I'll look to confirm that one though, as the main pack now comes through the S's. Number 12 there of Lenny Wood, hoping for a better time out this time. You'll remember he had to recover from the pit to the pits in his previous heat, as Anwar Barul Smith is putting pressure there on Jack Bridges in the 71 and is up the inside, as too is Adam Wright trying a move on Bill Taylor, but that one goes less successfully than Anwar's move ahead of him, and he has to hang back behind the 48 of Bill Taylor for now as they come on to lap number 2, and it was Hollinshead who was your spinner at hairpin 1. The pack did well though to split either side of him. It was good to see. We didn't see any nose-to-nose contact there on that one. Lee Henderson though, Andrew, with a good start here at the front of the field. Yeah,
this is what Lee needs, just a bit of time up at the front of the field, get some clean laps in, try and get at least a top 5 if he can in this race. Still quite a way to go. There's a good group ahead now.
Yeah.
Of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them, all the way back to Bill Taylor. Whoa, Adam Wright!
Oh, he's gone for the double. Going for the double as well if he can get by on Lindley, but that might compromise him. That allows Anwar back at him. Oh, that was an interesting one early on there from Adam Wright, trying down the inside of Anwar Barul Smith, and for a split second I thought he was going to get Lindley as well. As it is, he's actually coming under pressure now from the 71 of Jack Bridges behind him, but he's going to go again for Anwar here. This is interesting stuff early doors, as meanwhile Lindley is challenging Henderson, trying round the outside of hairpin 2 for the lead of this one. It's this is their final heat, and you can tell it. you can tell that they're trying to optimise it. And there, I think that was right, letting Anwar go, lest he get a penalty for bump and pass. But he doesn't want to let Bill Taylor through, who in all of that has been able to get by in the 48, now ahead of the 71 of Jack Bridges. But what an interesting exchange that was amongst our top pack of 7. And if they keep doing that for the rest of the race, it won't just be a pack of 7, as Lindley is still hounding the back of Henderson up the hill. Lindley already with a good scoreline through his heats, having got a second place in one of his previous ones. He's going to look down the inside of turn number 1, and Anwar, ever the race craftsman, is going to be looking to optimise as well in the number 2 kart. He wants to follow Lindley through if possible, but Lindley gets through on Henderson for a change of the lead into hairpin 1. And that was a lovely series of corners there from Lindley to get himself into the lead of the race.
It was indeed. I think it's good to see that Steve Lindley, I think a couple of years ago, wouldn't have quite pulled that move off, but this has been a superb start to his season here in 2022. Anwar Burrell-Smith down the inside of Lee Henderson into paddock. They're going to be side by side off of paddock, but surely Burrell-Smith will have it through Garda. Here comes Adam Wright as well, and Bill Taylor. Ding dong, here we go again. The super heavyweight rivals from 2021 are at it again here in Heat 10. Henderson and Taylor. But look at the lead that Lindley's got now. And Burrell-Smith, that move that Adam Wright pulled earlier, definitely grabbed Anwar's attention here today.
Grabbed everyone's attention, but yeah, absolutely. This is really interesting. And he's going to try down the inside of hairpin 2. That was a late move to the inside from Wright, and he's going to get it done, is he? Unless Anwar gets good drive off the corner. Lee Henderson's looking to have a go at this as well, but somehow Anwar still manages to stay in front of Adam Wright. This is a gift to Steve Lindley for the moment, but it's brilliant entertainment for us. As a little early preview of what we might expect to see in our A final later today.
You won't be able to hear me, but Steve, keep your eyes forward. This is a huge opportunity to get a race victory here, and I thought that was going to come. I did think it's going to be track limits. Yep, I have to agree with that.
Yep, kept his foot in it out of hairpin 2, didn't he?
Yeah, it's the same as we've been saying on the exit of paddock.
And now Wright is through, for what it's worth as well. So Adam Wright through and up into second place. I don't think it's showing on the timing tower. He's got a transponder issue in that number 4 kart, but make no mistake about it, that number 4 is definitely in second place on merit. And yeah, it will have been surely for Anwar keeping his toe to the floor, his foot to the floor, coming out of hairpin 2 and not observing track limits there. It is one of the things about this that really good for, and he's going to try down the end. Wow, from a long way back there into Garda. Anwar's coming back at him. Bill Taylor must be licking his lips for this opportunity as he tries to find a way up the hill into Cafe Corner. My good, you're absolutely right, mate. Keep on pushing, Steve, because this is one heck of a chance for a win.
He's got to focus. He's just got to keep driving his lines, hit his apexes. Doesn't need to look behind. It's so easy to lose concentration. Well, when you're doing that, I know that from experience, because Adam Wright is defending here. These guys are thinking about A final grid positions. They're not too bothered. I mean, saying that though, Steve Lindley's got a second place on his scorecard already today. They are letting him get away with this, and the driver in the number 47 is driving beautifully.
Absolutely that. This is really interesting stuff in this one, as Lee Henderson and Jack Bridges still staying within striking distance as well of this second place battle.
Best result in a heat last season was third. Got a smattering of thirds across 2021, did Steve Lindley.
Contact warning for Adam Wright though. This is really interesting for second place. Further back, should say as well, Marcus Neris has just got past Wayne Dunham. That's for 7th place. Daniel Hollinshead as well has just got himself up in the top 10, demoting James Antwist down to 11th place. It's worth mentioning actually, Marcus Neris, your highest placed Class 3 runner in this one so far, in that 7th place position. I reckon there's going to be one more tour of the circuit after this one for Steve Lindley.
Just got to stay focused. If it's a 1.5 second gap, Anwar Burrell-Smith's gone purple in sector number 1. The pace of those behind is quick. Last lap board is out. It's 1.3 between Lindley and Burrell-Smith, and you've got Adam Wright in the mix there as well, so the gap's actually going to be more like 0.8 of a second. Can Steve Lindley hold on for a first victory in sprints in the heats? That's one of the big opportunities to get by if you're in second place. Done. It's got to be Garda. It's got to be Garda if Adam Wright's going to go for it.
Yeah, but Wright's got to pick his moment, hasn't he? Because if he messes this up, Burrell Smith will be through. It's going to be so close here as they come up to Garda. It's going to have to be from a long way back. Lindley is wise to it and goes defensive, so it will only be if he has a compromised run up the hill that it'll go the way of Wright. Coming up the hill now, through Cafe Corner, and just about Steve Lindley.
Oh, he's
is he going to do it?
it?
Oh my goodness me! And because we've got the transponder issue for Wright, I'm pretty sure that was Lindley. I think he has done it, but my goodness me, that was close. And because we've got the transponder issue on Adam Wright, we can't tell you how close that was. But that was, oh, Steve, that was almost premature on the fist bumping, my friend. But I'm pretty sure he's done it. Steve Lindley wins ahead of Adam Wright and Anwar Burrell Smith in third place. And already the karts are out for heat number 11. We'll have to check back on the confirmed result for that, but goodness me, that was dramatic stuff. The penultimate heat of heavyweights is up for you next here at Buckmore Park. Here's your grid then for heat number 11. Vijay Patel will start this one on pole with Dan Giles alongside. It'll be Alex Pritchard and Vinod Harani on row 2. Russell Taylor and Richard Allen on row number 3. Row 4 will be Lewis Ridd and Jack Cameron Drayton, with Dave Pethers and Matt Isherwood rounding up out the top 10. Nicholas Walker and Joe Holmes are on row 6. Row 7 is going to be Rudy Murphy and Toby Sutton. Then it'll be Richard Payne and Jaden Cadigan, Richard Neal and Ricardo Vitali to round out the 18-car grid. And we are already, I'm hearing, away. There we go. Picking up the start here with the number 38, Vijay Patel. Look at Alex Pritchard, though, with a bold start there from third place on the grid in the number 7. Some drivers going very wide there, but if nothing else, it's to give each other plenty of room. It's here, though, where it could get interesting. Richard Allen having a bit of an issue there with Russell Taylor as they both went wide, and Matt Isherwood, I think, and Dave Pethers look to me, Andrew, like they've been major beneficiaries of this early doors, because I think they've got themselves from row 5 up into the top 5.
And that's an expected penalty because that was a big load.
Yeah,
I have to agree with that one. That was a big old first hairpin, just rolling off the brakes, and a correct penalty being handed there to Lewis Ridd.
But in all of that, I think Alex Pritchard is through to the head of the field. Indeed he is, after we saw him in his first heat at the back. The number 7 is now at the head of the field for the Applewood independent driver. Alex Pritchard leads at the end of lap number 1, ahead of the now penalised Lewis Ridd, who's defending hard here against the 38 of Vijay Patel. And it is Dave Pethers and Matt Isherwood who are major movers on that first lap. Joe Holmes, though, as well. This is his lowest grid position of the day so far, as he's allowing Dave Pethers through because he felt that there was undue contact that he gave us. Was that a spinner?
Yeah,
I could see in the background at Henry's Bend in the background. But yeah, Joe Holmes started this one from 12th on the grid.
I think it's Vitali.
And a
triple-digit number, and he's the only one in the race.
Okay, and Joe Holmes was through up into 5th place, I believe, at this point. So he's now on the back of Dave Pethers, as that was very close to the bollards and too close to the bollards. I think there was, I think it was Matt Isherwood, but it might have been Dickie Allen. Actually, we'll have to double check that one as they stream up again. This has the feeling, doesn't it, of everyone's in their last chance saloon here for optimising the points to make sure they're in the race that they want to be in. Dave Pethers gives a little bit of a tap of the helmet to say, come on, folks, let's think this through. As behind him, Russell Taylor and Rudy Murphy are battling away. And indeed, Matt Isherwood is down the inside now of Vijay Patel, for that position. So the 75 now ahead of the 38.
Confirmed that previous result from Heat 10, Steve Lindley. That's his first win in 18 months. Apologies, he got some in 2020 as well in the heat. So a first win in a very long time for Steve Lindley in the heavyweight sprints.
Yeah, well deserved.
Officially by 0.00000. I think, well, whoever is in race control has looked at it on the line and said, yes,
it was close.
Lindley's nose is ahead of Adam Wright.
Richard Allen there with a lovely move there. Hairpin one gets by on Lewis Ridd and gives the signal, let's get on up the road and challenge this Alex Pritchard guy, who's so far leading the race by 1 second. In fact, probably a little bit more after that move for second place. And then Joe Holmes there in 4th place. This one's going to be an interesting one towards the end. We've seen Joe Holmes in rude health pace-wise and controlling races when he's got to the front early doors, but he's not at the front early doors. So what can he do with this heat? As there's this really good mid-pack battle as well which is from Dave Pethers down, and then there's another pack that Rudy Murphy is leading in 8th place at the moment that's just streaming through the bottom of your shot just then. Here is Dave Pethers in that number 86 in 5th place. Russell Taylor on his tail. Russell Taylor will be looking to have a good result because he was the stricken kart in the previous race, so he needs some good points on the board in this one. Does the driver in the number 68.
I'm liking this response from Rudy Murphy. Had a bit of a rough start, had a penalty in his first heat, but since then has struck back with one really good race and a half race so far that's been impressive as well. As down the inside looks Russell Taylor. That's going to leave him vulnerable to Matt Isherwood. Matt Isherwood on the grass for a second there.
On the grass.
And that is a very nice move indeed from another one of the other half of the Cardiff University mob here today. Previous years gone by in the BUKC, and Mish is up to 6th.
Needs to be a bit careful though, does Matt Isherwood. Just there, the other thing that race controller wise too are all 4 wheels over the white line on the exit curb of Cafe. Just needs to be a little bit careful because the temptation is to amazingly straight line the straight, and indeed you should, but not at the expense of violating the track limit rule there. So just got to be careful of that one because it's right underneath race control as well. They can see it quite clearly. So they've got to be careful of that as we're looking here at the 29 of Nicholas Walker, who's running in 9th place with the attentions of Patel behind, as this is your battle for the race lead. Here it is, it's closed up nicely. Alex Pritchard having to go to the inside, defending against Richard Allen in that number 26. Dickie Allen trying to find a way through, but he's going to leave himself exposed to Lewis Ridd down the inside of Hairpin 2, and he's going to get a nose alongside, and look out for Joe Holmes, who will read this one in his usual calculated way, I am sure. Dickie Allen looking down the inside of Syme Sweep. That's bold. And he's going to nerf a way through, is he? He's certainly going to have the inside line into Paddock Corner, but they might compromise both of them. And this time Alex Pritchard goes to the left of the bollard in avoidance. Lewis Ridd, though, is going to look down the inside. Joe Holmes is going to look down the inside of Dickie Allen. And that's going to be a costly move for Dickie Allen, as he's going to keep his foot in it and hold on for now ahead of Joe Holmes. Somehow it's still Alex Pritchard at the head of the race, but the change in positions it belies quite how dramatic that last lap was. This time slightly calmer from Alex Pritchard into hairpin 1 under slightly less pressure. Lewis Ridd is looking to negate his penalty, don't forget, for loading at the start. So he needs to just go as far, well, same principle as everybody else really. He wants to finish as high as possible, but there is that added incentive. He knows that his points are going to be compromised off the back of this one. And I think it's going to be just one more lap after this one, depending on exactly when they come across the start line. Alex Pritchard is going full defence there, and Dickie Allen's down the inside, or up the inside I should say, of Lewis Ridd on the uphill, breaking into Garda, and a nice clean move there as they come around here and start the final lap of heat number 11. This could go anyway between this top 4.
It could indeed. And Joe Holmes!
Contact with Lewis Ridd!
That, I think, is going to be a takeout penalty. Not sure that Joe had enough of his kart up alongside to have the corner.
Yeah, that's a difficult one, because
if it is, that's a very rare mistake from Joe Holmes. Meanwhile, Pritchard versus Allen continuing at the front of the field, down through Syme Sweep. No attentions from behind from the rest of them. Joe Holmes, you see there, carrying on in 3rd place for now. Is Richard Allen going to throw one down the inside? Alex Pritchard isn't going to let him throw one down the inside. Beautifully defended there from the Applewood independent driver around the final corner of any real meaning when you're in a race like this. Alex Pritchard is going to take race victory ahead of Richard Allen. He's thrown everything at that. That is a very good win for Alex Pritchard. Joe Holmes finishes in 3rd, 4th for Dave Pethers, 5th Matt Isherwood, Russell Taylor, Rudy Murphy P7 as a C3. That is nice. Very nice indeed. Ahead of Nicholas Walker, Jack Cameron Drayton 9th, Dan Giles wraps out the top 10, Vijay Patel, Richard Neal, Jaden Cadigan, Vinod Hirani, Toby Sutton are all in the top 15. Lewis Ridd, disaster, +4 penalty and classified 16th. That will become 18th. There's only 2 drivers behind him in the shape of Richard Payne, there he is, and Riccardo Vitali, there he is.
Interesting one, isn't it? It's possible to prise open the door, for want of a better phrase, there at turn number 1, but it was just the wrong amount of overlap between them there.
Yeah.
And that was just the contact on the rear right. We've got to look ahead now to the final heat, which is going to be heat number 12. And we kick off heat number 12 with a fascinating front row for the Class 2 prospects here. Steve Bosley starts this one on pole with Mikey Nichols alongside. It'll be Paul Williams and Darren Townsley next, with Brad Jones and Johnny Elliott on row number 3. Row 4 is going to be Luke Pullen and Callan Sigafus, with Tim Williams and Miguel Hall rounding out your top 10. James Taylor and Samuel Bensley are next. Then it'll be Alexander Lammin and Luke Elliott, Matthew Batter and Shane Houlihan, and then Benjamin Wooten will round out the 17 starters in this one. So 4th and 5th place in the Class 2 standings last year are your front row. As I say, the highest placed drivers to have not made the promotion up to Class 1, and it's a good clean start into turn number 1 so far. But it's still with Steve Bosley at the front of this one. Paul Williams as well slotting into 3rd place. There's a penalty though for Johnny Elliott early on, and that is for breaking formation ahead of the start line. So that'll be penalties for the driver in that number 54 kart, currently challenging for 3rd place as they go 3 wide, even 4 wide coming out of there. And James Taylor in the 110 is battling away in the mid-pack as they stream through Symes Sweet for the first time. Miguel Hall there in the number 8 as well, trying to capitalise on this, as down the inside of the driver in 34 kart, I think that was, trying to make a move as they come up the hill for the first time in this last heat of the heavyweight running. It is Steve Bosley who leads ahead of Mikey Nichols. Then it's Paul Williams defending hard here against Johnny Elliott and Tim Williams. James Taylor up into 6th place is your biggest mover actually from that first lap. Still Paul Williams defending well for 3rd place here, albeit it's opening up the gap to the top 2. So it's compromising any of those who would seek to get on up the road and challenge Bosley and Nichols at the front of this one. Tim Williams there in the wheel tracks of Johnny Elliott, and then it is James Taylor and Miguel Hall. Luke Pullen as well is in the mix as Paul Williams has to go around the bollard in avoidance, and that's opened the door for Tim Williams to have a go. In fact, that's opened the door for James Taylor to have a go at Johnny Elliott, and that combined with his panel, Miguel Hall round the outside at centre as well. You don't see that every day. And costly lap for Johnny Elliott in an already penalty compromised heat. This one, it's not gone brilliantly there for the driver in the number 54, as there's a little bit of contact between himself and Miguel Hall into turn 1, the likes of which we saw between Joe Holmes and Lewis Ridd in that previous race. But now Elliott is through on Miguel Hall, and I'm not sure Hall's too happy with that exchange, but he will race to fight another corner, as he is fighting there with Darren Townsley in the 65, who is just looking for any opportunity coming his way there in the battle over 8th place.
Hopefully everyone's just calm for a few seconds. No, Miguel Hall's going to go down the inside of Callan Sigafus.
Yep.
Gets the move done. Confirmed from the previous heat, plus 6 positions for Joe Holmes. Adjudged to have done an ABC takeout. I have watched the incident back. I think it's the right call.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for Joe, should still get in the A final, but we'll have work to do in the A final.
And this is where it goes back to.
Oh, Johnny Elliott gets all crossed up through hairpin 1. Sorry, Howard.
Yeah, no worries. And that's going to open the door for Miguel Hall to come from a long way back into hairpin 2, and that might leave them both exposed to Callan Sigafus. Sigafus has the overlap on Johnny Elliott, and he is going to get through by the S's. Nice judgment there from Sigafus to see the situation developing ahead of him and take as much as he could from that situation. And now Townsley's going to be looking for an opportunity on Johnny Elliott, but he goes a bit deep into paddock. Meanwhile, at the front of the race, here we go, Steve Bosley versus Mikey Nichols. Mikey obviously felt that he had a bit of a run on Bosley there out of Garda as they come through onto lap number 5. Do they feel that they've got enough of a gap to the rest of the field that they can start to have a bit of a battle, or are they going to continue to work together here?
I would say, with the pace that Miguel Hall has at the moment, the answer is no. They need to keep working together with 3.5 minutes on the clock.
Track limit warnings being issued throughout the field, by the way. Sam Bensley's just got one, Paul Williams has just got one. So drivers need to be careful. I think I was trying to make this point earlier, but there was drama going on. Buckmore Park is, in my opinion, at the forefront. As for the lead of the race, there is Mikey Nichols with a textbook move into Garda. Another penalty for Johnny Elliott, I'm afraid to say, for contact. This is not going his way at all, but change for the lead at the front. Mikey Nichols gets ahead of Steve Bosley to take the lead of the race at the end of lap number 5, as James Taylor is having to defend against Miguel Hall into turn 1 and defends again into hairpin 1.
I'm not sure that's the right thing we want to do, Tats.
No, I don't think it is.
There's a chance to get positions further ahead if
yeah,
we work with
and I
Miguel.
wouldn't be surprised if Miguel tried one down the inside of hairpin 2 there as well. Here are our race leaders coming through. Syme Sweep, the downhill sweeper to the right. Full commitment needed, but don't compromise your line too much through the next couple of corners. Through the left-handers called Pullmans ahead of Paddock Corner, the right-hander. So it goes Syme Sweep, Pullmans and Paddock, and still Miguel Hall is pressuring James Taylor over 4th place. What I was going to say was safety here at Buckmore Park, I think, is at the forefront of karting venues, and there's a lot of tarmac runoff, but the downside to that is and that was
penalty for Steve Bosley.
Yeah. Yes, indeed, that's costly. What is James Taylor trying to? Is there a yellow flag out there for something? As JV just stood on the
JV having a very good look there. What was going on?
Yeah.
Between Taylor, Hall, and Elliott. So
Bosley cannot win this one now.
Yep.
Is the significance of that cone penalty? So Mikey Nichols leads it on the road, and even if Bosley gets by, Nichols would still win it. The problem is, does Mikey Nichols know that, or is he going to defend like his life depends on it? And that'll be a cone penalty surely, or at least a cone warning for a little touch on the barrier there. Miguel Hall under pressure now from Johnny Elliott. From Darren Townsley, in that number 65. As haven't seen a cone item come up yet on timing. But look at this, everyone's getting involved. Callan Sigafus is on the scene and is by on Darren Townsley, in fact. So Sigafus passed Townsley for 7th at the back of this pack, being led by James Taylor in the 110. Then it's the 54 of Johnny Elliott, who has several penalties to be applied at the end of this one. And then Miguel Hall in the number 8 is the 3rd one in this train. Johnny Elliott's weak off of Paddock though, and that's surely going to open the door for Miguel Hall to just run up the inside of Garda. Indeed it is. And now Callan Sigafus in the 90 will be having a look as Mikey Nichols takes them onto the final lap.
Last victory in sprints.
Oh, yellow flag out.
Was round 7 last season. That's where Mikey Nichols took a heat victory. So he's due one. And if he can just keep, well, even if he falls behind Steve Bosley, because Bosley has got that cone penalty, he'll still take the victory.
Paul Williams is also doing a fantastic defensive job. You can see in the back of shot here. But James Taylor, Miguel Hall has found a way through, going into Syme Sweep. That's going to be bold, and they're all over the runoff there. But that's going to allow Johnny Elliott down the inside of Miguel Hall. It hasn't paid off. Hall will try and get the switch back up into Garda. He's going to have to do a pass on the grass. He can't make it work, and Callan Sigafus is going to come through. Miguel Hall is very grieved about that. Mikey Nichols takes the win up at the top of the hill. Then it's Steve Bosley, but with a penalty to be applied. Tim Williams with a quiet run, but to a good haul of points in 3rd. Then James Taylor holds on for 4th place. Johnny Elliott in 5th. Callan Sigafus getting Miguel Hall there at the very end for 6th place. Paul Williams is in 8th, holding off everybody, it seemed, for that position. Darren Townsley in 9th with Luke Pullen rounding out your top 10. Then it was Sam Bensley, Alexander Lamin, Benjamin Wootton, Matthew Batter, Luke Elliott, Brad Jones, and Shane Houlihan is how they finished of the 17 runners. My goodness me, how are these drivers going to be when there's some trophies to fight for?
We'll know very, very soon. There'll be a short interlude now whilst the points are tallied up from the 12 heats that we've seen this morning and early afternoon at Buckmore Park. And I think we'll take a short break whilst those points are being tallied out, and we'll come back for the C final. That'll be the first race, the first of the longer trophy races, up next here on Alpha Live.
Hello viewers, yes that's right, Club 100 are proud to announce that we are unveiling a brand new championship, a new race series for drivers aged 8 to 12 years old, the Club 100 Cadet Championship. My name's Steve Brown, otherwise known as Super GT in the world of karting. I've been racing Club 100 for a good 13 years now, so I know a fair amount about it, but today I'm here to learn about the new championship. All right, I am joined by the main man himself, Mr. JV. It's good to see you as always.
Thank you, Steve.
Please tell me about the new championship.
So the Club 100 Cadet Championship, it's an arrive and drive, high performance race championship designed for cadet age drivers from the age of 8 through to 12 years of age. In fact, they can start racing at the age of 7 in the year of their 8th birthday. And we're kicking off in 2022 with a couple of test days. We're going to call them academy days, so it's the idea is to get the new drivers to come in and try it out for the first time in a pressure-free environment, and then we move on to the 7-round championship, which kicks off in May next year. In fact, here at Buckmore Park.
Okay, is there a need for a license to do this championship?
There is. We are affiliated with Motorsport UK, so we will be running under permit. So drivers will need a license. It will be the KX license, which is free of charge, and to the driver. And yeah, and obviously what comes with that is all the bells and whistles. You know you're going to get a correctly run race meeting, should we say, with all the support infrastructure in place.
And in terms of cost, what are we looking at?
So we're looking at around about between 190 to 200 pounds per race entry. But look, what you've got to remember is that's arrive and drive. So you're not paying for anything else. There are no hidden extras there. You're not paying for fuel, you're not paying for tyres, you're not paying for damage costs or anything like that. We bring it all to the track. The drivers just turn up and drive.
So we've got the kart behind us here. Can you tell me more about it?
Yeah, so it's a Birrell chassis. So the kart itself is a Birrell kart. And the powertrain we've chosen is the Rotax micro engine. So it follows the story through to our senior Club 100 with the Junior Max that we use. So tell me, Steve, what do you think of the Club 100 Cadet Championship?
Well, I'm no longer 8 to 12 years old, unfortunately. But if I was, then I think I'd be pestering my parents to get me out in one of these karts for a year. I think it's just a good way to get into karting at an affordable and a fair level. So there we have it, guys. If you are aged 8 to 12 and want to get yourself into high performance karting without having to own the kart, get yourself over to club100.co.uk and register interest for the Club 100 Cadet Championship. Good luck, mate.
So just a brief pause there, or here at the circuit I should say, whilst the grids are being sorted for the first of our trophy finals, and saw a little bit there about the exciting new championship that's coming your way in the Club 100 repertoire of championships that they run. The portfolio they have being extended down to younger drivers this year with that exciting Cadet Championship, and a really interesting opportunity for young drivers to get themselves involved in the highest levels of arrive and drive karting in Europe. And that of course pairs with the Young Drivers Championship, which got started in the last year or so, which means that there is now that really brilliant prospect of a ladder, as you were to work your way up through to the senior level of Club 100, which is what we are looking at today with the senior sprints. So that is the fantastic. I'm genuinely, I'm really excited to see that in Club 100. That progression that you have up through the series. You know, with your cadets, with your junior championship, your own driver championship, and then you can move on to the seniors, and not forgetting as well that Club 100 also, of course, running the British Universities Karting Championship. So even if you're heading off to university, you know, if you're watching this and you're a student, there's that to get involved with as well. So there's a very clear progression that you can go on through Club 100 championships to get yourself up to this level. Let's talk then a little bit about how this is going to work. So across the 12 heats, the drivers have tried to accrue as many points as they can, and they have been getting championship points during that, I should say, as well. So 20 points it is that they've got for a heat win in any of the heats so far this morning, but it's 130 points on offer for a final win. So the big point, that just gives you an idea of how the big points on the table are in these finals. There's going to be 3 of these. There's going to be a C final, a B final and an A final, with the drivers split evenly between those grids more or less for how well they have done across their heats. And there are promotion spots available, so if you've had a terrible time, we've seen some drivers with kart damage today having to recover to the pits, and some drivers having spins that would be on their control and stuff like that, or even just having an accident that was within their control but they had an uncharacteristic incident. There is an opportunity for redemption here. The top 4 positions, the top 4 finishers I should say, in the C final will progress onto the back of the B final grid, and then the top 2 from that B final will progress onto the back of your A final grid. And obviously we'll be looking to who can take the win across all 4 of our subclasses.
Shameless plug time, if
Go on.
we've got sufficient time. Couple of notices for the Club 100 community, and chronologically, keep an eye on the DDMM YouTube channel for the next few days, because we'll have the coverage from round 2 of the iRacing Championship coming out in the next 24 hours. YouTube rendering and upload pending and all of that business, you know what it's like. And then we're back Wednesday night as well for another round of the Club 100 and BUKC iRacing Championship. We'll be going live from 7:45 on Wednesday night, round 3 of the championship, in the touring cars, the front wheel drive touring cars round Knock Hill on iRacing. And if that's perked your ears up and you've gone, oh, I didn't know there was a Club 100 iRacing Championship, it's open to Club 100 drivers, BUKC drivers and BPEC drivers, then best way to get involved on Facebook at C100 iRacing. It's a group of people who'll help you and get you involved in the championship, and on Discord as well, same again, C100 iRacing. And any other general questions, Double Dash MM on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram and all that business. Let us know who you are if you're on iRacing, and we'll help you get involved.
Absolutely. Does look to me like the drivers know something we don't, because they appear to know what order to sit in the karts for C final, but I haven't got a grid at the moment here in the box, so we'll just have to wait and see on that one. See if we can give I could just hear the sound. I think that was Gel just putting it. There's a driver who's not in their kart but should be, because I just heard it faintly, the eternal words, "We will go without you," which is stuff. If you're a driver in a race and you're not in a kart and those are the words you hear, that's never a good moment. That means you got to hurry up.
Other Club 100 streaming news.
Yes.
The next stream of a Club 100 variety will be BUKC Finals on the 1st of April. No, that is not an April Fool's. That is genuine. So we'll be down at Llandau. I say you will be down at Llandau.
I will be down at
James
Llandau.
Johnson. I will be elsewhere that weekend with another Alpha live stream.
You say it's not an April Fool. I am really looking forward to the grid interviews on that one.
Oh yes.
Go on, Jacob.
And then our next, in fact, I will go all the way to May, where we will find the next Club 100 Sprints stream. That will be at Glan-Y-Gors on the 8th of May, and then 2 weekends after that, we've got the first round of the new Club 100 Cadets Championship, which you saw the piece with Steve Super GT Brown on a few minutes ago, and the juniors as well. So what was the Young Drivers Championship last year, now renamed the juniors, just as this is now part of the seniors, continuing that alignment with Motorsport UK's karting pathway.
Absolutely. Grid or no grid that we have for you in the box, though, I can see that the C final drivers are going out onto the circuit, so that's coming up for you next here on your Alpha live stream, the C final in heavyweight and super heavyweight senior sprints. So as I say, I'm afraid we don't have a grid for you on this one, but I can definitely tell you who's taking part in it. Craig Nichols, Andrew Hicks, Marcus Narris, Luke Pullen, Leon Dupries, Vinod Hirani, Luke Elliott, James Antwis, Stuart Kirk, Lewis Rogers, Jaden Cadigan, Matthew Batter, Lenny Wood, Khan Bennett, Josh Lamarina, David Wilson, Tim Dorr, Lee Barrow, Stephen Solway, Toby Sutton, Richard Payne, Damien Smith, Ricardo Vitale, John Mellor and Shane Houlihan are all taking part in this final. The right notes, but maybe in the wrong order. We'll have to see how they line up on this one as they're coming up the hill.
Here we go then. Top 4 is the aim of the game in this one. Watching for the lights. Away we go. We're running in the C final. Good start for Craig Nichols. Leads into turn 1. Andrew Hicks runs a bit wide, but should retain onto at least 3rd place into hairpin 1. Now this is going to be a crucial corner in this race. Is everybody going to survive?
I felt like Stuart Kirk got very sideways there in the mid-pack, and he might have lost out. In fact, where is Stuart Kirk, I have to ask? He's dropped back. I can see him there, but he dropped back quite a way there. I think he had a sideways moment there. Oh, and the driver spinning there. Oh, 2 drivers off in the S's.
Vinod Hirani's one of them in the blue suit with the white helmet.
And it's Leon Dupries, the other one, in the number 14.
Oh, more spins down and chaos down at paddock corner. The number 12 of Lenny Wood's involved.
Gift to Craig Nichols, because that means he's now well in front at the head of this one. Such a costly moment there for Marcus Narris. But that means Craig Nichols has several seconds in hand at the head of the field, because he was the only one to get through cleanly there. So it's Craig Nichols by 3.5 seconds ahead of Andrew Hicks, Luke Pullen and Josh Lamarina, up 10 positions on that opening lap.
Yeah, very chaotic start to the race. Luke Elliott has been issued with an ABC takeout.
And it's gutting for Vinod Hirani, for Marcus Narris, Jaden Cadigan and Leon Dupries, all big losers on that first lap, losing out more than 10 positions for all of those drivers lost on the opening lap.
Well, this has really thrown this race wide open. It's a longer race, remember, 12 minutes in total length, so we've not even reached the point of 10.5 minutes to go where you've got a normal heat distance left on the clock. We've seen how drivers can pull their way up through the order, so even though the likes of Lenny Wood and other C2s, we've moved down to super heavyweights, we've moved down, Stuart Kirk being another example, they've got time to work their way back up into that top 4. Having said that, that's another track limit warning for Lenny Wood. That's 2 of them so far. Down the inside is the number 84 that is Rogers, trying to get past Matthew Batter in the number 81.
Yeah, there's only 2 C2 runners in this field, which is Craig Nichols, your race leader, and Luke Pullen in 3rd. Everybody else is in either Class 3 or super heavyweights. So that's how it shakes out in the running order, as the number 22 of Khan Bennett, is trying to get through on James Antwis and makes that move. So Khan Bennett up into 5th place in the number 22.
You're right in saying earlier, Howard, this is a gift now for Craig Nichols. 4 seconds to the good out front. Luke Pullen, as there's a penalty for Lee Barrow for an ABC takeout. So that is the number 67's day pretty much done. There will be no B final for Barrow.
Interesting.
Always spin there. There's a lot of strange spins going on in this race. That's on hairpin 2, and there's another one joining in sympathy. That could be a spin on the yellow penalty also. Bit chaotic, this C final. We've not even got to the point where we've got 8 minutes to go. This is the key group, though. Tactically, these 3 drivers, Luke Pullen, Andrew Hicks and Josh Lamarina, just need to work together now. Get those top 4 spots. Don't encourage Khan Bennett back into the battle here, and particularly this driver, Lenny Wood, trying to get past James Antwis, who's had a solid day, a first day here in C3 of the season.
Luke Elliott was your spinner up at hairpin 2, and I think if you said there was one in sympathy, that will have been Stephen Solway in the 61, which both of them actually are carrying penalties already as well. Luke Elliott for an ABC takeout, and Stephen Solway for, well, he's just been given the penalty for spinning on the yellows, of course, which is what we saw happen. Cone penalty for Lewis Rogers as well. But as you say, Andrew, it's critical. This is where, and this is the difficult, right? Tactically, you've got to have your eyes on the prize in these C and B finals, particularly the C final, where there are these 4 positions up for grabs. But what happens is that Class 3 drivers, in particular, and is what we would expect. They're in that novice class. Maybe are thinking too much about battling for every single position.
Yeah.
Rather than playing the long game of, hey, you could get up into a B final here, and if you get up into the B final, then you can worry about overtaking these, and you'll get even bigger points. So that is the key thing to bear in mind for these drivers. Craig Nicholls just needs to control it now, 3.8 seconds to the good. Although having said that, Luke Pullen set the fastest lap of the race last time around, is down the inside there of the 44, and here they are breaking ranks somewhat there. Josh Lemerena going through up into third place, is he? Yes, he is, as there's a yellow flag out at turns 1 and 2. Not seeing what that's for yet. And now Andrew Hicks has a little look back at Lemerena. So Luke Pullen's been able to pull away from these. He's broken the toe of these, he's on up the road. So Luke Pullen just needs to control his second place as well. So there's 2 tickets being fought over here for 3rd and 4th place, currently occupied by Lemerena, and as there's a driver recovering to the pit. I think Luke Elliott has had to go into the pit lane with kart problems. That's Lenny Wood going defensive against the 22 of Calm Bennett. That's because Lenny Wood has got himself up into 5th place. Now Lenny Wood, Andrew, is a driver who has the experience to know how this works, as it were. Okay, he will know. He might not know exactly which position he's running in right now, but he'll I would have thought, have a decent idea that it's about not going all in on overtaking every last person. If he is in any way aware that this is a battle, because he's on the cusp of getting into the top 4, if he can get by on Andrew Hicks. And there he goes down the inside of Paddock. Andrew Hicks. And Andrew Hicks is going to fight back here, and Lenny Wood's going to let him through. Andrew Hicks put his arm aloft there through Paddock very early on into Paddock. For my money, that was fair from Lenny Woods. I didn't think that was undue contact at all. I thought that was from a fair way back, but that seemed absolutely A-OK to me. And to be honest with you, Andrew Hicks, I think, put the arm aloft. There's a cone penalty, though, for Lenny Wood, and that one is costly, because it means if he gets by Andrew Hicks at the moment, it wouldn't be good enough for him to be promoted into the B final. And Lemerena in all of that has actually got a few kart lengths in hand as well. So are we seeing it that actually the top 3 are now decided, and there's only one real battle in earnest over the last of the promotion spots?
Hello to Joe and Mark Craddock, who messaged in earlier, or watching from home and cheering on our race leader, Craig Nicholls. Mark Craddock, who used to race to a very high level, a former Club 100 champion himself, of course. Yeah. So great to have them watching at home on the stream. Do keep your comments coming in. Let us know who you're supporting. Let us know where you're watching from.
It's worth noting that Luke Pullen is eroding the gap at the front by a few tenths each lap. There is Luke Pullen in the number 45. And, yeah, he'll be... he is slow. He has got the pace over Craig Nicholls at the moment, but to be fair, Craig is getting faster with each lap. He just set a personal best last time around, and it'll just be critical for Craig, you know, if
another penalty for Lenny Wood, and this one's going to be
track
much
limits.
more costly. Track limits.
That's 3 positions he's accumulated in total now with the cone penalty.
So he's got to win the race.
He
has to win the race on the road to qualify through to the B final now, which with 3 minutes and 45 seconds to go.
But it made bizarre. Oh, and he's through on Hicks. Order. He's through on Hicks as well on the road. So that's an interesting aspect now, because basically the 44 of Andrew Hicks wants to get by on Lenny Wood, but actually what he doesn't want to do is let through the 22 of Calm Bennett behind him, because that will actually be more costly from the perspective of being promoted.
Follow through.
This is what we're talking about when it comes to the tactics of this final, of these C finals and B finals. Because if Andrew Hicks goes all in against Lenny Wood, he'll be taken by, well, not just Calm Bennett, but Matthew Batter is there as well in the 81 to capitalise on this.
The wise thing to do would be to try and follow Lenny Wood if Andrew Hicks can, because Lenny Wood's got to give it everything now to get into the A final, and it's looking very unlikely because the pace of the leader is good, 48.0 last time around for Nicholls.
That's not so good though, Andrew. That's half a second that the leader's just lost to Luke Pullen. So that is a story to keep eyes on, because if they start having a massive battle over the lead, as I say, if you're Craig Nicholls and Luke gets onto the back of you, let him go.
Yep.
Let him go. I know it's, I know that there's a small little trophy medal that's given out for winning the C final, but in terms of points, which is what matters at the end of the day, you want to make sure that you're not having taking each other out such that you're both in tears at the end of this one. There is the lead gap though. Craig Nicholls in that 103, Luke Pullen in the all-white suit helmet combination in the number 45.
Key change for 5th on the road. Howard Kant Bennett has got ahead of Andrew Hicks, so once Lenny Wood's penalties are applied, that is a move for the last position in the B final. On the B final grid, there it is, number 22, now ahead of 44 and 81, and looking to pull away. There's a cone penalty for Riccardo Vitale.
Absolutely, and still an opportunity for the 81 of Batter, and Batter was having a look there into paddock corner but didn't make it stick. And do you know what? They've lost less time than I thought they would have done to Bennett in that exchange. But yeah, Matthew Batter is nipping at the heels as well of these two.
Bennett himself was a touch wide through Pullman's, which is the left-hander at the bottom of Syme's sweep.
Good battle going on behind them over 8th place between James Antwis and Toby Sutton as well. And Leon Dupreez has just got past Lee Barrow as well for 13th place. So some good battles going on throughout the field here. But there'll be one more lap, I reckon, after this one in our C final. And another 3/10 taken out of the leader on the last lap. So Luke Pullen is pushing. And is that someone a lap down? Just keeping it's Richard Payne doing a good job of not compromising the run of those drivers too much. Last lap then for for everyone ultimately, but led by this man here, Craig Nicholls, who bit of drama maybe that saw him get into this. This is the driver who had the spin, didn't he, on the grass on driver's right towards hairpin one of his heats.
Yep.
And one wonders if maybe if that hadn't happened, maybe he wouldn't need to be in this position of the C final. Gosh, Luke Pullen is closing in quite a bit though. He might have wished this one went for one more lap. Unless he can do a major move here. But it looks like if he can just bring it up the hill and bring it home, it's looking good for the 103. Craig Nicholls then is going to round Cafe Corner and run it across the line to take the win in the C final. Luke Pullen sets the fastest lap of the race of a 47.391 as he comes to take 2nd place. 3rd place will go to Joshua Lamarena. Then it's the 12 of Lenny Wood, but with penalties to be applied, and he knows it, which means that it'll be the 22 of Khan Bennett who takes the final promotion spot there in 5th place on the road, but 4th place once everything is worked out in penalties. Andrew Hicks was next, and then it was Matthew Batter, Toby Sutton in 8th, James Antwis in 9th, David Wilson to round out the top 10. Then it was Jaden Cadogan, Stuart Kirk in 12th place, Leon Dupreez was next up, Lee Barrow in 14th, then it was Vinod Hirani, Marcus Naris, Tim Dorr in 17th place, 18th for Damien Smith, Lewis Rogers in 19th, Stephen Solway taking 20th off of Shane Houlihan, I think on the last lap there, with Riccardo Vitale in 22nd, Richard Payne in 23rd, and John Mellor. I know that Luke Elliott was going back to the pits, and John Mellor has had issues as well because he's 9 laps down. So that was your C final. There'll be a slight pause now just whilst they double check those who are being promoted up into the B final. But congratulations, provisionally we say, to Craig Nicholls there, who, I mean, he was given a bit of a gift on that first lap, but controlled it from there on, didn't succumb to the pressure of leading the race and brought that one home nicely. So good stuff there. I've just seen a comment there, Andrew, that fills me with some joy, which is that I think everybody's favourite grid interviewer may be featuring in a certain A final later on, but we'll get to that when it comes. Drivers now getting ready for the B final. One driver grabs my eye there is Matt Isherwood, partially because he's got a very good distinctive lid, but partially because it's going to be interesting to see where he is on this B final grid.
It's the kind of lid design I like.
Yes.
It's very clear and distinctive, and we've got some good ones coming up in the lightweights later as well, but more about them later on.
Absolutely. I'm just having a look at, we have got the grid for the B final, by the way, so we will be able to take you through that once they come out onto track.
Hello to Rich T Racing. What a lovely way to spend a Sunday morning after a rather heavy Saturday. Big supports to all the super heavyweights. What were you up to after the racing, James? No, don't tell me. Luke Pullen is the GOAT. Luke Pullen is the greatest of all time, apparently. Well, he's through to the B final, and that was a good drive from Luke. You can see the drivers in the karts getting ready for the B final. In fact, should we do it? Let's make the break to the B final. B final in the heavyweights is up next. Let's take you through the grid for the B final. My colleague is getting more exuberant in the box as we speak. Samuel Bensley starts on pole position for this one. Daniel Holinshed alongside him on the front row of the race. Has no overtaking. They will be the qualifiers for the A final. Those trying to improve and get into that A final start on row 2. Jack Bridges and Lewis Ridd there. Russell Taylor and Adrian Ray are there on the third row of the grid. As we move down, we find Paul Williams and Jason Bear on row 4. They'll fancy their chances of getting in the B final, in the A final. Sorry, from there, Darren Townsley and Matt Isherwood on row 5. Dan Giles and Rudy Murphy on row number 6. We find Vijay Patel and Simon Kavanagh on row 7. Matt Griffiths and Benjamin Wotton on row number 8. Wayne Dunham and Lee Henderson on row 9. Mike Bodner and Richard Neal start the B final from row 10. Richard Newton and Tom Stalker start on row 11. That's the end of your automatic qualifiers through to the B final. And we should also have our 4 qualifiers, our repêchages, whatever word you want to call them, drivers from the C final. As they're heading out on circuit now, I'm just going to get that confirmed. Yes, it was Craig Nichols, your race winner in the C final. Luke Pullen, Josh Lamarena and Khan Bennett. They will start 23rd, 24th, 25th, 26th.
Yeah, so just looking down this grid, Andrew, a few drivers who stand out to me. Lewis Ridd had that contact with Joe Holmes in one of his heats that spun him well down the order. He's starting this one in 4th, so there he is in the number 9 car. He will be looking to get up into the A final if at all possible. Matt Isherwood, I think we've already mentioned, is the only other Class 1 runner in this pack, I believe. Who else stands out? Paul Williams had a penalty, I want to say, in one of his heats.
Yep.
And will be looking to get into those promotion spots if at all possible. And yeah, it's those are the drivers that stand out to me as like they really would like to get on up the road. But it's going to be an interesting one to see.
A lot of drivers who are A final worthy, but only 2 places to get into that A final. Wait for it, and there's a couple of drivers breaking track, breaking formation there. There could be penalties already coming in from the opposite side of the grid, but Samuel Bensley's got a good start from P1 into hairpin.
Paul Williams is round. Paul Williams is round, and it's causing contact. Lee Henderson is one of them. And, dearie me, I was about to say that it was a great start from Paul Williams from 7th on the grid. He was up into 3rd, Andrew, and I didn't see if someone helped him into it or if he just caught the brakes. But he spun around from very high up on the field there, and everyone had to work their way around him.
There are braking formation penalties already coming in. Adrian Ray's got one, so he cannot get through to the A final. Lewis Ridd, and there's more contact down at Paddock Corner. 2 karts at least involved.
Wayne Dunham, I think, is one of them, Andrew. Yeah, number 66. So as they come round to finish this first lap, Samuel Bensley, quiet lap really, started on pole, still there, although he's under pressure already in this lap from Jack Bridges. He's right on his tail. Lewis Ridd is in 3rd, there he is in the number 9, and Russell Taylor is in 4th place. Other big move, Dan Giles had a good first lap, up to 5th place, and drivers who just kept it clean on that first lap benefited as well. Richard Newton, Craig Nichols up to 15th place, having won that C final. That's what it's about, folks. If you ever think, why would I push so hard to get up from the C final? because you can have moments like that where Craig has just gained an extra 10 points on where he would have finished otherwise, as there down the inside of Samuel Bensley goes Jack Bridges, but it's not paid off, and Lewis Ridd is going to be alongside and through, and so too is Russell Taylor. Yes, he is, the number 68, going for it at Cafe Corner and making it pay off, which is not something we can always say for drivers attempting overtakes there. And Lewis Ridd trying to tuck underneath Samuel Bensley now, the number 9 hounding the back of the number 88, but for the moment at least it is Bensley, unless Ridd is going to try down the inside of hairpin 2, but no, he's too far back to try that. But Bridges is not too far back to try and Taylor, but also doesn't make it work, and then nose to tail now in the top 6 all the way down to Adrian Ray.
So you've got this top 6, one of which have already got a penalty, so can't make the A final. The second group on the road, headed up by Matt Isherwood in the black and yellow helmet, are catching. They really are catching, as Ridd goes down the inside of Bensley. He wants to take the lead of this race. He wants to control this race from the front.
And Bridges round the outside, or trying to up centre, but Bensley's keeping his foot in it, and Bensley's good to do so because he's still keeping his foot in it. They run over the run-off quite a bit. Bridges is choosing the inside line as well in the number 71. Bensley is demoted by Russell Taylor, but Bridges is still alongside with him. This is the 71 versus the 88, but now the 97 of Adrian Ray is getting involved. That's the driver who's carrying the penalty, if I'm not much mistaken. As speaking of penalties, there's a bump and pass 4-place position penalty being issued to the 66 of Wayne Dunham, who's on a bit of a recovery drive after a first lap incident down at Paddock Corner. And now Matt Isherwood is all over the back of Dan Giles in that number 51.
Matt Isherwood has got to be patient here if he wants to make this a final as a C1 driver. He's got plenty of time to pick them off. He's basically got to do in 1 a minute. There's one of them down the inside of Giles, and a big send as well. Was that from Benjamin Whilton?
It was on Jason Bear, and it was a good move, but I thought he was going to have misjudged it and career into the battle ahead of him there, but judged it just right. So Whilton is now past Bear into 8th place.
Ridd and Taylor are starting to drop Bensley. This is a key phase of this race for these two drivers. They need to work together. 2 engines better than 1 and pull away. And if someone does come through from the lower reaches of the top 10, there'll simply be too much for them to do to wrestle one of those 2 promotion spots into the A final off them. But Matt Isherwood's giving it a real good go here, as is Jack Bridges. They are on your screen 5th and 6th at the moment. Someone running wide there, it's Giles. As down the inside of another one goes Isherwood. He's done this many times before. This, I feel, Howard, is where all of that BUKC experience will come into play.
Absolutely.
When you are fighting away from a lower position on the grid relative to your talent and speed, and you've just got to be patient and work your way through.
Yeah, it was a costly moment for Dan Giles going right wide at that last corner, but he's thrown himself back into a major battle, headed at the moment by Craig Nichols, 12th downwards is a frenetic battle you'll see in the background of some of these shots. So yeah, Craig Nichols, Richard Newton, Dan Giles, Luke Pullen. It really is a time to maximise points for those promotees from that C final, isn't it? Good stuff for them there, as we're watching Adrian Ray in the 97 now being pressured by Matt Isherwood, and Isherwood looks down the inside, but Ray, wise to it, closes the door just enough to deter the move up the inside of the Garda corner.
Ray still fighting for points, of course. If we're waxing lyrical about Mish, this is a driver who finished 3rd in the very competitive graduates class of the BUKC Drivers' Championship a couple of years ago, so he likes this frenetic racing, 1-on-1. Ray a little bit wide through hairpin 1. Is there going to be a switch back into hairpin 2 available for Isherwood? Not this time. 6 minutes and 45 seconds to go. The lead 2 are now 2 seconds clear of the rest of the field. They're doing brilliantly. They're working together very, very well. You get the feeling for Matt Isherwood as the last of the C1 drivers in the classification at the moment. He's got to make this move stick now, but Ray's not really wanting to move forward.
No.
I think he's thinking about his penalty, perhaps.
Yeah.
And that this is as good as it's going to get for him. So he's going to defend. Fastest driver out on the road at the moment is Russell Taylor with 47.180. Matt Isherwood trying to get Ray off under. The racing line has done so. Should have the inside line for hairpin 1. Has got it done.
Yeah, can see that out of our window. There it is, confirmed. 75 now ahead of the 97, who immediately gets thrown into the clutches of Jack Bridges. Got to be careful himself because Ben Whilton is on the scene. Here are your top 2, your provisional promotees, shall we say. There is Sam Bensley in the 88 in 3rd place, and Matt Isherwood now up into 4th. But it is a gap of some 2.5 seconds that the likes of Bensley and Isherwood would need to make up. in order to challenge those promotion spots.
Still plenty of time for those outside the top 2 to start making a move. There's Lee Henderson that you just saw flash through your shot, and the number 13 is now up to 16th place. Tom Stalker. What's happening in C3, by the way? C3 at the moment is being led by Benjamin Whilton. So it's Benjamin Whilton from Richard Neal from Tom Stalker.
And I will just double check the A final grid to see what we're fighting for in terms of classes 2, 3 and super heavies.
Paul Williams trying to make up as many places as he can. He's just got past the 59 for 20th place there. Don't think we've got any C3s. I'm sure Dave Whitehouse will let us know if we've got that wrong. Isherwood looking down the inside of Bensley now. It's going to be on the outside. Pulls out of it, maybe trying to set a move up for turn 1. Time is ebbing away for Matt Isherwood. Holds to the inside. Is there going to be a move on into hairpin 1? No, not this time. Maybe we'll try and set one up for hairpin 2, where it is good to do a block pass, but isn't in position to throw the kart up the inside.
I'll just cover something that I've just spotted that's impressive. The A final grid, obviously the points that you've accrued during the heats determines your position.
Yep.
The entire field for the A final currently is covered by 14 points difference, with a 3-way tie on points for the top 3 on the grid. It has been so close today through the heats, as still Adrian Ray is absorbing the pressure well of Bridges. Matt Isherwood has found a way through on Bensley, or he's definitely got a run on him up the hill, and Bensley's trying to stay with him, but Isherwood has got through. So that is just under 4 minutes that Isherwood has to close this gap of now 4.5 seconds. It's going to take some stellar paces. Behind them, that's a big lunge by Benjamin Whilton, and he's made it work.
Yeah.
Whilton is through on Jack Bridges there, the 41 ahead of the 71. And Bridges sort of edges his head from side to side, like, yeah, all right,
okay.
all right, yeah. that was a pass.
Matt Isherwood has gone and set a personal best through Sector 1, another one through Sector 2. The trouble is now, has he got enough time to close down the 4.5 second gap that is up the road to Taylor?
I mean, there's some Cardiff University honours on the line here as well.
There are.
There
are indeed. 3 minutes to go. Here are your leaders, Ridd and Taylor, doing exactly what they need to do.
Yep.
Not fight. Keep working together. Pace for them at the moment. 47.262 for Ridd. 47.193 for Taylor. They are quicker than everybody behind at the moment.
It's not enough from Isherwood at the moment, but he's given it his all. I can see. Actually, I just looked out the window and I can see him pushing like crazy. Here he is, throwing everything he's got, and he is breaking the toe of Bensley, to be fair. Further down the order, Darren Townsley's got by on Luke Pullen. That's for 13th place. Wayne Dunham, on a bit of a recovery drive after that first lap spin, has got by on Tom Stalker, though has a penalty to be applied, don't forget, at the end of the race. New fastest lap of the race from Benjamin Whilton. Good drive here from our top-placed Class 3 driver.
Very good.
And there are no Class 3 drivers, I'm fairly certain, into the A final, so we are talking about who takes the round victory in that
confirmed.
subclass.
Yep.
I think that's true of Super Heavies, but I need to double
Bill
check
Taylor,
that.
I don't think we've seen
Bill
Bill
Taylor,
Taylor,
yes, good point. So it is just Class 3 that will be determined in full, as there's a bit of a drift there for Adrian Ray. That's going to give the opportunity for Ben Whilton to try down the inside of Paddock, but can't make it stick. So that battle will go on for another corner.
Richard Neal fighting in there as well, is P9 at the moment and second in C3. Track limit warning for the leader. Steady, don't want to be getting too many of them at this stage of the race. The track limit penalty for too many excursions is a 2-place penalty and would take him out of the A final, irrespective of where Lewis would finish. That's just a warning for now. Isherwood is slightly quicker, but we're talking a 10th here, a 10th there, and he needs seconds with just over 60 seconds on the clock. And there goes Wooden again. He's going to be down the inside. He's going to have a lane. No, Ray's going to pull back.
And
Jack Bridges is in there, who's had some great racing here today. Track limit warning for Richard Newton, number
Bridges
37.
keeps footing it side by side up the hill. Sorry, Andrew, through Cafe Corner, and it's still going to go the way of Whilton. Do you know, I'd seen that one brewing all the way down the hill for Benjamin Whilton. You could see that he was like, you can tell sometimes when a driver is. And here's the lead battle. Russell Taylor would like the glory of winning a race and has gone for it on Lewis Ridd. Now, that's we're not on the last lap, according to timing here.
Nope.
So, you know, fair enough, guys, but, you know, just be careful how you go about doing it. And, yeah, to be fair, they've got 5 seconds in hand, so under standard conditions,
Keep it clean,
this is fine.
it'll be absolutely okay. They're going to sneak over the line with maybe 1 second to go. Oh, a mammoth 2 seconds to go. There we go. So one more lap then. Can Russell Taylor hold on for race victory here in the B final?
I just say, you know how Luke Pullen was slowly closing up onto the back of Craig Nichols in that C final?
Yep.
He's just got past him for 13th place. There's actually that C final battle just kept going. Oh no, I say that. There's drama in the mid-pack actually. Luke Pullen's dropped back down again, as has Darren Townsley actually. So has been a frenetic battle in the mid-pack in this race.
Either way, this is going to be the best results for Russell Taylor so far in his time in Club 100. 2 rounds last season as a C3, now classified as a C2. Has just got to get through Senna and up the hill, round Cafe. Lewis Ridd is going to have a little look, but I don't think he's going to be able to do anything about this. Russell Taylor wins in the B final by half a kart length ahead of Lewis Ridd. They both go through to the A final. Bad luck today for Matt Isherwood. He finishes arguably the worst of positions, 3rd in a B final and misses out. 4th for Samuel Bensley. A good first day for him in C2, having been one of the front runners in C3 last season. Adrian Ray finishes 4th of the super heavyweights. So we've got what sounds like an investment firm of the super heavyweights in the A final of Taylor and Walker. So Adrian Ray finishes in 5th, and that's good points to start Adrian's season. Benjamin Whilton is your C3 winner. That is a very good result for Benjamin Whilton there in 6th place in the B final, ahead of Jack Bridges in 7th, Jason Bear in 8th. 2nd of the C3s on the novice podium is Richard Neal in 9th place. Simon Kavanagh completes the top 10. Then we find Richard Newton, Craig Nichols, our B final winner. Dan Giles, Lee Henderson and Darren Townsley. That takes us down to 15th place. Luke Pullen, Wayne Dunham, Mike Bodner and Tom Stalker. So Tom Stalker will complete the C3 novice podium here today for the heavyweights at Buckmore Park. Paul Williams finishes in 20th. He'll have better days across the rest of the season, I'm sure. Rudy Murphy, 21st. Matt Griffiths, Khan Bennett, Josh Lamarena, the last of those in the main pack. Vishal Patel, 25th, and Daniel Hollenshed was a retirement after lap 3.
There we go then. The top 2 drivers definitely just being checked for their weight so that they are legitimately up into that A final. But it is that A final that's going to be coming up for you next here at Buckmore Park. And my goodness me, I think that I'm having a look at the grid now, and this one could be good. Well, this one I'm gonna put, this one will be good. It just has that look about it. Yeah, that's interesting. In fact, shall we do that? We'll look ahead here on your Alpha live stream. Let's look ahead now into the last race for our heavyweights and super heavyweights. It's the big one. It's the A final here at Buckmore Park. So, let's take a look at this grid. Amar Brule-Smith will start on pole with Richard Allen alongside. Adam Wright and Chris Alcock are row 2. Kurt Holmes and Steve Bosley are row 3. And then it's down on row 4 that we find Tim Williams and Joe Holmes, who of course had that penalty in his last heat. And that's interesting. That puts your reigning champion down further than we would often see him on an A final grid, so that's definitely an interesting story. Then comes Mikey Nichols and Steve Lindley with a really good scoreline across his heats today. Very impressive to round out your top 10. That is a tasty top 10, and it doesn't really diminish any further as you go beyond the top 10, because you've got then Anthony Ridd and Dave Pethers on row 6, both solid racers, those two. Callan Sigafus and Bill Taylor, Bill being the highest placed super heavyweight qualifier, I believe, for this A final. Miguel Hall is next with James Taylor alongside on row 8. Then it's Nicholas Walker and Alexander Lamin on row 9. Johnny Elliott also perhaps further down than he would hope to be, with some penalties applied across his heats, with Jack Cameron Drayton rounding out the top 20. Then it's Jacob Harris on row 11 with Andrew Cherry alongside, who I think has been putting in some really good passes and some good defending as well today from Cherry, so that's good to see him getting up into the A final. Alex Pritchard and Josh Pettit are next on row 12, and then they will be joined by our 2 promotees from the B final, who I'm just looking to check. Yes, they've just been confirmed on the results page. It'll be Russell Taylor and Lewis Ridd to round out your 26 car grid, and there is Russell Taylor, happily I'm sure, putting on his helmet and gloves, because he gets to go back out and have another race and no extra charge because of his win in that B final. And the whistle is blown, I think, for the karts that the engines have got started, so they come out onto track. But this is this is really interesting, this one. As I say, really I feel like any one of that top 10 could be in with a shout in this one. I don't think it's too grand to say that. Really interesting. There's Alex Pritchard, who in that number 7, and you know what, he's starting down in 23rd in this one, but he's only down there now, I'm thinking about it, because he had
the not so good first heat.
Not so good first heat. As I say, the karts on this grid, apart from the 2 that just got promoted from the B final, as I say, they're covered by just 14 points difference across the heats. This is a really competitive field here. And it's just a solid, I don't know if it's just, you know, I'm dusting off the cobwebs of my Club 100 commentary here today. I just feel like I'm looking at the A final grid and just going,
Can't call it.
Any of them.
Yep.
Literally any of them. Which is great to see. Great to see the strength that we've got in this Club 100 senior sprints field.
It does feel like we're seeing an upward trend for not just 1 or 2 drivers, but I'd say 8, 9, 10 drivers who have, as we've asked the question in the preview on the Alpha Life Stories feature, you know, who can stop Joe Holmes? If anyone is going to stop Joe Holmes, it needs someone to step up, and a number of drivers are really starting to do that. Mentioning Alpha Life Stories, you can get involved on that. Head over to the website, alphalive.co.uk, click on the tab that says Stories, and there'll be a link on there to say, they want your stories of how your race weekends have been, what your experiences of racing in Club 100 or any of the other series that Alpha Live stream and produce and bring to you, the general public. Get involved.
Yeah.
Write a piece. Let them know how your day's gone, and we'll look at getting it up on the website. Just before this A final as well, reminder from DDMM Towers, Wednesday night we'll be back for some more iRacing action, the Club 100 and BUKCR Racing Championship live in the TCRs around Knockhill.
Joe Holmes.
We should have round 2 coming out for you in the next 24 hours as well, which was Daytona Ovals.
Good point. Sorry, I was cutting across you there, mate. Joe Holmes, Anthony Ridd, and Dave Pethers all going for a kart change.
Yep, which they're perfectly allowed to do at this stage of proceedings. And they scuttle down to the front of the queue. They have to take the kart from the front of the queue. They're the kart that they're directed into by the Club 100 staff.
Yep.
Now, the one disadvantage with that is that it won't necessarily be a warmed-up kart.
Yeah.
And we're always told by JV at this time of the year, especially when it's a bit cold, air temperature not particularly high, engine can be a bit fluffy. It takes a little bit longer, these Rotax Evo engines, to warm up than the old TKMs that we had a few years ago.
I did that once in a BUKC, what was then called the BUKC Rookies, now called the Inters. I did that at Landau once, and the kart I got given had genuine frost on it. Which made me instantly think this was a bad idea to change
Not
karts.
the right call. There go Joe Holmes. You can see them trying to get as much temperature into the cars as possible in the short number of corners that they've got before they form back into the grid. But there is your front row. What a front row it is.
Great,
Anwar Barul Smith in the black suit with the orange shoulders. On the left-hand side of your screen, Richard Allen. On the right-hand side of your screen, in the black suit and the red top on his helmet, Adam Wright has come close so many times, particularly on streamed rounds, to getting a race win. Is today the day? Chris Alcock there. He will fancy his chances in this one. You've also got to think some of those drivers further back in the field. I remember back to an A final at Lyd a few years ago where a certain Mr. Holmes won from 14th on the grid. Here we go then, 12 minutes on the clock for the first A final of the Club 100 Sprint Season 2022. Away we go, not a good start for those on the even side of the grid. It's going to be Burrell Smith, Wright and Holmes 1, 2, 3 as we go into hairpin 1 for the first time. Are they all going to make it through? It's looking a lot cleaner, as we'd expect from the A finalists, but that's just the start, Howard, that Anwar Burrell Smith was looking for. He leads out of hairpin 2.
Yeah, the one that seems to have had a terrible start out of all that, Andrew, is Chris Alcock. I'm not sure if he started out of position, but he's well down the order now on this one, so really odd what happened there. Tim Williams had a bit of a go at Dickie Allen, but Allen was able to hold on to it, so the 26 ahead of the 96 for now. Steve Lindley has to go off in avoidance, and that's a hit from, I think it was Dave Pethers there, making contact with the cones. If not, it might have been James Taylor, but somewhere towards the back of the field, the cones went flying. Anwar Burrell Smith leads then at the end of the first lap. And, yeah, Chris Alcock is down 10 positions on that first lap, so not good for him as Kurt Holmes here is through on Adam Wright and Dickie Allen follows through. So Adam Wright being slightly mugged in the early phase of this. Can he fight back into hairpin 2? No, he can't quite find the gap. So it's now Anwar Burrell Smith, Kurt Holmes and Dickie Allen. You can see them signalling to each other. Don't fight back. Let's carry on up the road. Don't let Anwar get away. And, yeah, it's a really interesting one, this. Joe Holmes only made it one position on that first lap. There's a yellow flag down at paddock because there are no bollards on the exit curb there as Alex Pritchard goes side by side and further. That's Joe Holmes through on, or trying to get through on Mikey Nichols there. And he's managed to get that done. Anthony Ridd now all over the back of Mikey Nichols. Excuse me, actually, is that Sigafus? No, it is Anthony Ridd because Ridd's got by on Sigafus in all of that. Goodness me, this is the frenetic final that we've been promised. But Dickie Allen in second place. Now, she got through on, in fact, yeah, Dickie Allen's through on Kurt Holmes. Excuse me, that is a change in the early part of this lap. Speeding under yellow's penalty for Anthony Ridd. Now, that's an interesting one. That tends to suggest that he maybe didn't execute a pass, but very nearly caused an additional incident. I thought that was a kart off there. It's just one of the testers to the side of the track.
Just to go back to that cone in, I had another look at it. It's actually someone from higher up the order flicked it into Dave Pethers, and poor Dave Pethers got one in the Nassau panel.
Yeah, no penalty issued on that one. But yeah, Dickie Allen just breaking away from Kurt Holmes a little bit on this one, and indeed, yeah, a little bit up the road as Steve Bosley here in 6th place. He's coming under pressure now from G3 Joe in that number 1 kart. Holmes has not so far been able to make much progress up through this top 10, and it just goes to show the calibre of driver in this top 10 at the moment. And then it's a gap back to Miguel Hall, who's been steadily working his way up the order. He's recently got by on Mikey Nichols. Here's Joe Holmes, though, going for it on Steve Bosley into Garda. Bosley's going to try and keep his foot in it, but has to yield. And Joe Holmes gets himself up into 6th place.
Bad news for James Taylor. Timing is telling us that he is out of the race. Someone's just fired off the bollard on the run up to Cafe Corner. There's a penalty for Steve Lindley as well. ABC bump and pass. It's not quite gone right in the final after his win in the heat earlier.
I wonder if that was involving Callan Sigafus, because he's just lost a lot of positions on that last lap, down 7 positions to 19th place. So that's interesting. Alex Pritchard following Miguel Hall here.
Loving this pace. Sorry, Howard. Loving this pace from Anwar. He's been in this position before.
Yeah.
I know we talk of, of the number of championships that Joe Holmes has won. Well, let's not forget that before the era of Holmes, it was the era of Anwar. He also is a top-level Club 100 Sprints champion in his own right back in 2015, and he has been wanting to take that title back. This is quite a drive. Another big lap's just gone in, 46.769. He's extending that lead to 1.8 seconds. But hello, here comes Mr. Holmes, 46.713. The number 1 is the fastest kart out there on track.
Yep, absolutely. Oh no, it's okay. I thought there was... I misspotted a kart there. That's Dickie Allen in second place. Racing by the grandstand here. Lovely to see plenty of people enjoying the sunshine here at Buckmore Park. Kurt Holmes there in the number 33. Highest place of the Class 2 runners, we should remember, as Tim Williams comes under pressure here at Garda and Joe Holmes is through. And this is the thing. Williams will know. He'll go, okay, that's Joe. And Mike, to a certain extent, he won't fight it too hard.
Yeah.
That is the advantage that Joe Holmes has. He is a very well-recognised driver in the paddock, and people know when he gets by that he's going to be a driver on pace. But what it does do is it does throw Tim Williams back into the clutches of Steve Bosley in the battle for second place overall within Class 2. There is Tim having a bit of a look over the shoulder to go, it's Steve. Hello, Steve.
Penalty for Johnny Elliott. ABC bump and pass.
We mentioned the same for Russell Taylor, by the way, a few moments ago. So costly penalties for those two. 4 positions for an ABC bump and pass. That is advantage by contact bump and pass, as opposed to an advantage by contact takeout, which was basically you've hit the driver so much that they've come to a stop. Put into a spin and come to a stop. So both of those costly penalties. 2.3 seconds the gap at the front to Anwar Smith. This man is Kurt Holmes. He's in third place in the number 33, trying to follow the man in the 26 there of Dickie Allen. Here is, and that is a change for second place in Class 2. 6th place overall. Steve Bosley in the number 20 now ahead of the 96 of Tim Williams. So there's a change there, and then this in the next pack down, led by the 54 of Johnny Elliott, albeit with a penalty hanging over him, and he's followed by a duo of Applewood Independence drivers at the moment, because Chris Alcock in 10th has Alex Pritchard with him as well at the moment.
We'll see whether there be a bit of endurance teammate working together here. Or are they going to go all out of this one? We're into the second half of this race now. Track limit warning for Dave Pethers. Barul Smith's lead now 2.7 seconds. Last win in an A final for him, if I'm not mistaken, was round 9 at Whilton Mill, which we had in front of the Alpha Live cameras back in October.
Miguel Hall goes defensive against Mikey Nichols in Garda. As Joe Holmes is caught onto the back of Adam Wright and is looking for a way through, and oh gosh, that was reminiscent of the move he tried on Lewis Ridd in the heats earlier today. Adam Wright holds on to 4th place for now, but Joe Holmes has arrived on that particular scene, and Adam Wright goes to the inside into hairpin 2, half in defence, half in attack almost for Kurt Holmes. Look at this, Joe Holmes, great run off the corner, side by side through the S's for these two now, and Adam Wright is going to try and push Joe Holmes all the way out to the outside, but Joe Holmes will have the inside at Pullman's, and Adam Wright's compromised such that he can't fight back in paddock, and that was a bold move from Joe Holmes to take himself up into 4th place.
That's proper racing. That is absolutely superb from both Adam Wright and Joe Holmes. For anyone who tells me, no, you can't go side by side through Syme Street, yes you can, and that's how you do it. 4 minutes to go. Adam Wright's absolutely furious with himself, so I think he feels like he's given up a chance of a podium there. His trials and tribulations in front of Alpha Live cameras continue. This, I feel, is the crucial period now for Joe Holmes if he's got any sort of chance of catching Anwar Barul Smith, and it's looking pretty slim at the moment. The gap is 5 seconds.
Yeah.
I know Joe's good, very good, but even I think that might be beyond his talents. He's got to bend time, or something's got to happen to Anwar to pull that in.
I should say there has been a shift between the Applewoods. In fact, they're about to come into shot here. That was Alex Pritchard stuffing one down the inside of Johnny Elliott, and before that he got ahead of Chris Alcock. So the Applewood boys did switch around, and Alex Pritchard has got himself up into 8th place.
He's had a very good weekend as Alex.
Oh, look at
He's
this.
been on it, but here comes Johnny Elliott fighting back up the inside through Conway's and then through Henry's.
Chris Alcock will see the opportunity to tuck underneath into hairpin 1. Applewood independent drivers side by side, but Chris Alcock is going to find a way through. Alex Pritchard is going to be side by side with Alcock. Alcock will have the inside line through the hairpin, and Johnny Elliott will try and follow through. Miguel Hall is being gifted a bit of time back here, side by side between Johnny Elliott and Alex Pritchard, but Pritchard unlike Wright a few laps ago, is able to make the inside work for him. Miguel Hall now hounding the back of Johnny Elliott, the 8 on the back of the 54. Anthony Ridd behind them as well. In fact, it's Ridd versus Ridd behind them, because that's yes, it is Anthony Ridd and Lewis Ridd, because Lewis Ridd has got by on Mikey Nichols on this lap, who's also entertaining Russell Taylor in a battle there at the very back of this pack of about 8 karts. And there is Ridd down the inside of Ridd into turn number 1.
The pace from Anwar and Joe, it's mad. It's absolutely mad. Joe Holmes is just on a 46.458. To remind us, folks, these are on worn tyres that have seen the full weekend. We weren't seeing those times as there's been a switch between the Holmes boys.
Yep.
Joe is now ahead of Kurt.
Yep, and now
Pace yesterday in the endurance event, at the start of the event when the tyres were still really good, was low 46s. These guys are running 5 kilograms heavier at least, and Joe Holmes is only a couple of tenths off them. This is brilliant stuff, and as I say, with much more wear on these tyres. But Dickie Allen is now, well, he's going to scrap for this, because he sees the 4.7 gap up to Anwar Barul-Smith. 90 seconds to go. They're not going to close that down.
And they're
Dickie's going to get the elbows out here.
And they're in the same subclass. It's the Class 2 champion versus the Class 1 champion from 2021. And now it is all for Class Honours as well.
It's a great battle. Oh, switch back from Holmes. Classic Holmes as he got it done. Dickie Allen protests there.
And Dickie Allen's going to keep his foot in it. Brilliant stuff from Richard Allen. Not to be deterred, and actually Joe Holmes has been repassed from by Kurt Holmes in that. And Adam Wright suddenly sees the opportunity for a podium opening up again. Tucks underneath Kurt Holmes there, going to have the inside line on Joe Holmes, and goes for it, but it's contact! And that's too much from Adam Wright. It was a bit bold on the brakes. And I think there was plenty of room for Adam Wright to get it stopped on the inside there, Andrew, but there was contact, and you can see he's holding his hand. He's going to let him through, because he knows that was a bit too much from Adam Wright. But what it has done is surely gifted it. If there was any doubt before, it's now Anwar's to lose at the front.
This is not the result that we were expecting today. Apologies, off our screen. There's an almighty battle going on for super heavyweights as well. That Bill Taylor's just got ahead
with the cones as well. Chris Alcott down the inside of Adam Wright though, because he's been allowed to get a load of time back as well off the back of that incident between Holmes and Wright.
Taylor winning out in the super heavyweight battle with Dave Pethers in between him and his rival Nicholas Walker. Leader is on the last lap. Anwar Barul-Smith, we've not seen him for much of this race, but he's been supreme today. Hits another 46.6 in. Here's the battle for second place.
Kurt Holmes all over the back of Dickie Allen now. Allen's got a different Holmes to worry about now.
Anwar Barul-Smith is down the bottom end of the circuit. Here he is into Garda for the last time. He loves this place. He always performs at Buckmore Park. And Anwar Barul-Smith starts 2022 Club 100 sprints with a win in the A final. What a way to start the season. Who's going to take second place? Is it going to be Dickie Allen? Is it going to be Kurt Holmes? It's a first overall podium for Kurt Holmes. It's a C2 win for Kurt Holmes. Dickie Allen starts his season with a podium as well. Steve Bosley, brilliant today. Lots of points in his C2 campaign. Is joined by Tim Williams on the C2 podium. 3rd, 4th and 5th overall for C2 runners today. Joe Holmes, after the contact, which wasn't his fault at all on the last lap, finishes in 6th place in the end. Sorry, the penultimate lap of the race, finishes in 6th place. It's not the start he would have wanted, but there's still a lot of racing to do here in the Sprints Championship for 2022. Chris Alcock, 7th. 8th place for Adam Wright. His search for it to just come together in a streamed round, get on a podium, continues. He never has the luck in the A finals, it seems. Alex Pritchard solidly in the top 10, 9th. Johnny Elliott also there. Lewis Ridd, 11th. Miguel Hall, 12th. And a stream of C2s and super heavyweights. Anthony Ridd 13th, Russell Taylor, great drive there from Russell, up from the B final, finishes in 14th. 15th place for Mikey Nichols. A win in super heavyweight for last year's super heavyweight champion. Bill Taylor finishes 16th overall. Dave Pethers in 17th. Then we find the second of the super heavyweights, which is Nicholas Walker. Alexander Lemon in 19th. Callan Sigafoods had a good day, finishes in the top 20 in the A. Steve Lindley 21st. Jacob Harris We didn't get to talk about Jacob a lot in his A final, but that's great to see Jacob in the A final. And hello to Mrs. Harris and Jacob's sister as well, who are watching from home. They've been cheering him on. A great show there from quite clearly the best ex-Cardiff University heavyweights driver in the world. Josh Petit finishes in 23rd. Jack Cameron Drayton are battling 24th. Andrew Cherry 25th and one retirement, but at least the solace of a podium in super heavyweight for James Taylor. What a final. Not the final, I'll be honest, I was expecting in terms of style of race, but entertaining nonetheless.
I think today's round for me has been defined by, well, for me the two defining moments, I mean there have been some great passes, but I'm just thinking of, we saw Joe Holmes making what unpoetically would be described as a bit of a duff move in one of his heats, and that's what put him down on the grid. And then likewise, I can't think of a time I've seen Adam Wright make a move like that.
Yeah.
You know, these are very uncharacteristic mistakes we're seeing from these drivers. It gave it to Anwar today, but although I have to say, I do feel, given Anwar's pace, that even if Joe Holmes had got by all those up in second, I think
that was
Anwar
Anwar's
had the
anyway.
measure of them. Having said that, it shows just how strong the standard is in this field this year, that the drivers who we very rarely see make mistakes are having to push that hard. And yeah, just shows how strong this field is. So interesting one, really interesting one today.
Well, there we go. That is one half of this first round for Club 100 Sprints 2022 at Buckmore Park. I say the first visit for 2022 done. We're going to take a break here on the Alpha live stream. Keep the stream going, and we'll be back later on. Have we got a call? Is it about half an hour, 45 minutes for the second part of this afternoon, which will be for the lightweights, and that should be pretty good as well. So I think, did it say it's half an hour? That's a nod. Yeah, half an hour break till we get the lightweights out there, and we do it all again. 12 heats plus 3 finals. Thank you very much for watching. If you are racing this afternoon in the lightweights, best of luck. Thank you for joining us this morning, and if you're not racing, stick with us here on Alpha Live and DDMM. We'll be back for the lightweights later on.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you can choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Hello viewers, yes that's right, Club 100 are proud to announce that we are unveiling a brand new championship, a new race series for drivers aged 8 to 12 years old, the Club 100 Cadet Championship. My name's Steve Brown, otherwise known as Super GT in the world of karting. I've been racing Club 100 for a good 13 years now, so I know a fair amount about it, but today I'm here to learn about the new championship. All right, I am joined by the main man himself, Mr. JV. It's good to see you as always.
Thank you, Steve.
Please tell me about the new championship.
So the Club 100 Cadet Championship, it's an arrive and drive, high performance race championship, designed for cadet age drivers from the age of 8 through to 12 years of age. In fact, they can start racing at the age of 7 in the year of their 8th birthday. And we're kicking off in 2022 with a couple of test days. We're going to call them Academy Days, so it's, the idea is to get the new drivers to come in and try it out for the first time in a pressure-free environment, and then we move on to the 7-round championship, which kicks off in May next year, in fact here at Buckmore Park.
Okay, is there a need for a license to do this championship?
There is. We are affiliated with Motorsport UK, so we will be running under permit. So drivers will need a license. It'll be the KX license, which is free of charge and to the driver. And yeah, and obviously what comes with that is all the bells and whistles. You know you're going to get a correctly run race meeting, should we say, with all the support infrastructure in place.
And in terms of cost, what are we looking at?
So we're looking at around about between 190 to 200 pounds per race entry. But look, what you've got to remember is that's arrive and drive. So you're not paying for anything else. There are no hidden extras there. You're not paying for fuel, you're not paying for tyres, you're not paying for damage costs or anything like that. We bring it all to the track. The drivers just turn up and drive.
So we've got the kart behind us here. Can you tell me more about it?
Yeah, so it's a Birrell chassis. So the kart itself is a Birrell kart. And the powertrain we've chosen is the Rotax micro engine. So that it follows the story through to our senior Club 100 with the Junior Max that we use. So tell me, Steve, what do you think of the Club 100 Cadet Championship?
Well, I'm no longer 8 to 12 years old, unfortunately. But if I was, then I think I'd be pestering my parents to get me out in one of these karts for a year. I think it's just a good way to get into karting at an affordable and a fair level. So there we have it, guys. If you are aged 8 to 12 and want to get yourself into high performance karting without having to own the kart, get yourself over to club100.co.uk and register interest for the Club 100 Cadet Championship. Good luck, mate.
once you've got your transponders, make your way over here, find your cart. We want to get going.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Buckmore Park for the second part of this first round of the year for Club 100 Sprints 2022. We are here, as I say, at Buckmore Park in perfect weather conditions for this time of the year at the end of February. My name is Andrew Mather. Alongside me in the commentary box in the John Button suite is my good friend and colleague Howard Mitchell. Together we are Double Dash Motorsport Media, and we're getting ready for the first round of the year for the Lightweights Sprints Championship here in 2022 for Club 100. Here is your circuit layout for today. 12 turns, a kilometre long, 65-foot change in elevation, pretty much the biggest of the year. This is a proper driver's circuit established in the 1960s. And a big challenge for everyone out there today. Weather forecast, as we say, perfect conditions, clear skies, 8 degrees at the moment out there. So it is a little bit chilly, but at the end of the day, it is February. No rain forecast, pretty much the polar opposite to what the nation was having to deal with a week ago. So as we say, Sprints, lightweights action this afternoon. If you were with us this morning for the heavyweights, you'll have seen a pulsating finish to the heavyweights season opener. Glan-Y-Gors Smith taking a final victory. The format for today, drivers will compete in 3 heats each. There will be 12 heats in total, so there'll be a few rotations as we've got a full grid here today. So 12 heats of 7 minutes, then we'll have the finals later on in the day, 3 of them. The C final, followed by the B final, followed by the A final. And that'll be 12 minutes in length and be the races where we decide who wins the trophies here today at Buckmore Park. So the free practice test session, in addition for the lightweights, if they want to take part in that, has just finished. And for what I can say, some interesting times out there, but before we get on to that, let's get across and get ready for the first race of this afternoon's session. Heat 1 for the lightweights is coming right up. Right, so let's have a look at the grid then for the first heat of the day, first heat of the season for our lightweights. Andrew Ward makes his sprints return after a short hiatus from last season. He has Sam Slater, now a 2-time middleweight British indoor karting champion, alongside him on the front row. Dean Everest and Dave Longman start on row 2. Clifton Malcolm and Josh Wood start their afternoon on row number 3. Bryn Alban, in new, very snazzy helmet colours, which we'll capture in a moment, starts on row 4 alongside Rob Langthorpe. Fraser Brunton, who was very, very strong here a few weeks ago, albeit in different conditions, but took a race victory for Cardiff University at the BUKC's visit to Buckmore Park, starts on row 5 alongside Greg Smith. Steph Theodorio and Corey Smith start on row number 6. Stephen Westwood, one of the most improved drivers in 2021, starts 2022 from row 7 alongside Dan Seeger. Alexandre De Silva and Yusuf Sahiono start on row 8. And then we've got David Francis and Kim Ely starting on row 9. Christopher Harris completes the 19 runners in this first heat. Howard Mitchell returns, back in the box.
Hello.
A good lunchtime.
Yeah, it was good lunch.
Yeah.
I went down and had a cheeky butchers at certain cadet cart
Yes.
down there in the paddock, actually.
Yeah, the cadet cart is being tested when it can be out here today. So if you see a very diddy Club 100 cart and you think, my eye's gone funny, did I have a few too many last night on a Saturday night? No, it's fine. It's the cadet cart, which you'll see more of course, later in the year.
When I saw it, it had a very non-Diddy Dimolo in it. But
okay, now that really would have made you think. Oh,
so
how many did
my
I have?
sense of perspective was but no, it's a really cool looking package. That car. That's I'm sure we will play the VT about it a little later this afternoon. But yeah.
Oh, we're just getting some information about the cadets. It'll be relayed to me in a moment's time.
That was just John Weiger, the man with the plan of Club 100, in my ear, saying they still have a few spots.
Okay.
In that cadet series. So if anybody is interested, in the cadets if you have a competitor between the ages of 8 and 12.
Yep.
Although if you're 7 and this is going to be the year of your 8th birthday, you are also eligible.
Mm-hmm.
So definitely get in contact with them at Club100, club100.co.uk, and check out the details of that cadet series. That was just a chance. JV was in the room and just whispered in my ear, so there you go. Sorry for breaking off in sentence, but yeah, that's an interesting one.
Meanwhile, Google's tried to cancel me this afternoon. We won't say what it says or said.
Unfortunate auto captioning on the YouTube. But anyway, we're all fine. I'm really looking forward to this lightweights though, and I must give a shout out. Hashtag not biased because he is our teammate in the endurances, but it is great to see Andrew Wall back.
Yes. We may have broken him.
Yesterday. He and I took on the endurance together, with your good self, mate, being our pit caller.
Yeah, I sat in the grandstand with a cup of tea.
Yeah.
I worked hard.
So Wardy and I have just been, if I'm honest, we were comparing aches and pains just now in the pit lane. So he maybe would have chosen a different starting position for his return than on pole for his very first race in sprints. But no, it should be interesting to see how this first one goes. And there are some interesting things with the championship here, Andrew, in that there isn't a Jack O'Neill here.
Yeah,
right?
Reigning champion is not here today. I would expect him to be here later in the season, but not here today is Jack O'Neill.
Am I also right in saying that Peter Knight's not here?
No, Peter Knight here today as well, so no T2 champion. So this is a really open one. I mean, we have got some, established, talented, experienced drivers. Like some Ed Barza here, Mike Coppin is here. So we'll see how they get on as the drivers roll out for, same as heavyweights this morning. This first rotation of heats, all the drivers, they haven't necessarily individually been out at the free practice session that we've had in the last hour or so. So this is all of their opportunities to get everybody up to speed and at full racing speed. You don't want to send drivers into racing conditions having not actually turned a lap at anything sort of reasonable pace. I am just going to look back to what the result was from this morning. Do we also want to talk about the other slightly humorous thing that you've seen in the lunch break? You don't have to mention any names.
I won't mention names. All I'll say is that a note to any drivers doing a driver change: if you're going to adjust the pedals of your Club 100 go-kart,
particularly the one that makes it go,
particularly the go pedal, because there's 3, for anyone unfamiliar, there are 3 different distance settings you can set the pedals to depending on the size of your driver. Turn the engine off before you try and adjust the throttle pedal, because otherwise you'll have the most hilarious scene ever where you keep trying to adjust the pedal and the cart leaps forward on you. I'm sorry, I shouldn't. It's an amazing sight, but yeah, turn the engine off when you're adjusting pedals. In fact, to be honest with you, generally, if you're changing driver, turn the engine off. Do not have the engine running for long periods of time with the driver not in the seat whilst you're working on the kart. It's just a bad idea.
What a world we live in. We've had karts. We have had, of course this isn't BUKC, we have had students try to, and successfully, steal pusher carts and pace carts before. I don't think I've ever heard of someone having, the kart stealing themselves.
Can't steal themselves. It's impressive.
Let's talk about some times from this earlier afternoon. Times, obviously, lightweight drivers, they're going to be quicker than the heavies that we saw this morning in the earlier part of this afternoon. But Samuel Essery set the fastest lap time in the free practice, a 46.018. That is pretty rapid. Reece Pope was second, Hussein Rashim third, Joshua Sangster fourth, Kevin Schofield fifth. But interestingly, I think most of the drivers who were taking part are ones who didn't do endurance yesterday. So we'll see if that form carries over into this first rotation, I feel, of heat races as we go through the lightweights.
So I believe you've already covered the format already, mate, but as a reminder to everyone, 12 heats going into 3 trophy finals. 3 subclasses within your lightweight, your class 1s, 2s and 3s, where class 3 is our novice class. Red number plated drivers are your class 1s, and then we use black number plates on the class 2s and the 3s. Actually, so we will point out any notable achievements within Class 3 because it won't be visually, well, it won't be immediately obvious. However, if you are following the live timings, which you can do so by watching either our stream over on the Double Dash Motorsport Media page, hello to any of you who are joining us there. If you have a spare monitor, folks, get that one up as well. We have the live timing for you there. You can also go to live.alphatiming.co.uk/Club100, and all of the live timing is there, and there the Class 3s have blue number plates, even though in practice, in reality, they don't. But that's how you can keep track of the 3 different classes.
Hello to Andy Hicklin, who's got in touch with us on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Wishing best of luck to Dan Seeger. Send him out all the support from Donington Park. So hello to everybody watching up at Donington Park. Also, one of my favourite circuits in the country, Donington Park.
Circuit. It is a good circuit. Yeah, Dan Seeger was just out in the practice session. I want to make clear, not the driver who was adjusting his pedal gear.
Good. Dan is an experienced hand.
I want to make that clear. So yeah, be interested to see how he gets on today. So yeah, it is a wide open one, isn't it? This one this afternoon. It's less clear cut to me than it was in the heavyweights this morning. Who is coming to the fore? You know,
they're not in this race, but we also have. It's great to see a driver stepping up from what's now the Juniors Championship. It was the Young Drivers Championship last season. So this is where I see the lightweight competition changing. It really is that next step in this ladder of Club 100 competitions, now going from cadets all the way up to seniors. Because often, you know, your 16, 17, 18-year-olds, they're not like us. They've not sat in offices for 5-6 years and got tubby. So they come here in the lightweights, and it's really changed the dynamic of this competition over the past couple of years, and long may it continue. But we are ready then for the first race of the Lightweight Sprints Championship. Andrew Ward on the right-hand side of your screen as the camera pans around. Starts us from pole position. Sam Slater on the other side. Away we go for 7 minutes here at Buckmore Park for Heat 1 in the Lightweight Sprints. Good start for Andrew Ward. Slater's trying to hold it there round the outside for P2. The number 40 of Dean Everest is down the inside, but overshoots a little bit into hairpin 1. Greg Smith, as there's a bit of contact towards the back, and I think someone's broken their radiator because there was a lot of steam going up there. So drivers are going to need to be careful next time around. There's a penalty straight away for David Longman. Yep, yeah, that is a gone radiator. That's the 89 out of the race.
Corey Smith, that is. And yeah, interesting. There were a few drivers who made the outside work for them around the first few corners, actually. I've just been watching Rob Langthorpe in particular, and you can see him there. I think he's had a decent start here.
31's got damage as well on the front end, quite significant front damage.
That's Westwood. That is Stephen Westwood.
Yeah, and was around the same area of the circuit as Corey Smith when they started, so I'm going to put 2 and 2 together and hopefully not get 5. That those are the 2 that came together. And yeah, Westwood's realised the problem is going to have to come into the pits.
Bump and pass penalty shown for David Longman, so there'll be 4 positions added to wherever he finishes. And that's important, isn't it?
Yeah.
Running in second place there and beginning to challenge Andrew Ward as the 89 of Corey Smith is recovered to the pit lane.
So this is going to be an interesting tactical play now, because there is an argument that if Ward was to let Longman by and then push along, that could be a good way of securing yourself a race victory once those penalties are applied.
And this is always the issue. It's if you're at the front of a field, do you know that the driver has a penalty?
Yeah.
It's unlikely that you know that, because particularly at the start of the season, you don't know what everyone's number is, and all of that stuff. So the trouble now is, will Andrew Ward start to defend this against David Longman when he need not?
Yep. Here comes Fraser Brunton down the inside of Josh Wood there. We saw him a couple of weeks ago when... no, Wood's going to fight back there and make a bit of contact. That is not going to please
Dean
the
Everest.
Cardiff BUKC driver.
No, Dean Everest in the 40 sees the opportunity and takes both of them at hairpin 2. That was nicely done there by Dean.
When we were here a few weeks ago, it was wet, it was windy. And as I say, Brunton took a race victory on what was a strong day for Cardiff University. The number 85 of Steph Theodore is in there. There's the red and orange, red and gold helmet of Rob Langthorpe in the middle, and also the very new, nice, snazzy Welsh-inspired lid of Bryn Alban with the big A on the side. I do like that one a lot.
Yeah, I saw that up close yesterday when he was back at the hotel. I saw it yesterday. Very nice, distinctive helmet, but that is round for the 33, and that is Kim Ely.
Yeah, it's a shame for Kim. She was up in second place in C3 up to that point. There's also been a problem for Greg Smith out there, who's one of our promoted drivers from C3 to C2 for the start of the 2021 season. It's not been a good start to the 2022 season. Is the fastest driver out there at the moment, on 47.4, but is down in 17th place.
Still Andrew Ward at the head of the field with David Longman for close company, but with that reminder again that Longman has a penalty to be applied post-race. We are looking at Fraser Brunton, who leads Dean Everest into turn 1 for 4th place. In between those two battles is Sam Slater, having a quiet one so far, but racing well in 3rd.
I was about to say, was the fastest driver on circuit, but that's just been taken away by Dan Seeger, 46.975 for Dan Seeger. So this is a very up and down race, topsy-turvy order at the moment, very much defined by the incident on lap 1. 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Still Ward leading by 1/4 of a second ahead of Longman, who has a penalty. So in truth, the lead is 1.5 seconds to Sam Slater, who's having a really good start here in 3rd.
I don't want to jinx it, but it would be quite the comeback for Ward. As Andrew said, a bit of a hiatus for the latter half of last season.
Now, Westwood hasn't pitted. Now, to be fair, he hasn't been meatball flagged.
Yeah.
He's driving one of your specialities. I remember you had this at Ellough Park a few years ago in endurance. The bumper is stable. It's not moving. It's not waggling around, so that's perfectly fine too. As Longman goes down the inside of Ward here for the lead on the road. Is Ward going to keep fighting it? Yes, he is going to sweep round the outside. And that indicates to me that Ward is not aware that Longman has a penalty, because here comes Sam Slater.
Yeah, and that is the opportunity. It is Sam Slater to whom that opportunity presents itself.
But Slater's just got a cone penalty.
Ah, okay. So even if both of these drivers go by on Ward now, it would still be his. So that means Fraser Brunton then comes into maybe the... well, he's the next person on this circuit who could take the win.
Fraser Brunton, who came oh so close to taking a round victory last season, finished the season particularly strongly. And you get the feeling that a final victory it's a matter of when it's going to happen, as opposed to if it's going to happen. I'll be looking to get a good start here. At the moment, he's sat on a net second place once the penalties have been applied, but he'll want more. 1 minute 40 to go.
Steph Theodoru in 5th place, running well in the number 85 kart. Then is the Dean Everest Bryn Alban battle, as trying to tuck underneath Sam Slater now is the number 46 of Fraser Brunton. And Slater's wise to it. Oh, that's a very tight gap on the inside of 1, but Fraser Brunton's got it. I'm not sure Sam Slater was too keen, but I think, to be honest with you, the gap was there early on that Brunton was fair to go for that.
For me, I think that was a little bit different to what we saw with Joe Holmes earlier on. There was a significant part of Fraser Brunton's kart alongside Slater there. For him to have a right to be there. He was under control of his kart at all times for me. 50 seconds to go. Good battle going on behind. Look at it here between Alban and Everest. Everest down the inside takes the position off of Bryn Alban. That's going to bring Rob Langthorpe back into that battle. Last lap board shown to Andrew Ward, who I'll let you into a secret. Well, it's not so much of a secret here, ladies and gentlemen. It's driving with blistered hands today. Yeah. And say hadn't driven for 6 months as Everest and Alban continue to fight. And just did the small matter of 55 minutes straight yesterday.
I was going to say, it was a lengthy stint that he had done after being so far away for so long. But here it is. Even if Longman goes by at this point, Andrew Ward will have this victory in heat number 1.
Well, this is going to be quite a special moment. A few months ago, there was a question as to whether Andrew Ward would ever race in a Club 100 kart again, and he wins his first race back in the sprints. What a victory from pole position for Andrew Ward. David Longman, always strong here at Buckmore Park, finishes in 2nd place, but has a penalty. That'll promote the on-form Fraser Brunton into 2nd place. Very good start for the Cardiff BUKC driver. Steph Theodoru, that's one of the best strong drives I've seen from Steph in quite a while. Finishes P4, Sam Slater 5th, Rob Langthorpe 6th, Bryn Albon 7th, Dan Seeger and Dean Everest were also in the top 10, but that's a very good start to things for Andrew Ward.
I think if we're being honest, when Wardy told us that he was starting on pole on his comeback in kart number 13, he wasn't thinking he'd get that. That is fair play to Andrew on his comeback to take that victory and gets his 2022 season in sprints off to a perfect start.
Very good stuff indeed. One race down, 11 to go. Next up out on circuit will be lightweights heat number 2. Let's have a look at the grid then for heat number 2 for the lightweights here at Buckmore Park. James Martin has pole position. Tom Eastwood joins him on the front row. Sam Morris and Charlie Summers start on row number 2. Christopher Powell and the returning, once again, is possibly the most experienced man in Club 100. Keith Segal starts there on the third row. Kevin Schofield and Ben Lambeth are on row 4. Ross O'Brien and Jed Toole wrap out the top 10. Ramanas Sakauskas, now he could be a tired young fellow after yesterday. Well, I'll explain why in a bit. He starts on row 6 alongside Reese Pope. And then we've got Martin Theodorio and Harrison Kirkham on row 7. George Lawler and Toby Smith on row 8. Zhen Zong Lim and Rizwan Mangat on row number 9. Oliver Johnson completes the 19 kart field. Ramanas Sakauskas put us all to shame
I was
yesterday,
going to say, yeah.
Because we're saying about, oof, I sat in the grandstand, it was tiring. This man to my right did an hour and 5. It was very tiring. Ramanas did the full 2 hours and the qualifying and the practice all by himself. Which,
he did. And he's become a bit of a specialist.
He has become a bit of a specialist at this, but particularly here, you know, when you've not done it for a while and you come to this circuit, it's a great circuit, proper driver's track, but it's physical, it's bumpy, it takes its strain. There's loads that are on the body, particularly as you go down through Syme Sweet and through Pullman's.
Turns 1 and 2 on the neck as well.
Turns 1 and 2 on the neck. You know, I was very impressed by that performance from Ramanas, not just to get through the 2 hours, but also finish really, really well.
Tell me about it. I was running behind him hoping he would tire out, and he didn't. He just kept going.
But yeah, so a few practice laps once again for the drivers who, for them, this is their first appearance out on circuit today. And we'll get things underway for heat number 2. And once again, 7 minutes on the clock to decide who gets the 20 points. Not just for today in terms of the round of deciding the grids for the finals, but also for their championship scores. Way too early in the day to be talking about championship scores. Perfect conditions still here at Buckmore Park. Couldn't have asked for better conditions this time of the year. Bright sunshine. So you can actually ignore all the things that we said about, oh, well, the top half of the circuit might be a bit damp, the low half will be drying or dry and not have that much grip. It's fairly uniform across the circuit now.
I will say this, though. Much more on and off the track. Drivers get cold in between their stints, and so do karts.
They do.
And once we go into the second rotation of heats, where you get straight in the car, or you go straight into rolling up, it is something for the driver just to bear in mind that everything's a bit cold before they get going. At least they've had the warm-up laps.
Before we get this one underway, public service announcement. If you've just tuned in, or if you just haven't done it yet, please share the stream out. There's lots of streams going on today.
Please do, yes.
So we need your help to get the word out that that we're racing here today. And if you've not done so before and you're new around here, click that like button to let us know that you're enjoying the racing, and click the subscribe button also to be notified of when future streams are coming up. Here we go then, 7 minutes on the clock for the lightweights once again for heat number 2. Away we go, the number 35 of James Martin. Good start for the pole side of the grid actually. Sam Morris already in the 62 is through to second place. Kirkham running wide there, just about survived through Henry's. Oh, big moment for Keith Segal, locks it all up and gets it still under control. That was a near one for the 47th. Through hairpin 2 they all go. They all look like they're running, Howard.
Yeah, that was a bit of a hard-mouth moment for Keith Segal, as you said, mate, but on the whole, that's good, although they're going 3 wide almost into Syme's sweep, which is interesting. Fair play to Martin Theodoro for realising it was the best thing for all concerned to back out of that one. Oh, and there's a spinner at the back. That's very unusual where they've spun there. My brain didn't have a chance to process what led to that, but that is a very interesting one. We'll double-check on timing who that was, actually.
May have been Jed Toole. Oh, it's big off. That is going to be a sizable one. That is coming over Cafe. Driver looks okay, and that's the most important thing. I think Keith Segal was also involved in there.
Toby Smith, that driver, who's he's recovered his kart though, back to the track, and he's back underway again.
I reckon that may have been 3 into 1 doesn't go as they came up out of centre and towards Cafe Corner, and 2 karts have been spat off on driver's right.
Indeed. To be clear,
a small one.
It wasn't a small one. It would be a very dramatic moment for Smith in the kart. As a reminder to anyone who maybe wasn't watching this morning or is unfamiliar with this track, 2 blind corners here at Buckmore Park. The downhill sweeper at Syme Sweep and the corner they just went through there, Cafe Corner, it's blind. Cafe Corner's blind because there's a cafe in the way, and the crest of a hill, to be fair. And can I just bear this in mind as well? We will be racing as Christopher Powell goes down the inside of Sam Morris for second place.
Like that one.
Kevin Schofield's trying to get involved as well, and Ben Lambeth is on the scene in the 30 as well. In fact, Ben Lambeth going side by side and making it work for him against Kevin Schofield. That was brave. But the one thing I just want to note, you'll notice the shadows are lengthening here. The sun is in your eyes as it sets, coming up to Cafe Corner.
Yeah.
That is an important one to bear in mind. The visibility up the hill will get worse and worse until we hit darkness from here on in, and that's a very wide moment there for Ben Lambeth, but manages to recover it back onto the track.
4.5 minutes to go. Changes in position confirmed. Powell up to second. Schofield now third. Reese Pope is also on the move. There he is in the black suit with the dark blue and black helmet. There's a black flag for Harrison Kirkham. So, and that's one where he's going to have to come into the pits. That's not a add some positions on at the end of the race. That is come in and have a chat, shall we say, with Jimbo and the boys.
Important to bear in mind there are no there is no such thing as a drive-through penalty in Club 100 at Buckmore Park. That was a great little dummy sold by Ben Lambeth though, and he's made the move stick there on Sam Morris, but that was nicely judged there. He just sold the dummy going into Garda. And look at this stream that is behind Sam Morris now, and Reese Pope is going to go down the inside there and get by on, I think that was Eastwood.
Yep.
Tom Eastwood he's got by on.
Romanas Sakauskas in the black, orange and white, almost like Cincinnati Bengals colours there for Romanas. He has had a track limit warning, but is following Reese Pope through here. So this is a couple of the youngsters working together very nicely, gaining positions all the time. 1.2 seconds is the lead for James Martin. However, Christopher Powell has just gone purple in Sector 1, set a personal best in Sector number 2. Down the inside there, defending from Charlie Summers, was Romanas Sakauskas. Side by side between Eastwood and Pope as they headed up to Cafe Corner, and Pope got it done.
Shout out as well to George Lawler, who's just further down the road from this. Highest of the Class 3 runners at the moment, but look out for the 63 coming into the picture if these start to fight, as if they haven't started already. But you get my drift. They'll hold each other up the more they battle.
Track limit penalty for Romanas Sakauskas. So he's gone beyond the track limits too many times. That will be a 2-place penalty at the end of this race. 2.5 minutes to go. Powell is just chipping away at that lead for James Martin at the moment.
Made his endurance debut yesterday, did Powell?
Yes.
In Club 100.
Yes. Sorry, what surprised me about that is because Christopher's been around for so long.
I know. Yeah, I was saying to him yesterday, I was amazed that it was his first time doing that format, but it was. And interesting contrast that he was talking about the differences between them, and they are
wholly different.
They are more different than you would think.
Yep.
Is the best way I can summarise it quickly.
Ben Lambeth has just put a good lap time in, a 46.463. He's slightly up the road from this group on your screen at the moment, in 4th place. So trying to catch up to Kevin Schofield. There is the number 30 in the black suit with the neon trim. and the white helmet. Now, can Pope and Sikauskis improve their pace? Charlie Summers now pushing them along as well.
And Lawler has got onto the back of this. The number 63 is on the scene, I believe that is, pressuring Tom Eastwood at the back of this pack. So, good stuff there from George. There is Ben Lambeth in the number 30, chasing down Kevin Schofield there.
It's gone quicker again on that last lap, 46.451. This is good stuff so far from the C2 driver. They've been wondering what are the different colours on the number boards denoting. Drivers with a black background number board, like the number 30 here in the 77, those are Class 2 or Class 3 drivers. The ones with red number boards are your Premier Class 1 drivers. So if you're seeing a black plated kart ahead of a red plated kart, they're having a pretty good one. Last lap board is out though.
And the gap is just 0.7 of a second between two of our red plated Class 1 drivers, between James Martin and Chris Powell. Just ahead of this battle we're with right now on camera. In fact, they just flashed through your shot there nice and quickly. But it's been a good controlled one, this from James. Not sure how long it's been. I'm not sure we got time to check it. I'm not sure how long it's been since he took a win, actually, for James. But this is going to be a really good start to his 2022 campaign.
So up the hill they come. James Martin for the second time today. Oh no, he's got a problem! He's got a problem! He's lost it! He's lost drive! He's going to get over the line, but Christopher Powell takes it! Oh no! James Martin loses a heat victory within yards of the line. Christopher Powell will not believe his luck on that one. Wins it by half a second ahead of Kevin Schofield. Ben Lambert third. James Martin fourth. And goes straight to the top of the table of the biggest DDMM comms curse cannon victim of the year. My goodness me, he will be sick to his boots.
That's gutting for him.
Let's look at this again. Just coming out of Cafe Corner. And there's the moment he knows he's in trouble. And fair play to James, he pulls off to one side, puts his hand up, and there is nothing he can do to stop Christopher Powell breezing on by.
I'd say that's slightly quick. I suppose Kevin was just going to the sides of safety, but well outside track limits. But
wow.
Oh, wow.
Well, in all our years,
I mean, we
of
saw
commentating on Club 100 and BUKC racing, I have never seen that happen before.
No, I think the closest was it Heriot Watt University a few years ago in BUKC.
Heriot Watt lost a race win due to driver error
and spinning,
that corner,
and that was back when they were direct drive cars.
Yeah, I've never seen
a
driver suffer that fate through no fault of their own in the last corner and lose a race victory as a result. What a sickening blow.
That is galling.
For James Martin. We'll see him out again later on. We're going to swiftly move on to heat number 3. Here we go then with heat number 3. Their grid looks like this. Tom Wallace starts from pole position, and it's a welcome return to Oliver Allwood. He joins Tom on the front row. Ashley White and Jeremy Deeks are on row 2. Russell Cooper and Daz Teal, who finished in supreme form 2021. They're there on row number 3. And we've got Ed Bars looking to get his championship back. The double champion starts this race on row 4 alongside Hussein Rashid. Tim Penny and Ned Douglas are on row 5. Matthew Cockerham and Amy Breacher, another one of our promoted drivers from C3 to C2. They start on row 6. Joshua Sangster and Dan Grokert start on row 7. Jagjit Singh and Matt Ellis on row 8. Braden Tower and Aaron Stillwell are on row 9. Yeah. I can't believe what I've just said.
I'm still reeling on James Martin's behalf. I'm still reeling from that last race. Although
that was you. That was you.
We can't not talk about who's about to win on the last lap. I'm not taking that one. Hey, Powell was where he needed to be as well. I have to say, good drive from Christopher.
It was a very good drive from Christopher. He kept pushing to the end. I want to give a little bit of a big a bigger welcome back to Club 100 for Oliver Allwood.
Yeah.
For those of you not aware, he's raced in Club 100 before. More recently, he's been racing in the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Championship, doing rather well in that. So it's great to have him back here today. And a good chance for him here from the front row of the grid to start the day off well.
And I've got to say as well, just in terms of that grid you just read out, and you mentioned that Daz Teal finished in strong form. It was 3 round victories on the trot that Daz Teal took in the tail end of last season. And I think that's with some of the factors that we've been talking about, the fact that, you know, Jack O'Neill's not here and all of that. He is one of the drivers that I'm really watching today to see how he gets this 2022 campaign off to a start. And we are streaming the round again, which seems to be a good omen for him. Whenever we stream, he does all right.
It is, but I bigged him up on the pre-written preview on the Alpha Live website earlier in the week. So he has the ticket already that if it all goes wrong, he can blame me.
Well, there you go. I'm not sure if that negates the commentator's curse or enhances it, but acknowledging it before ahead of time is one way you might seek to counteract it. Ed Bars as well in this race. We cannot, of course, ignore him. Finishing second in last year's championship. So he will be. So I think we've got some big names here that we need to be keeping an eye on, and it's going to be interesting to see. And of course, as ever, Class 3, we should, you know, it's round 1 of a championship. Class 3 is our novice class. You can get some drivers in there that just spring a surprise as well. Should mention, all drivers have random grid slots for these heats, so that across all of the 3 races that they compete in out of the 12, they have the same random grid position, with the exception of the Class 3 drivers who start towards the back to avoid Class 3 novices starting on pole, which would be a little bit intimidating.
Here we go then, all ready to go for heat number 3. Freddie Gallagher just trying to communicate whether we're good to go or not. No, we're going to go around again. I've just thought of a way we can say that makes sense now. With the C3s being at the back, it's the same grid position.
The Weaverthon has begun.
It's the same average grid position as everybody in your class. Because that is mathematically true.
That's mathematically correct.
So we'll do that from now on. Thank you to those of you who've been watching also on the DDMM YouTube comms box camera. We've got plenty of content coming up for you over the next few weeks, including 2 rounds of the Club 100 iRacing Championship. Do subscribe for that, but I think we are good to go this time for heat number 3.
Ooh. We are, but
holding in the tram lines, and away we go for 7 minutes here. The number 76 of Tom Wallace gets a good start.
But
gets forced out wide. There's a big spin in the middle. It's the number 52 that's gone around. It's Jeremy Deeks, who went from 4th place. Ed Bars is already coming up through the field. He's up to 3rd already.
Ned Douglas was in the wall at turn 1 as well, Andrew. He's fallen well off the back. He's underway again, but that was costly for him. Out very far wide and into the wall, unfortunately.
Amy Breacher trying to fight her way through. Strong in C3 last season. 6.5 minutes to go of this one. As the remaining drivers come down the hill, there's the familiar sight of Ed Bars, the number 2 this season, down the inside into 2nd place. We'll set about trying to catch the leader now, which is Ashley White.
And Daz Teal put a move on Oliver Allwood as well into Garda, so both of those Prem drivers, Class 1 drivers, excuse me, through good start for Joshua Sangster as well, up several positions there.
Yeah, we just saw him having a go there at Matthew Cochrane. Cochrane fought back through Henry's Bend. Into hairpin 2 they go now. They're still battling away. It looks like Cochrane's going to win out in that one. Down the hill they go, down through Symes and then through Pullmans, which is the left-hander. The drivers will be looking to get as tight to that curve as possible. Open up the corner face before you get to paddock. There's the 102 looking down the inside of the 76. This is Allwood with the white helmet with the orange 5 on the side of his helmet. He's got it done. Really good move there by Oliver Allwood, getting past Tom Wallace.
Cochrane with a really, there was a good battle going on between Cochrane and Sangster up the hill there, which went the way of Cochrane. It's 3 wide into turn 1. You say it's not going to work. It's worked so far. They're going to go into hairpin 1 braking zone, 3 abreast. And you know what? fair play. That didn't end as badly as we thought it was going to go. 57 of Joshua Sangster going down the inside into hairpin 2. They're still 3 abreast. They're 2 abreast. They're just about sorted it out to be single file through the S's. That was good racing.
It was. It was indeed. I stand corrected. I had visions there. Oh, Hussein Rashid down the inside, liking that on the brakes.
Yeah.
Has he got it done? He's going to have to sweep across the defend.
Yeah.
Here comes Amy Breacher. Well-read situation there by Breacher.
And Tim Penny's going to go through as well. So I think Jagjit Singh might feel a little bit mugged after that corner because he's been overtaken by quite a few. Change for the lead at the front, though. Ed Bars has got past Ashley White for the lead of the race.
Has indeed, and now leads by 0.3 of a second.
There he is, through hairpin 2. As
Russell Cooper still in there, and the familiar sight of Daz Teal. And this is how Teal formulated those 3 A-final victories. Obviously, you've got a lot of work to do in the A-final, but you've got to get these results in the heats to get a good grid position. And he always quietly crafted those results. You know, I don't want to say to everybody's surprise when the grids come up out and you go, oh my goodness, Daz has done well. So he just had this way of getting on with things, getting the results in, and then really turning it on in those A-finals. And here he is once again. He's down the inside of Cooper now. That's a clean move. That's 3rd place.
I do want to give the shout out to Cooper, though. He's one of our promotees from Class 3 into this season.
Yep.
Good drive.
Very good drive.
This is the other interesting aspect of Class 3 is that when people get promoted to Class 2s and they're not at the back of the grid automatically,
yep,
you suddenly start to see where they feature with these higher grid spots. And this so far is a really good drive from Russell. So fair play for that as the highest placed Class 2 runner so far in this heat.
And he's got at least 3 second gap over Oliver Allwood. So this is a strong heat, this, with 4 C1s in there. 3 minutes to go. There is Teal. He's the number 4 on his kart. That's the position he finished the championship in last year.
A few track limit warnings coming in for those in the mid-pack, and that's because there's a frenetic battle going on from 9th place down, which is currently Amy Breacher. Everyone is separated by just a few tenths, which you wouldn't have thought after the turn 1 that we witnessed. Ned Douglas is on the back of the pack, and he was in the wall, so he's done well to catch up onto the back of this. And there it is, the number 15 of Breacher leading this train of karts here. It's a really good battle in this heat. There is the 48 of Jagjit Singh, but he's going to be double passed on the inside almost. And Cockram had to back out of that one at the last moment as he realised that there was no more room at the inn on the inside of Garda.
Allwood defending from Sangster here. He's over 5th place. Sangster down the inside, but Allwood blocked it again.
Oh,
they'll be side by side off of hairpin number 1, but no, I think Sangster's got it on the exit.
Yeah, judged that well. I thought the door had been shut on him for hairpin 1, but he found a way through. This is Breacher leading Tim Penny into the S's. It's the battle over 9th place. And then the 70 behind them is Matt Ellis. Highest placed Class 3 runner at the moment is just up the road from this. It's Aaron Stillwell in the number 10. With 90 seconds left on the clock.
So Ed Bars, feel for him that you know, if he wants to put the pressure on for Jack O'Neill. I'm assuming Jack O'Neill is on the entry list for future rounds, of course. You know, getting the first race in with a win, he will be going for that top step on the podium here today, no doubt. Here is your battle for second place between White and Teal. There's Daz Teal looking to shape up a move into Garda. Yes, he is. Very nicely done from Daz Teal.
And I think Ashley White is conscious of just maximising the points here. As we are on to the last lap. 2.3 seconds, the gap at the front. To be honest with you, I know I said that of Ashley White, but I'm sure this, if the opportunity presents itself, we won't need a second time of asking. Daz Teal just positioned just a little bit shallow on the entry into hairpin 2, just to go, don't go on the inside.
Well, Ed Bars sweeping down the hill now through Pullmans and into paddock. I just saw him flash through shot there. This will be a good start. some of the things that we saw with Bars' season last year. He didn't always have things his own way through those heats, had to work hard, but this has been a fairly easy one, to be honest. Ed Bars takes heat number 3. Easy as that, 20 points on the board. Daz Teal continues that strong form from the back end of 2021, starts 2022 with a 2nd place. Ashley White 3rd, Russell Cooper a very impressive 4th, ahead of Joshua Sangster in 5th, Hussein Rashid 6th, Oliver Allwood 7th. Top C3 was Aaron Stillwell, Amy Breacher also in the top 10 alongside Matt Ellis. Good race that. Good race from Ed Bars. Good race from Teal. Looking good for the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, honorary mention for Ned Douglas as well, because that was a decent recovery drive to 11th from after turn 1. So fair play there. Right, they're coming thick and fast here. Heat 4 are already out for their practice, and that's coming up for you next here at Buckmore Park.
Last heat of this first rotation. Here it is, heat number 4's grid. Cameron Williams is on pole position. Callum Martin alongside on the front row. James Dunnett and Samuel Essery on row 2. Mike Coppin and Garrett Berry on row 3. Justin Draper and Josh Adams start on row 4. Luke Phillips and Michael Preston are inside the top 10. Dante Dillon and Andrew Ravage are on row 6. David Hamer and Elliot Alt making his debut here today in the lightweight sprints, promoting himself up from the Young Drivers' Championship from the juniors level. Good luck to Elliot. They're there on row 7. Michael Reeder and Andy Berry on row 8. James Browning and Evan Craig on row 9. Good afternoon to Pointy himself, Peter O'Connor, who's got in touch with us in the YouTube chat on Alpha Live, who said that Allwood is like the human roadblock. Rumours are he was steering the Evergreen down the sewers. Keep them coming in, chaps.
I like that comment. I like a good creative metaphor
dear.
on the comments. Always good.
Great to see a youngster coming up through. I say Elliot Alt is part of the Club 100 family, and raced in the juniors or Young Drivers' Championship as it was last year, and stepping up now to the seniors as a C3. And I say this is where I think there's a little bit of a difference in terms of C3 between a heavyweight and a lightweight.
Yes,
the lightweights are as the ladder develops, and you'll have cadets becoming juniors becoming seniors. That step in particular, you're going to see a lot of them coming into this category of the lightweight C3.
And there's a great case study on the grid, a few rows up from Elliot here, in the form of Josh Adams.
Yeah.
In this heat, fantastic, a perfect example of a driver.
Yep.
Who, well, actually, I'm just.
Won't have raced in the Young Drivers' Championship, but that same ethos idea, of coming in at a younger age compared to, as you say, once it's a senior age, you can keep going as long as you want.
They keep having me back for some reason, yeah.
Best of luck to Elliot today, and I'm sure there'll be plenty of support for him.
Mike Coppin is in this heat as well.
He is.
The final piece of the puzzle to the Applewood Independence operation.
Yeah.
We were talking a lot about his teammates Chris Alcock and Alex Pritchard in this morning's heavyweight running, but Mike is another one of those drivers that is one to keep an eye on in this series, in this championship this year, in that number 5 kart with the pale blue helmet and details. So that'll be one to watch. I think we're good for a go here. The 36 is Cameron Williams, your pole sitter. Callum Martin is the number 32 alongside. Stay in those tram lines. Thank you, drivers. And away we go for heat number 4. And it's an even start. It's a great start from the anti-pole side. Callum Martin trying to hang it round the outside, but I think he's going to be undone on the inside. Mike Coppin's going for it on the inside. As too was Garrett Berry in the number 22. We've got a few drivers over track limits on the exit, but by and large that was okay. Josh Adams going down the inside at hairpin 2 on the 36, which was our pole sitter of Cameron Williams, and has got the job done as they stream through Sime Sweep for the first time.
Yeah, it was a bit bumpy and bargy down through those 2 hairpins, but Mike Coppin's got to the front of the order. Garrett Berry, who had flashes of brilliance last year, will be looking to step things up here in 2022. He's arguably got the perfect plate for it, number 2022, to make an impact on this championship. As just a very strange cut there, as there's a penalty for Josh Adams. I think it was almost like Mike Coppin's car was porpoising there, like a 2022 Formula 1 car.
So the penalty for Josh Adams is for bump and pass, and that will probably have been for the move on Cameron Williams we saw in hairpin 2, which was a little bit torpedo-y.
Yeah.
It was on the wrong side of it, as judged by race control. So that is 4 positions to be added to Adams for wherever he finishes in this one.
A check over his shoulder, sees who's behind. There's Michael Preston. He's actually been overtaken or being attacked at the moment by Andrew Rabbage. And what I'm going to say about Michael Preston is, if you like a close finish, make sure you tune into DDMM's coverage of and extended highlights of round 2 of the Club 100 of BUKCI Racing Championship from Wednesday night. A few of you will know what I mean by that, but if you don't, it's quite spectacular, so definitely tune in for that. If you want more information, do make sure you subscribe to DDMM on YouTube. 5 minutes of this race to go.
And it's Andrew Rabbage that is being chased down the hill there by the 59 of Michael Preston, and that is because Rabbage, to his credit, has got by on Preston actually this lap.
Samuel Essery's in this race, was fastest of anybody in the practice session that was held around lunchtime after the heavyweights had finished their racing. So there he is in the number 20, working his way up through the order into 11th place, and another driver who's moved up from C3 to C2 this season.
Yes, indeed. Very much somebody to watch now that he has the grid position in amongst the Class 1s and Class 2s. Indeed, to give him his full credit, he was our Class 3 champion, wasn't he?
Yep.
In lightweight. In fact, he's the only champion that's turned up today for the lightweights. The only defending champion. So we're indebted to him for doing that.
And Junior watch, look at Elliot Olt up in 10th place. This is a very good start for Elliot in the number 49. Here's your leaders, 1, 2, 3.
Check out your top 3 here. This is not what we saw. Early doors in the heavyweights this morning. We saw by and large some pretty dominant wins in the early heats, the first rotation of heats. Not so this morning, because Mike Coppin currently being kept very honest by Garrett Berry and Josh Adams. Bearing in mind, though, Adams does have that penalty, but that doesn't mean he's got any lesser incentive to get to the front, because the penalty takes the forms of position deductions, and so you want to be as far forward as possible come the end of the race, as that is Dante Dillon having to go defensive against it's James Dunnett, isn't it, that he's got by on this lap. And Dunnett did well there as well to hold off an attack from Andrew Rabbage. So it's Dillon, Dunnett, Rabbage at the moment, from 5th down through 7th.
If you missed the news earlier in the month at BUKC, Dante Dillon's going to be part of the Club 100 team, testing the cadet kart. And I'm also going to use this opportunity, I don't know if he's watching, but if he is, hello to Nicky Richardson. We're missing you, mate, but we're proud as punch for what you're out there in Italy. He's at Franciacorta this weekend, and is driver coaching and training a very, very good young talent in the world of karting, moving up into seniors. And as I say, he's not our clerk of the course here anymore for the sprints. So I will also congratulate Barnaby Pittingale for being our new clerk of the course, and he's been doing a damn fine job, if you ask me, so far this weekend. Here's Mike Coppin leading the race. Josh Adams now second on the road ahead of Garrett Berry, but remember, has that penalty. So Mike Coppin can afford to let Adams go by here and still take the full share of 20 points. Hello to Ralph King, who's cheering on Samuel Essery, who's progressed up to 9th. He's on his own at the moment. It's a tricky place to drive on your own here, because it's all about momentum and flow.
Yes, and there is a certain degree to a slipstream round here to help yourselves along. So it can be difficult if you have having a quiet one.
We'll hope that that group with Dillon, Dunnett, Rabbage, Preston will come back towards him and offer some opportunities on the last lap. Coppin still ahead of Adams here with 1 minute and 10 to go.
Yeah, Garrett Berry comfortably your highest C2 at the moment, but only time-wise. You know, if he has an incident or a penalty, then Justin Draper is running there in 4th place at the moment. But starting to come under attack by Dante Dillon as well, as there's a penalty for Michael Preston for trap limit, so that's 2 positions to be added to wherever he finishes. This is Andrew Rabbage, who I think there just got by James Dunnett, actually, so I think that's a change for 6th place, which will be confirmed on the timing tower. You're right about there as they cross the line. But we're on the last lap between, well, we're on the last lap for everybody, but there's a close gap here between our top 2, albeit one with a penalty hanging over them.
Just looking to have a smooth run to the checkered flag here, Mike Coppin. Started the 2019 championship, I remember, very, very strongly here at Buckmore Park. And he's looking to do the same again. Josh Adams is going to have a go there on the inside. It's not quite going to work. Not quite going to work. Mike Coppin comes round and over the hill to finish heat number 4 in the lead, take 20 points and a perfect start to his afternoon. Josh Adams second on the road but has a penalty, so second will go to Garrett Berry, first of the C2s. It's going to be a real chase to the line there. Dillon takes 4th, Draper 5th, then Rabbage, Dunnett, Essery, Preston. There's Elliott Alt over the line in the top 10 and top C3. Martin, Williams, Berry, Phillips, Browning, Hamer, Reeder and Craig. Evan Craig will be the last kart over the line there in heat 4. That's the first rotation finished for the lightweights. Yeah, that's a good race.
Yeah, all drivers have now done at least 1 heat, and fair play to Josh Adams. He had to have a go, didn't he?
Yeah.
It was a good effort. Heat number 5 is coming right up next here on your Alpha live stream. Let's take you through the grid then for this heat number 5. Ramanas Sakauskas will start this one from pole with Stephen Westwood alongside. Joshua Sangster and Jed Toole make up row number 2 with Ashley White and Christopher Powell on row number 3. Charlie Summers and Andrew Ward are the 4th row of the grid with Rob Langthorpe and Fraser Brunton rounding out the top 10. Bryn Alban and Josh Wood are on row 6 with row 7 being occupied by Christopher Harris and Rizwan Mangat. Jagjit Singh and Alexandra Da Silva are row 8. Matt Ellis and Zhenzong Lim are the 9th row, and it is there that the grid ends, for it is a 18 kart grid in this one. So interesting interesting grid actually for this one. I think we've got a very lucky heat winner earlier on in Chris Powell. I say very lucky. I still credit him for being in the right place at the right time.
Yep.
Had to get there, but with 1 heat win, and he's got Andrew Ward sitting right behind him on the grid, also with a heat win under his belt. So
a few drivers towards the front as well who didn't have particularly strong first races, so we'll be looking for results here in the shape of Sakauskas and Westwood. We are under starters orders. The pace car pulls away, 7 minutes, and there's a green light. Away we go for heat number 5. Big start for anyone on the pole side of the grid, and Sangster is straight into the lead in number 57 from grid 3.
Absolutely, but that's Ashley White, I think, is it getting to the head of the field early doors as well. He's just got by on Sangster into hairpin 1 there. It is indeed the 64 of Ashley White at the head of the field. As further back they go 2 wide, even 3 wide. Can they all sort themselves out by the S's? Oh, goodness me, that's getting a bit tight. But they compromised. They went for 2 by 2 through the S's, so it's fine, right? As they come down the hill for the first time.
It's splitting the field, though, straight away. So drivers in that second half are going to have work to do. Number 87 cuts the inside, and up the inside of the 54. That's a nice move from Josh Wood on Charlie Summers. End of lap number 1, Ashley White leads. Joshua Sangster in second place, Ramanas Sakauskas third. Good start for Rob Langthorpe as well in 4th place. Fraser Brunton is out again in this one. There he is in number 46, completes the top 5. Bryn Alban in 6th, Andrew Ward 7th, ahead of fellow heat winner so far, Christopher Powell as the shadows lengthen here at Buckmore Park with 5 minutes and 43 seconds to play.
Change for fourth place, Fraser Brunton down the inside of Rob Langthorpe at hairpin 2, so the 46 is now ahead of the 58. That means Bryn Olban is now chasing Rob Langthorpe. Didn't feel close enough to make a move there, but Langthorpe did feel the need to go just a tiny bit defensive there into Garda. We're talking about the driver in the 58 with the yellow and red helmet, always a very distinctive one and easy to spot. Now running in 5th place.
There is the new lid of Bryn Olban, with the very much Welsh-themed colours. And I'm happy to praise that one after the rugby result yesterday. But raced very strongly last year, Bryn. It was a learning year, and a very good learning year, if you ask me. I would not be surprised at all if Bryn is one of those drivers that takes big strides this year.
Brunton on Sakauskas here, Andrew into Garda. That was a good prizing open of the door by Fraser there. Sakauskas was wise to it, but couldn't get over to the right-hand side early enough to defend, and he's gone through. And meanwhile, Christopher Powell has caught onto the back of and past Andrew Ward. So heat winner from earlier on goes past heat winner from earlier on, and Christopher Powell wants to make hay whilst the sun's still shining and goes through on Bryn Olban into turn 1. Ward tries to follow through and has got the inside line for hairpin 1 and also gets through. So that's Olban down to 8th place. But great few corners there for Christopher Powell to get himself up into 6th place. And I have to say as well, I was worried at the end of the first lap because you mentioned that break in the pack. Christopher Powell was at the front of the second group, and he's done very well to get onto. We were talking about how it's difficult to run by yourself. He's managed to do a good job there to get back onto it as Josh Wood challenges Bryn Olban over 8th place, but it stays as they were for now. New fastest lap of the race by Fraser Brunton.
And Brunton down the inside of Joshua Sangster there for 2nd place. 46.519 last time around for Brunton.
Yep.
3.5 minutes to go. And he's right onto the back of Ashley White straight. This is what we saw from Fraser at the BUKC event a few weeks ago. Just the tenacity, the speed, the way he scythed through the field with minimum fuss. I wouldn't be surprised if he has a go here down the inside. No, he's just going to take his time, bide his time. There's still plenty of this race to go. And that's what I'm enjoying with Fraser's racing so far. He's being wise about it. He's thinking about the moves. He's picking his moments and he's getting it absolutely spot on. Here he goes, down the inside. Perfect. Brilliant. Fraser Brunton leads at Buckmore Park.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a beautifully judged moment. And as you say, knew that he could have a good run up the hill. Didn't do... There's nothing too dramatic. It's all just calm, collected, gets the overtake done, and has that pace. He will now try and pull away from Ashley White. Good running still by Joshua Sangster though. Good driving in general today, and highest place of the Class 2 runners at the moment in that number 57 car. Ramanas Sakauskas is next back. You can see there in the 26.
Track limit warning for Stephen Westwood, I think that was, that popped up on our screen.
Just a reminder, the sun will now be right in the eyes of these drivers as they come up the hill and turn into Cafe Corner before they enter the shade of this turn 1 and 2 section. This is why, if it were a damp day, we would be talking about why turns 1 and 2 take so long to dry out.
Yeah.
But as we've said several times, we have been rather blessed with the weather this weekend. This is perfect conditions we could hope for going racing in late February in the UK.
Not a cloud in the sky as I look outside our commentary box window here in the John Button suite. Here's a battle between Rob Langthorpe and Christopher Powell. Andrew Ward's still in there. There's a bit of a Bryn Olban train at the moment, but he's defending his position well. Langthorpe up the inside. Or is that Powell round the outside? I think, yeah, it's rather the latter. Powell is scything his way through here. Another position, he's up to 5th.
This is some good driving from Powell.
Yeah.
I've got to say, just from what I've seen from him this weekend, he's been driving. I'm very impressed with how he's arrived on the scene this 2022 championship. He's been a very accomplished driver for a number of years, but just early doors, I'm very impressed.
60 seconds on the clock. Fraser Brunton very much in control of this race. There'll be 2 more laps, including the one that they are on. Andrew Ward trying to close in on Rob Langthorpe. Now there's two drivers who've known each other for a very long time in this championship. Very much raced up through the levels together. Now both C1 drivers. Last lap board is out. Just under half a second is the lead for Brunton over White. And the gap back to Sangster 1.2 seconds. Sakauskas gap 1.4. This is really where the action is now. Powell, Langthorpe, Ward, 5, 6 and 7. Are those positions going to change between now and the end of this lap? Fraser Brunton, though, really is on form. Could today be the day that he breaks that duck? He's been so close so many times, especially in the second half of 2021. But he's continuing that form into 22. It's getting even better as Fraser Brunton comes around and takes heat 5. Very nicely done indeed. Wins again at Buckmore Park. Ashley White second, Sangster third, Sakauskas fifth, Powell, Langthorpe, Ward finished 5, 6, 7. Bryn Albon just holds on for 8th place there, ahead of Charlie Summers, Stephen Westwood, Josh Wood, and then the top C3 was Christopher Harris in the number 11, who finished the race with a 47.240, which is fastest lap so far, I think, today.
Yeah, well, I was watching the Bryn Albon train out the window on that last lap because it was rather entertaining. Plenty of racing action that we've been treating to today, and even more of it coming up next with heat number 6. Here is your grid then for that 6th heat. We'll be halfway through the heats after this one. Corey Smith starts on pole with Andrew Rabbage alongside. Martin Theodoru and Ned Douglas are on row number 2. Michael Preston and James Dunnett are next on row 3. Row 4 is going to be Clifton Malcolm and David Longman. Jeremy Deeks and Hussein Rashid round out the top 10. Then it's Ross O'Brien and Kevin Schofield on row 6. Mike Coppin and Keith Segal are next. Oliver Johnson and Yusuf Serhajono are on row 8, and then it's David Francis and Andy Berry to round out your 18 kart grid, and we are good for the go already. Away we go then for heat number 6. Corey Smith in that 89 kart. I seem to recall we'll be looking for a good one here, because I want to say that he had a drama in heat 1, but Michael Preston has done very well to hook underneath there early doors, as there's a bit of bumping and barging through hairpin 1. And unless I'm very much mistaken, that's been a dream start for Preston, getting himself up to the head of the field in the number 59, as we've got a spinner in the mid-pack there in hairpin 1. I think it's the number 68, which would make it, stand by, that is Ross O'Brien, it will be there, as there's a penalty issued for Jeremy Deeks for forcing a driver wide. This is the 52 attacking, which is Jeremy Deeks. But at the end of lap 1, it is Michael Preston who's had a great start there to take himself to the lead of the race. And a good start as well for Martin Theodoru to judge the start of this one. Experienced driver there. I think that showed a bit as he managed to navigate those first few corners and is in 2nd place.
Oh yeah, another driver. Keith Segal all locked up as they went into hairpin 1 there. Number 47 on the inside of Kevin Schofield, who's had a good first race in that number 77 entry.
Oliver Johnson.
Yeah, I was just about to say.
Up 11 places on lap 1. That's an amazing start there from the number 55. There he is, one of our Class 3 runners, as Mike Coppin lines up a move on Keith Segal, and Ned Douglas is keen to follow through there and does so. Yes, gets the job done. Oh, as there's a bit of a tag between the 77 of Kevin Schofield, and I think it was between himself and James Dunnett potentially up the hill. As you can see, the way that the sun is just on our cameras impacting it. You imagine that you're driving up to Cafe Corner, which I'll remind you again is a blind corner at the point of turning. You can't really see. You can make out the marshal post to the right if it's showing a yellow light for a yellow flag, thankfully. But yeah, it really is a blind corner at this time of day, because it's as you're angled up the hill as well. As Mike Coppin from a long way back goes down the inside of Andrew Rabbage, and that was nicely done. Rabbage, though, he's not going to take that one without a fight. He tries to fight back, half in attack and half in defence against Kevin Schofield, who's challenging him, but Ned Douglas now gets alongside Schofield in the number 19 car and gets the job done through Cafe Corner. Nicely done by Ned Douglas there to take himself up into 9th place.
Blimey, that move from Coppin was first class with special delivery.
I
At the
don't-
speed it came in.
I don't know how he got that stopped, to be perfectly honest with you, but he's now challenging and through on Corey Smith there. Yes, he is, as Smith is also overtaken by Andrew Rabbage. Is he? No, not quite. Smith holds him off in time for the turning point of the S's, by which point you really need to have sorted out what you're doing. Yeah, Corey Smith doing well so far in that number 89 car, but a bit wide out of paddock, and that's going to be all that Rabbage needs as an invitation to go for the move. And behind them, that holds up Ned Douglas, which allows Kevin Schofield to have a look at him again. But it stays as they were through onto the Sisley Straight to begin another lap. 3.5 minutes left on the clock. Michael Preston leads by 2.5 seconds from Martin Theodoru. Jeremy Deeks running well in third. Haven't seen too much of him, but he is, now I think about it, carrying a penalty as Ned Douglas goes down the inside and takes Corey Smith at least, and tries to take Andrew Rabbage as well. They're going to be side by side through the S's. Rabbage doesn't want to give this one up. Oh, there's a bit of a check up there, and that was a heart in the mouth moment. Andrew Rabbage did not want to give that one up, but in the end, Ned Douglas has got himself through by hook or by crook up into 8th place. Further down here, David Longman defending against Keith Segal, and they're just ahead, and that's actually a change because Longman's got by on Segal on this lap, and Ross O'Brien and James Dunnett. There's a mechanical failure flag being shown to the number 106 of David Francis, so that's unfortunate for him. He's going to have to report to the pit lane, perhaps a loose bumper or some such. Michael Coppin there just got by on Oliver. I've got to say, Mike Coppin is getting by on drivers. I'm barely noticing the moves. They're so sort of I don't know, in clinical, surgically done almost, where he's just like, yep, I'm through. And so it was with him there, getting up into 5th place, by on the 55 car of Oliver Johnson, who still, even going down that position, having a brilliant drive as one of our Class 3 competitors. Kevin Schofield, it looks to me here, has got by on Andrew Rabbage, so there's a change there for 8th place. But yeah, now Mike Coppin comes onto the back of Hussein Rashid in the 71 kart, as Ned Douglas now starts to absorb the pressure of the 77 of Schofield, but in fact he takes a slightly shallower line into hairpin 1 just to deter any moves into there. So he is defending hard here against Kevin Schofield. Schofield's going to have to go round the outside if he wants this place. He's going to switch back to the inside just to prevent Andrew Rabbage from trying to make a move into the S's. Good little battle this. Bit robust in places, but just about on the right side of it, I'd say, to be highly entertaining. Ned Douglas decides not to go too defensive into Garda. If you go too defensive, you will compromise yourself all the way up the hill. That's Ross O'Brien you just saw in the 68, just a few kart lengths back off of these drivers, going, go on, keep fighting and holding each other up. As here is the battle between, so Hussein Rashid has got through on Jeremy Deeks there, and so too has Mike Coppin. So Jeremy Deeks in the 52 has gone down to 5th place. Rashid getting by in his bid to try and stay ahead of a charging Mike Coppin here. Michael Preston still leads this one, and he'll be going on to his last lap, I would have thought, unless he's already just gone by. Yeah, no, the last lap has begun for Michael Preston. 3 seconds up the road from Martin Theodoru, who we've barely seen either of them in this race. Such has been the control they've had at the front of the field. The biggest battle, though, or the highest battle, is Mike Coppin chasing Hussein Rashid here, and is he having a look into hairpin 1? Not quite, but Rashid will feel the need to go defensive into hairpin 2. Stays to driver's left, but that will compromise his exit, and that might mean that Coppin has the better of him all the way down the hill. So look for a move into paddock corner. They'll go through the right of Syme Sweep, the left of Pullman's. And I can just see Rashid defending there. We do need to take a look, though, at start-finish straight, because there is Michael Preston. He will come through to take the win. It's a very impressive victory there for Michael Preston. Martin Theodoru will finish a solid 2nd place there. Who's going to finish 3rd, though, as they come up the hill? Rashid holds off Coppin. Nicely done there by Hussein Rashid to hold on to 3rd. Mike Coppin in 4th, Jeremy Deeks in 5th. A great drive from Oliver Johnson in 6th place. Then it's Ned Douglas holding off Schofield and Rabbage. Ross O'Brien rounding out your top 10. Then it was David Longman, James Dunnett, Yusuf Sohajono, Andy Berry, Keith Segal, Corey Smith, Clifton Malcolm, and David Francis, unfortunately with a compromised race due to having to go into the pits with a meatball flag, a mechanical issue that had to be attended to. That's it for heat number 6. We're halfway through our heats now. Coming right up here at Buckmore Park is heat number 7. Let's take you through the grid then for lightweight heat number 7. Dante Dillon will start this one on pole with Amy Reacher alongside. Dan Seeger and Luke Phillips are on row 2 with Sam Morris and Tom Eastwood on row 3. Callum Martin and James Martin are next on row 4 with Cameron Williams and Justin Draper rounding out the top 10. Daz Teal and Tim Penny are row number 6. Russell Cooper and Aaron Stillwell are next. James Browning and Harrison Kirkham are row 8, and then it's Dan Grocott and Michael Reeder on row number 9. And not forgetting, it's a 19 kart one in this. Kim Ely rounds out your 19 karts on the grid. And that's how they line up for heat number 7. With this one, we are good for a start. And away we go. Dante Dillon is in the 104. Amy Reacher is in the number 15, but it's a good start from the pole side of the grid, and it's going to see Dan Seeger go through on the inside into second place. Is he close enough to have a look at Dante Dillon into the hairpin? No, he's not. There's a bit of jostling in the mid-pack. 2 wide, even 3 wide, and we've got a spinner round there. I believe it was Tom Eastwood who went round there in the number 28 kart, and everyone else having to splay to either side in avoidance. Breacher battling away into the S's as Dan Seeger has got by on Dante Dillon. So it's Seeger to the front of this one in the number 53. Dante Dillon fighting back though, goes down the inside. He doesn't want to let Seeger get away with this in the early stages, but he's going to have to yield for now. So at the end of lap number 1, it is Dan Seeger who leads ahead of Dante Dillon. And then it is Callum Martin, Russell Cooper with a great start up to 4th place. Daz Teal in 5th, and Amy Reacher had the difficult job, I think, there. She started second on the grid, and she just got... It's so easy when you're starting on the outside to just end up hung out by so many people on the inside, and you're like, I want to get back to the inside, but everybody's going there in the first few corners. But there she is battling away ahead of Sam Morris.
Yeah, hello to Claudia Bushby again. Wishing good luck to Sam Morris in this one. Yeah, it'll be part of the learning experience as Teal down the inside of Martin there, going for a move for 3rd place. Penalty for Harrison Kirkham for breaking formation at the start and exiting the tram lines. We have seen a few of those penalties so far today. So it's Seeger from Dillon, from Teal, Cooper, Martin, Breacher, Martin, Morris, Williams, Stillwell. Aaron Stillwell having another good run here. We saw one earlier in the first rotation where he took a C3 win. He may be on for a second one here.
Penalty for Luke Phillips for track limits, which I'm pretty certain is going off, quote-unquote, in avoidance down at Paddock Corner. Because it did get a little bit hairy down there on the last lap further down the order. But I think he was adjudged to have unnecessarily gone off there and kept his foot in it. Number 10 here of Aaron Stillwell, that Andrew just mentioned, battling away with Luke Phillips as they come up the hill.
Saw Aaron do some racing last year. Is that a repeat showing, or is that a new one for Luke Phillips?
Repeat, I think.
It's a repeat showing.
Battling away. He was actually battling away with Cameron Williams, sorry. And Williams trying to come back at him around the outside, and just that was a difficult one.
Yeah,
there.
I think that may have been a bit self-inflicted. I think Cameron just turned in a gnat too early.
Yeah,
and the back of the kart is slightly wider than the front of the kart, so he made that contact on the rear left, and that's just what pivoted him round there.
It's easy for me to say in the moment as they're battling through Garda, but I feel like he had an overspeed because he braked later, realised he was going to miss the apex and tried to compensate for starting to turning into the corner.
Yeah.
And just squeezing a fellow competitor a little bit. That's
Amy Breacher passed Callum Martin last time around. Is back into the top 5 now, so this is a good race from Amy, fighting back here. Here are your 2 leaders though, Dan Seeger and Dante Dillon, both in C2 this year. swooping down through Simon Sweep and Pullman's, then through Paddock, then negotiating. It's not really a corner, that one between Paddock and Garda, but it's not without its risks. It's very easy to run wide, bounce over that curb, lose momentum, hit the block possibly.
It's very easy if you're trying to get the switch back out of Paddock to think, oh, I can just straight line this. But no, you do have to give the room to the fact the driver will have to come over to the right a bit to avoid track limit violation and, as you say, hitting that bollard. So yeah, it's one of those ones that you do need to factor in, that it is technically a corner, or at least it's a kink in the straight. Then you have to account for that rather than just forcing your fellow competitor into the bollard.
Tim Penny trying to find a way past Luke Phillips at the moment, the number 14 up against the 153.
Tom Eastwood with a good move there through hairpin 2 as well on Kim Ely. So that's Eastwood up to 15th place, and that's after his spin on lap 1, remember, so he's on a recovery drive there, as down the inside goes Tim Penny.
Just off the back of this group you've got Dan Gokot as well. He's got support from the Drum Vader in the chat, so best of luck to Danny. There he is, just going through shot, the number 41. Well picked up, guys, 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, Luke Phillips, bit of a costly few corners, because after Tim Penny put that move, it left him exposed at Garda, so James Browning also went down the inside. Here is Russell Cooper defending against Emmy Breacher. And as I say, Russell Cooper impressing me so far as a graduate from the C3 class up into C2, with the attentions of Breacher and James Martin, who I think he's had a quiet one so far in this one, to be honest with you. I think I'm fair to use the term honorary heat winner from earlier on for James Martin, given the gutting way in which it was taken from him. Moral heat winner, as Breacher's down the inside of Russell Cooper, and Amy Breacher gets herself up into 4th place. Russell Cooper now has James Martin all over the back of him as they head down the hill. This is the thing where Martin will be thinking, set him up into Paddock, let's see how I am down through the hill, and am I close enough? The answer is no, not on this occasion. In the background you can just see see Callum Martin battling away with Sam Morris.
Change for the lead on the last, or going on to the last lap. Dante Dillon has managed to get the draft and pull past Dan Seeger, so the battle is on here. Daz Teal is over 2.5 seconds back, so they should be safe from the seed number 4 through the S's now. Is Dan Seeger thinking about a move into Garda?
I figured Dante Dillon was biding his time, just working together for most of this race to get the gap. Last real opportunity here, though, for Seeger, though. Dillon knows it and will go defensive. Only question is, will he go so defensive that Seeger has a run up the hill?
Well, Dante Dillon, this has been a very mature drive from the 104. Another driver recently here for BUKC takes another victory at Buckmore Park. Dante Dillon takes heat 7 ahead of Dan Seeger. Daz Teal can't win them all, but that's good points again in 3rd place. A brilliant 4th place for Amy Breacher. Best result, I think, in a heat so far in her time in Club 100 sprints. 5th for Russell Cooper. Another really good result for a C3 to C2 driver. James Martin 6th. Sam Morris 7th. Callum Martin in 8th. Aaron Stillwell wins in C3 again ahead of Harrison Kirkham. And that is your top 10.
Absolutely. Another good heat there. And a good win for Dante Dillon. Heat 8 drivers are already out on track. That's coming for you up next on your Alpha live stream. Let's take a look at your grid then for the lightweights. Heat number 8, Matthew Cockram and Reece Pope are your front row. David Hamer and Greg Smith are row number 2. Steph Theodoru and Dean Everest are row 3. Sam Slater and Oliver Allwood are next, with Samuel Essery and Tom Wallace rounding out the top 10. Ben Lambeth and Josh Adams are row number 6. Garrett Berry and Ed Bars are your 7th row, with Evan Craig and Braden Towler on row 8. George Lawler and Elliot Alt on row 9. And Toby Smith brings up the rear on a 19-car grid. That's how they line up for the last race in your 2nd rotation of heats.
Sam Nivelow has the pace car field under control, pulls away. We're ready to go then for another 7 minutes here. What's going to happen in this one? Good start, good even start from both of them on the front row, and in fact Reece Pope has played that really well. Has been able to tuck in and hold on to second place. We talked about Breacher in the previous race and being forced out wide. That has not happened to Pope in this one. Sam Slater coming down the inside of Greg Smith there through hairpin number 1. Pope leads. Cockham's fought back though, nicely retaken second place. Oliver Allwood in the blue suit and the white helmet with the number 5 is in the middle there as well. And here comes Ed Bars in the green and black sweeping through. I'd say that's one of the best starts we've seen so far today.
Yeah, absolutely. I have to say, going 2 wide, even 3 wide at certain points, was that a little kiss of the barriers there by Matthew Cockram.
Yep.
As the 40 of Dean Everest feels the need to go off in avoidance there.
Steph Theodore's had a really strong run so far in this one. Is already up to second place.
Yeah, I've got to say, there's a penalty for the number
Dean
40
Everest.
of Dean Everest, and that's for advantage by contact, bump and pass. 4 positions to be added to wherever he completes his race. This is the 27 of Cockram in the wheel tracks of Sam Slater.
Track limit penalty for Oliver Allwood as well. That may have been a keeping your foot in it.
Yep.
One. Excuse me.
Absolutely. Greg Smith there, battling away. And another good example there as Garrett Berry is being attacked down the hill by Ben Lambeth. In fact, actually, no, Ben Lambeth is holding off Garrett Berry there. And Garrett Berry is eventually through at the bottom of the hill, whereas Greg Smith gets past by Sam Essery. I did just want to finish the thought that Greg Smith, another good example of a driver who's worked their way up through Class 3 and up into Class 2 as Josh Adams and Ed Bars goes side by side. It was last year that Greg Smith made the jump up into Class 2, was it not? And yeah, driving well in the early stages here as Oliver Allwood puts a move on him. Penalty for Josh Adams, excuse me, for track limits.
Yeah, what I liked about Greg's season last year is he really grew into C2. You know, he had his challenges with it at the start and being that further bit forward, but he really did. You know, by the end of the season, he was a regular at the high end of the B final and even in some A finals.
Garrett Berry tries to put a move through on him, and it does succeed at Garda, and now that is Oliver Allwood trying to go through on Greg Smith as well there, and gets the job done. And now Josh Smith is on the scene, and Greg needs to try and gather some momentum back up here. It's easy to start to feel a little bit punch drunk from some of these moves as Sam Essery goes down the inside of Matt Cockram at hairpin 1 and goes defensive at 2 just to deter any further moves. Joshua Adams, excuse me, going down the inside of Smith at hairpin 2 as they now head down the hill. And they work their way up. It's now Ed Basel. Someone's collected the bollard there on the exit of paddock. And Sam Slater, I think, gets repassed there by Matthew Cockram. Actually, I'll have to double check that as they come through on timing. Does indeed. Matthew Cockram up into 3rd place. All of this is because 2.5 seconds up the road is Steph Theodore in 2nd. Another case of a driver in 2nd place having a bit of a quiet one thus far. Sam Slater and Samuel Essery going side by side again, which will give an opportunity to Garrett Berry to buy into this one. Gets alongside Slater, but hasn't got the overspeed coming out of hairpin 2 and has to duck out by the time they're going through the S's. Downhill they go. The 100 is Slater, the 20 is Essery, and the 22 is Garrett Berry. And Oliver Allwood has arrived on the scene trying to prise open the door into Garda. Meanwhile, Ed Bars is trying to go around the outside of Greg Smith and gets the job done. So Ed Bars' experience is really showing for me in a race like this, because on that opening lap they were going 2 wide, 3 wide. Was the contact? No, there wasn't. And Ed Bars was navigating that very well, and now he's just picking them off as and when he can. He's not forcing the issue in any way, shape or form. He's just taking the opportunities. Here he is, seeing the line on Josh Adams. He's gone for it, side by side with Adams. Who's going to win out in that one? Actually, Adams lets him go. And Adams continues to defend against, it's not Greg Smith, because Ben Lambeth has got through on Greg Smith in the first half of this lap. And there's a penalty for Samuel Essery for track limits, so that's 2 positions to be deducted from his final race result, currently running in 5th place.
If you're a Greg Smith or a Dean Everest, there's actually big opportunities here. There's a few penalties already accumulating in this one. Just playing a wise game now and a clean run through these last 2 minutes could benefit a driver big time. The surprise for me is Ed Barr's still there in 8th place and not at the moment being able to move up through the order. Well, there's one of them. That's getting past Oliver Allwood for 7th place, and Josh Adams is going to try and follow through as well. And he's just
my goodness.
I thought Oliver was going to keep his nose in as they went out of the S's.
We did just briefly see our race leader on this lap as well.
Yeah.
Just flashed through shot at hairpin 2. Having a quiet one but a strong one here is Reece Pope at the head of the field as Josh Adams goes by on Ed Bars through Garda. So he's not scared of putting a move up the inside there. There is Steph Theodorou, 2nd place, slowly being reeled in by Matthew Cockram, actually. So that's an important one to keep an eye on. And then this is the battle for 4th place, slightly further down. Sam Slater still at the head of this pack in that number 100.
It's worth remembering with Reece Pope as well, I'm just looking back to his results, was another driver who finished 2021 exceptionally strongly.
Yeah.
You know, that final round that we had at Bayford Meadows is after Josh Adams looks down the inside of Samuel Essery for 6th on the road and takes it. He had heat results of 2nd, 2nd and 1st, and was a little bit... It was a strange one because he was starting from the outside at Bayford Meadows. And that's always a really, really hard place to start, and finished 5th in the final.
Yeah.
He's another driver who is properly... He's not just knocking on the door, he's properly thumping it as Ed Bars goes down the inside of Samuel Essery.
That was
to get that first podium overall and in C1.
really nicely just moved that by Ed Bars. Maybe he hasn't got as far forward as he would have liked in this one, but he's still good at those clinical moves, keeping it clean. Here is Reece Pope, though, who's done everything he needs to do. He might have been wondering where everyone else was, to be honest, in this one, but it's been a lovely drive for Reece Pope, and he's going to come up the hill now, round Cafe Corner, and cross the line to take a well-deserved heat win there in heat number 8. Next up will be Steph Theodorou, who's been able to hold off a late charge by Matthew Cockram for 2nd place. Then it's Sam Slater, who's held off a lot of attacks from Garrett Berry. Josh Adams is next, Ed Bars in 7th, and it was Sam Essery, Ben Lambeth and Oliver Allwood to round out the top 10. Greg Smith, Dean Everest, Elliot Alt, your highest placed Class 3 driver, in 13th place, followed by Wallace Lawler, Toby Smith, David Hamer and even Craig as well. That is the end of the second rotation of heats then. The karts are already out on track for heat number 9. And here's the grid for heat number 9. Ross O'Brien is on pole with Bryn Alban alongside Mike Coppin and Hussein Rashid are row number 2. Martin Theodorou and Amy Reacher are next on row 3. Row 4 is going to be Stephen Westwood and Ned Douglas. David Longman and Andrew Ward round out the top 10. It'll be Tom Eastwood and Sam Morris next on row 6 with Ashley White and Zheng Zong Lim on row 7. Christopher Harris and Oliver Johnson are your 8th row of the grid with Yusuf Serhajono and Alexandra De Silva on row 9, and that concludes the grid, for it is an 18 kart entry on this one.
This is the last heat for all of these drivers before their finals. I think we're going to go round at least one more time. Yes, we are. We saw with the lightweights early this morning, Howard, that we get to this stage of the round and there'll be drivers on this going, well, I've got 2 good scores in the bank, or I've got 1 and I've not got another one and I need another one. Or drivers that are like, I've had a torrid time of it so far. The pressure goes up in this last round of heats. I'd say more so than a final. The final, you kind of know what your deal is.
Yeah.
Whereas at the moment, there's still unknowns and there's chances to go for it.
I liken this in my mind to like the 3rd race of a British touring car weekend. It feels like a sort of similar thing of this is my last chance. Admittedly, in touring cars, there's also if I duff up the car, they can fix it back at base, which isn't the case here. But it feels like that to me, where drivers will just go for that slightly. They just calculate the risk a little bit differently ahead of each move.
Ready to go then for heat number 9. Control on the lights, and away we go then for the green flag. Into turn 1 they go. Good start from Ross O'Brien, good start from Mike Coppin as well, as already challenging for the lead from grid 3. Into hairpin 1 they go. Bryn Alban's trying to hold it around the outside, and they are getting through hairpin 1 relatively cleanly, and they're on their way to the S's.
Yeah, absolutely. Mike Coppin is looking confident in this one, though. I think, Andrew, I wouldn't be too surprised if we didn't see another one of his textbook moves into paddock from quite far back at the bottom of the hill here. Into paddock they do go. And it's Martin Theodoro as well, strongly there in second.
Oh, hello.
There's
That's
Theodoro.
a brilliant move, Martin Theodoro. Whilst everybody else is having a bit of a conversation with themselves, Martin's just gone, yep, I'll have that P1.
Yep. Absolutely. Everyone just thought they'd have a bit of a coffee morning discussion about it, and Martin just went, thank you very much. I'll just remember that we're in a race for a moment. And,
there you
we
go. Now, there's one of those track limit warning handouts for a, well, you could have just slipped in behind there, as Mike Coppin's gone back down the inside of Martin Theodoro, retakes the lead.
And to someone who might say, oh, but, you know, it's in avoidance, it's the first lap, Hussein Rashid also went wide there, but backed off.
Yeah.
And you are not, although there's a warning for him. Do you know what? I set myself up for failure there, didn't I? Mike Coppin to the front, though, as Ashley White goes down the inside of Ross O'Brien at Garda. But O'Brien keeps his foot in it, and that's going to open the door for Albon. They're going to be, nearly 3 wide into Cafe Corner. But Mike Coppin has, as I think he's been had his eyes on since the start of this one, Andrew, has got himself up into the front as they go on to lap 3.
It's not a kart porpoise, it's just the thing that Mike does, where he kind of hops in his seat as Bryn Albon tries to get past O'Brien and White there. It's a character thing. Just likes to have a little hop over
he just G's himself. It's like, right,
start line.
I've got to the front, now let's set about opening a gap. It's like someone just putting their hands together. Right. Next up. Oh, that's a move by Bryn Albon down the inside. If he can get that one stopped, and he can, and he's got through. That was a lovely exchange there between himself and Ross O'Brien. And Ross O'Brien is immediately under the pressure from Hussein Rashid, who I think would really like to get by these two in front of him and start to lead this pack forwards.
Cone penalty for Alexandre De Silva at the moment. De Silva is last of the runners, so that won't affect things too much. Down the inside is O'Brien. Rashid trying to get by on Albon as well.
Yeah, O'Brien getting back past, and there is Hussein Rashid. I said I think he fancied getting by these two, and he's done exactly that, and will now try and lead the pack forward, or leave them behind, to be honest. He'll take it either way, to try and get on up the road to start to challenge some more valuable targets.
And there's drivers in this group who are just keeping it calm at the moment. The likes of Andrew Ward, the likes of Amy Breach, who've got good scores already locked in race control. As who have we got here? This is Westwood on Theodoro. Westwood, who's had an up and down day so far, but it looks like it's improving here in Heat 9.
There is, by the way, just for everyone's awareness, a bit of a transponder issue with Hussein Rashid. He's not there on your timing tower, but he's very much a factor in this race. So he is in 5th place, ahead of Ross O'Brien, is where he is in the order at the moment. So that means he's trying to hunt down Ashley White in the 64 kart.
3 minutes and 15 to go. Here's the fight over second. Oh, that was a mistake from Theodoro. He's going to have to shut it down. Yep, closes the door on Westwood. Westwood, who has also got new colour combo. He used to run in a red and white setup, which I was always quite in favour of. And
tucking underneath it,
trying to go through in Conway's, not quite able to do so.
Change for 7th. Andrew Ward past David Longman in that pack of karts that's running from about 5th place downwards. And also a change in that pack between Ned Douglas and Amy Reacher as well. Douglas up to 9th. There is Mike Coppin, your race leader. And here's the battle for 2nd place. Theodoro versus Westwood. Which, interesting actually that Theodoro is battling with Theodoro so much. They seem to have abandoned any idea of staying on terms with Mike Coppin in this one.
Yeah, they seem quite content to fight for this 2nd place, thinking that it's going to be the best that they have on offer between now and the checkered flag. Andrew Ward just picking them off now, and Dave Longman as well. They're both up to 8th and 9th places respectively once you've popped Hussein Rashid back in there, who I think has had another track limit warning, so he's on his last chance now.
Tom Eastwood's just got up to 12th place, and I think Tom could do with some good points because he was he was a spinner in his second heat, wasn't he, in the first lap, and had to do a bit of a recovery drive. As once again, definitely Westwood feels stronger through that paddock corner, doesn't he, compared to Theodoru? But can't make anything of it this time around. Ashley White just hovering there in 4th place, going, yeah, if you two could fight, that would do me just fine. Allow me to get onto the back of you in the closing moments of this race. There's Hussein Rashid in the 71, is in 5th place, has a transponder issue, so you can't see him on timing, but he is very much there, as there's a cone penalty for Zhen Zong Lim. 1 place to be deducted from wherever he finishes.
We saw some good defensive work from Bryn Allen in his previous heat. So he's already warmed up to the battle. I feel like he's quicker at the moment than Ross O'Brien.
Oh, I felt like Bryn Allen wanted to make a move there on O'Brien, and he's going to try and tuck underneath as well. He's going to find it as well. Door got opened for him there by O'Brien. I think on watching that back, Ross would have done well to
just stay there.
Yeah, stay where he was actually. But open it up he did, and that's allowed Alban through. And does Ward have a run on him as well into turn 1? We cut back to the battle for 2nd place, and well, we might, because it's the final lap of the race. Mike Coppin is 3 seconds up the road. You just saw him go through your shot there at the bottom, and that's Ward round. Andrew Ward spinning out of what was 8th place.
I think there was contact there with O'Brien, and there's more changes going on here. What's happened to Westwood?
Ashley White's through on Westwood there. And there's a late opportunity here for White once again. Theodore, who's not particularly strong out of paddock, but goes defensive, but the door is prized open by Ashley White. Brilliant late charge here from White. Mike Coppin is coming up the hill now and coming through to take the win, and he has indeed. Martin Theodoru, though, can he hold on for second? Oh, just about by 53 thousandths of a second from Ashley White. Stephen Westwood is in 4th. Then it was Hussein Rashid, I believe, albeit not on timing. Then it was Bryn Alban in 6th, David Longman, Ned Douglas, Amy Reacher, and Sam Morris to round up the top 10. Oliver Johnson, highest placed Class 3 runner, Tom Eastwood, Yusuf Sohajono, and the timing goes off there. Disappointment there for Andrew Ward, dropping down the order on that last lap. So combined with his heat win, he's going to be in an interesting grid position for the finals. We're already seeing the drivers out, though, for heat number 10. Let's take a look at the grid then. Tim Penny will start this one on pole with Kevin Schofield alongside Russell Cooper and Ben Lambert for your second row, with Daz Teal and Dan Seeger on row 3. Row 4 will be Reese Pope and Greg Smith. Ramona Sakauskas and Corey Smith are on row 5, with Samuel Essery and Christopher Powell on row 6. Tom Wallace and Oliver Allwood are set row 7. Andy Berry and David Francis at next, with Rizwan Mangat and Jagjit Singh rounding out the 18 kart grid for the anti-penultimate heat of the day.
Quick turnaround here. All set to go for this one. And green, good start for Tim Penny and the odd side of the grid. Looks like Russell Cooper's already cut through to second place, and Daz Teal, here he comes. This is the big chance for Teal to get points on the board. He's had a strong day so far. Can he turn this into a race victory? He's already up to second place. Greg Smith going round the outside there in the all green. Now on the inside for hairpin number 2, contact warning for Reese Pope, just rejoining the circuit there. Good start, in fact, for Greg Smith. I think he's gained 3 or 4 positions in all of that. Dan Seeger's just behind him as well, and here comes Teal, trying to find a way past Tim Penny. Penalty for Kevin Schofield, the number 77, I think that may have been for breaking formation. Teal down the inside into Garda. He's back at the front here at Buckmore Park.
Yeah, and I fancy Teal's chances in this one. This is one of the, I mean, no disservice to any drivers, but just looking down the order, this is one of the lesser experienced fields of the day. There's some experience, don't get me wrong, Chris Powell's in this field, and Greg Smith you were talking about, but there are good opportunities, I think, here for some of the experienced drivers in this one.
Apologies, it was an ABC bump and bass on Kevin Schofield. There's half round there.
That's Seeger, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Dan Seeger who's gone round and stopped at hairpin number 2. He'll be able to get going again.
I think Allwood's gone through on Essery. Yes, he has. The 102 is now ahead of the 20. So Oliver Allwood up into the top 10 and challenging Ramanas Sakauskas there in the number 26, who surely he's getting a bit tired by now. Christopher Powell down the battling away with Corey Smith. I'm very impressed by Sakauskas. Very good perseverance and endurance to get to this stage of the weekend and still be driving this competitively. Greg Smith trying to find a way through on Russell Cooper into hairpin 1. That effect you can see on the camera there, that's what the driver's eyesight is like coming up into Cafe Corner later on in the lap at the moment. I'm speaking from the experience of someone who drove around about this time of day yesterday in the endurances. Russell Cooper still under pressure from Greg Smith. There is Reese Pope, who has got by Tim Penny for 4th place there. And is giving the signal that they should work together to try and chase the greater prizes that are on up the road.
They're confirmed on timing that this is the second group now. Can Reese Pope, who won the heat earlier, there's a penalty, a cone penalty for Tim Penny, start to pull away. That is a lovely move from Greg Smith. Really lovely. Down the inside of hairpin 1, clean as a whistle, through past Russell Cooper to 6th place, which once Penny's penalty is applied, it's effectively now a top 5.
Yep, absolutely nice judgment there from Greg Smith. Now sets his sights on Tim Penny ahead of him, who has just got that 1-place penalty to be applied post-race due to collecting a cone. Yeah,
he's gone down the inside of Penny again, Greg Smith. Ben Lambeth's having a great run as well. We've been talking about the form that Daz Teal is in. At the moment, Ben Lambeth, the C2 driver, is properly keeping him honest here.
Yep. And Russell Cooper having a look there. That was a late look. The door just closed on him there. But I thought Cooper was going to try up the inside of Tim Penny there, but thought better of it. Ramanas Sakauskas on the rear of Cooper now.
Yeah, still all to play for, I feel, in this one. In what could be a make or break heat for a number of these drivers, depending on whether they're on the bubble for getting into an A final or the B final.
Oh, from a long way back goes Sakauskas there, and that was beautiful. That was, I feel that could be an easy contender up against what we saw from Mike Coppett earlier. That was beautiful.
It's something that sometimes happens. I feel a bit sorry for Russell Cooper at the moment because a couple of drivers have put moves on him.
Yeah.
It encourages, in fact, though, he's going to fight back here. Now, that's the kind of response that you want to see.
Yeah.
Because all of a sudden, I'm now Samuel Essery's head. I'm thinking, whoa, no, this guy wants to race here. He's not going to be easy to get by. Sakauskas now back down the inside of Essery there.
And Oliver Allwood's having a great time because he's seeing all the opportunity coming back towards him.
And particularly around this circuit, because there are so many good overtaking opportunities, like there into Paddock Corner.
It hasn't worked fully this time for Ramanas, though, and he'll be under pressure from Oliver Allwood, who's trying to prise open the door, but it never came. It never quite came. And that means he's exposed now to Christopher Powell, who's going to have a mega run up the hill, the 102 versus the 65. Christopher Powell, who took a heat win earlier today, doesn't quite have enough overspeed to try into turn 1. But yeah, brilliant place for these kind of battles, as you say, Andrew.
You've got to break the flow. Yep. Break the flow when you're in that situation and you're going back a position. If you could just show, no, I do have some pace here. Yep. Just work with me and reassert yourself on the race, as Russell's just done there. That was really nicely done. Just over a minute and a half to go. Daz Teal, brief check over the shoulder just to keep himself aware of where Ben Lambeth is, and he's holding it at a nice gap at the moment. The pace is pretty equal, 46.861 for Teal last time around, 46.845. Lambeth's just holding him in that 6/10 at the moment, which is absolutely fine.
Here's Sakauskas versus Powell. This is the battle over 9th place. And the 102 of Allwood still very much there. That is Powell really forcing the door open. Hairpin 2 was firm but fair. But
I like that from Chris.
Yeah,
and it is the thing that you can do on hairpin 2. It's something that Nicky Richardson talks about a lot. It's one of those that once you've done it once, you're kind of like, oh yeah, that is workable. That you can park your cart on the inner apex of hairpin 2, and there's nothing that the the driver on the outside can really do about it.
Yeah.
You know, you're not going to disappear. If they turn in on you, it's on them. And it's a quite slow corner anyway, so there's not as much chance to get that switchback or have that switchback played on you if you've sent it down the inside.
Daz Till here is on. He's so fast we couldn't even keep up with him on the camera then. He's coming home at the moment to win this one on the last lap. Through paddock corner he goes as the shadows lengthen here at Buckmore Park. And it's been a great drive as well from Ben Lambeth in second place, I think. Really good stuff. But Daz Till, he's put himself in exactly that kind of place we've been seeing him do so for the last few rounds of the 2021 Championship. He takes a heat win, and in doing so will surely have set himself up nicely for the A final. Ben Lambeth in second, third for Kevin Schofield. Good drive there by Kevin. Reese Pope in fourth, and it was Greg Smith, Tim Penny, Russell Cooper, Sam Essery, Christopher Powell, Ramanas Sakauskas, Oliver Allwood, with Dan Seeger taking 12th off of Rizwan Mangat at the last there for 12th. Tom Wallace, Andy Berry, Corey Smith, Jagjit Singh, and then David Francis will cross the line to round out the grid. That was heat number 10. We're getting towards the end of our heats here ahead of those trophy finals. Heat 11 is next. Your grid then for heat number 11 will be headed up by Josh Adams with Ed Bars alongside. Interesting first row given some of the battles we've seen on track already between those two today. Keith Segal and Rob Langthorpe are next with David Hamer and Steph Theodoru on row number 3. Row 4 will be Luke Phillips and Matthew Cockram, Dante Dillon and Jeremy Deeks on row 5, with Clifton Malcolm and Cameron Williams next up on row 6. Callum Martin and Matt Ellis are next, and then it's Toby Smith and James Browning on row 8, Aaron Stillwell and Harrison Kirkham on row 9, and it's Elliot Alt to round out a 19-kart grid.
Very quick hello to Chris and Bailey Morgan, who are watching at home cheering on Josh Adams. It feels a little bit weird not being here for the first time in 4 years, but they're due to be on the grid for Club 100 Experience in March. Let's see how Josh can do from this position. Green light, away we go for 7 minutes. And heat number 11. Ed Barr's going to try and hold around the outside. Rob Langthorpe sticking his nose in there. Is it going to work out? Sort of. Josh Adams still holds on to the lead there. Steph Theodore is having a good day so far. He's already, I think they're up to second place. Yeah,
judged that one really well, and then, as you say, Andrew, is up to second place as they all stream out of hairpin 2. Nice clean start, though, from everybody, which is good to see. But yeah, I thought Ed Bars was going to hold on to that around the outside then. He's actually been, Keith Segal has got through on Ed Bars as well, up into third place. Great start from Keith Segal, but Ed Bars is going to try and come back at him into Garda. Side by side here between Luke Phillips and I'll double check who that was with. 24 there, so that's David Hamer he was going side by side with there. At the end of lap 1 though, it is Josh Adams who's held on to the lead of this one, with Steph Theodore having a cracking start up to second place.
I think given the number of fast drivers, competitive drivers at the front end of this field, Ed Bars won't be too aggrieved with being in third place at this stage of the race. Can build from this, having started on the outside. There is Keith Segal, back for another year. Loves his Club 100 sprints. Been looking for a strong result here. Try and get into that B final. I still miss the Firestones. They switched to a kart fight one now. I remember racing Keith back in 2015 and onwards for a couple of years in this lightweight sprints championship.
Still, this is a good start actually. I'm trying, got a lot of experience as Keith.
Yep.
But a really nice start to this heat so far.
Not an easy driver to overtake.
No. He's got a lot of experience and will use all of his racing knowledge to position in his car exactly where you don't want it. You can see it even there, just into the S's. Just a little shallower on the line, knowing it wouldn't really impact him too much, although has it impacted him down the hill because Rob Langthorpe's going to try? No, he's not, because Keith knows how to just take the line there, just a slightly diagonal line, not coming across, but just,
it's
just
just that moment
slightly.
where Keith has this ability, I don't know how he does it, where he's not turning in on you. I just want to be absolutely clear here.
Absolutely.
He's not turning in on you, but he just makes his initial turn in early enough, as that's a really nice move from Dante Dillon, to put the doubt in your mind as the driver behind to go, well, I don't want to smash into Keith here and get a penalty myself, as there's a change for second place there between Bars Theodorou.
Yeah, no, it's a good analysis of how Keith does it, and it's very, very clever driving. The way that he does that. Ed Bars, though, up into second place, and as you say, it was a beautiful move from Dante Dillon to get past Rob Langthorpe as well at the start of the lap. Up the hill goes Josh Adams to lead them on to lap number 5 of what will be everyone in this pack's final heat, because we've only got one more heat after this one.
Hello to Peter O'Connor again, who's chimed in once more. Says, oh, down the inside. Sorry, Peter, you're going to get interrupted by Ed Bars pulling a move through hairpin number 1. And takes the lead. I'll go back to Peter's comment now. Daz, a.k.a. I'm not going to mention that because I think that might be a bit rude. Going for 4 wins in a row today. We've heard if he wins today, he gets the keys to the city of Tamworth. Maybe so. Maybe so. Give him freedom of the city. Why not? 3 minutes of this race to go. Ed Bars will be confirmed as your race leader over the line. There it is.
Today, a Club 100 race winner. Tomorrow, the world. Clearly, the prizes you can have in Club 100.
Make it
I think that's a position. Actually, there is a mayor of Tamworth, I think. Anyway, I might be showing poor knowledge of local politics in the Midlands. I'm not sure. Rob Langthorpe has got by on Keith Segal. I know that much. After several laps of trying. 58 now ahead of the 47. And the 27 there is Matthew Cockram, who will be next to try and get past the number 47. The things I managed to get Andrew to search online.
Mayor of Tamworth is a guy, a gentleman by the name of Councillor Michael Oates, who looks thoroughly grumpy on this www.tamworth.gov.uk/mayor. I think it's because he knows.
He knows the keys
His
to the
days,
city are
his
about to be
days are
taken.
up.
Yeah.
Daz is coming for you.
I'm sure he's a lovely guy, but yeah. Matthew Cockram battling away with Luke Phillips, manages to hold on there to 7th place. As Keith Segal is still able to hold off Matthew Cockram here. Can Cockram get a run into Garda? That looks good. Segal won't give it up easily. He's not going to give it up easily. And Cockram's going to have to get the switch back up the hill. But Keith knows to position his kart in the middle of the track out centre.
Does not simply pass Keith Segal.
This looks good though for Cockram. Down the inside. Segal will keep his foot in it. And Cockram is through. Can Luke Phillips get by as well? Yes, he can.
See, they're ganging up on him now. This is unfair to a man who provides so many biscuits to the Club 100 staff.
David Hamer is next up to try his luck there. And he's followed by Elliot Alt, who started at the very back of this one. Not just, oh, he's class 3. He started in 19th place and has done really well to get himself up to 10th. As meanwhile at the front, Ed Bars is on his final tour of the circuit already, going through the hairpins now. Here he is.
This has been more like it from Ed.
Yeah.
This has been much more like it. And I think this will be good to get a win in the books. Get down the far side of the circuit. Josh Adams, 0.8 of a second back.
Easy to put the pressure on yourself, though, isn't it? He'll
Yeah.
have looked at the entry list today and gone, no, Jack. I'm the driver with the 2 plate. So it's mine to lose in some respects.
Yep.
So it's easy to put that pressure on, but he's not succumbed to any pressure here. Ed Bars is going to cross the line to take the win for heat number 11. Josh Adams will get some good points on the board in second. Steph Theodorou, with another strong drive for today in third. The highest class 2 driver ahead of Dante Dillon. Rob Langthorpe, his quiet finish belies how close a racing he had in that one, and close across the line between Cockram and Phillips. But it stays with Matthew Cockram. Keith Segal holds on for 8th ahead of Elliot Alt. And then it will be Callum Martin to round out the top 10. There was Matt Ellis, David Hamer, Aaron Stillwell, Harrison Kirkham, Jeremy Deeks, James Browning, Toby Smith, Cameron Williams and Clifton Malcolm there across the line to conclude the penultimate heat. Heat 12 is coming up for you next here at Buckmore Park. And here is your grid for that final heat of the day, of the weekend. It's going to be Fraser Brunton on pole with Garrett Berry alongside Josh Wood and Justin Draper on row number 2. Row 3 is going to be Joshua Sangster and Michael Preston. Andrew Rabbage and Jed Toole are next, with Charlie Summers and James Martin rounding out the top 10. Sam Slater and Dean Everest are row number 6. Row 7 will be James Dunnett and Kim Ely. Michael Reeder and Braden Towler are row 8. And then row number 9 is Evan Craig and George Lawler. 19 car grid this one. Dan Grocott is on row number 10. Looking to move forward in this one. This is the last heat before we go into the crucial trophy finals. Do not go anywhere once this heat is over, because all of this, folks, has basically just been qualifying. Very, very good racing action qualifying, but it was all about securing as good a position as possible on the C final grid. So after this one, we'll have a short break. Very short break whilst the grids are sorted out for the C final, whilst they're all calculated, because obviously we can't calculate that grid until the final heat is done and dusted, and then we will be going into the trophy finals. You've got to fancy Fraser Brunton in this last heat, starting on pole, and with so much pace around this Buckmore Park circuit, but plenty of challengers. Garrett Berry has been in some really strong battles so far today. Never scared to get his elbows out. Away we go. Great start from Fraser Brunton, though, at the head of the field, and the good start from the pole side means that Josh Wood gets straight up into second place there on the inside of that corner, but Garrett Berry is going to try down the inside again to the hairpin. Do they all get through nice and cleanly in this one? James Martin battling away against Sam Slater there as they head into hairpin number 2. And there's a driver there who's got all checked up there on the inside and has lost out fairly heavily as Michael Preston is passed by James Martin, and that's a moment there for Sam Slater getting out wide there. Not too happy about that, but nonetheless it is Fraser Brunton here, but under pressure from Garrett Berry, having got himself back up into second place there as Michael Preston goes side by side with Charlie Summers there. And Fraser Brunton having all sorts of pressure applied here by Garrett Berry, but the 22 can not find a way past for now, and it is Fraser Brunton who leads at the end of lap number 1.
Yeah, this is what we've seen him do so far today and in previous weeks. He's got a bit of pressure here. Sam Slater has picked up a penalty for an ABC bump and pass in the 100. So Slater currently in 11th place. He's going to have to work hard to get up the order sufficiently to negate that penalty dropping in the final.
Garrett Berry, he goes for it from a long way back into paddock corner. I was about to say he looks like a driver he does this though. Berry is so strong with some of his moves on the brakes. Yeah. And he just always has this look of a driver who's got nothing to lose. He's just like, I'm going for it. I'm just going for it, whether you want me to or not. And he will not allow Brunton to rest easy. Try around the outside of turns 1 and 2. Here we go. This is what we like to see. And he's still there on the outside. Can he hang on to the outside for hairpin number 2? He can't. But Brunton is not going to open the door because he knows the second he does, Garrett's going to try and stomp on those brakes and get through. Meanwhile, behind them, Sangster's been able to get through on Josh Wood.
Jed Toole's got a track limits penalty, so that's going to be places deducted at the end of his race. Brunton took a bit more speed through as he was trying to go around the outside again. Brunton took a bit more speed through Pullman's there, and I think that was thinking as well. It's like, I don't want to get lunged into paddock. I'll defend it off of paddock.
I guess I always find this very entertaining to say. Garrett Berry is just one of those drivers who he will keep fighting, and it's great to see. I wonder if tactically it might be a little bit better to work together just for a few laps to see if you could open up a gap, but I think he's feeling the pressure from Josh Sangster behind, to be fair. And look at this switch back out of hairpin 2. That's brilliant stuff from Berry, and he is going to get the job done on Fraser Brunton. Lovely move by Garrett Berry there. You rarely see a switchback that strong out of hairpin 2, such is the nature of the sort of the squaring off of that corner, the curves. We've said it already today, it's like a double apex corner, really, that hairpin. So it's very unusual to see the switchback there as Andrew Rabbage is battling away there with Charlie Summers.
And this is going to encourage, I think Summers is actually a little bit further back, it's the number 54, but he is coming on to that group. Now to Stellone Campione Racing. Can we get a shout out to Charlie Summers? First ever time at Buckmore, and only his second Club 100 meeting. He's indeed smashing it. This is really, really good stuff from Charlie Summers, who we had in the iRacing another driver to look out for when round 2 of the iRacing goes live on DDM and YouTube later on within the next 24 hours. Preston making moves, getting past Andrew Rabbage there.
Yeah, and Rabbage and it was Rabbage and Josh Wood who were side by side going up the hill on the last lap as well. So really frenetic stuff here. James Martin on the back of the number. I've lost my Joshua Sangster, excuse me. Sorry, I just suddenly lost my place in the timings. But he's on the rear of the number 57 of Josh Sangster, and he's going to look for a move down the inside of turn 1. Do you know what? If they keep fighting at the front, there might be a bit of a redemption arc here for James Martin. Denied the victory earlier on through a kart issue, and he goes for the dive down the inside of Sangster into hairpin 2. Nicely done there, as behind them it's Preston versus Josh Wood. Preston saying, no, let's please work together. But I think he needed to sell the concept of getting by a bit more before he got buy-in for that from Wood. And look at this, still for the lead of the race. It's brilliant, entertaining stuff here between Garrett Berry and Fraser Brunton. Brunton's like, no, it's my win to have, thank you very much.
Brunton's kart is coming on strong now. I think he's struggling a little bit maybe with top end.
Berry trying around the outside again. And he's able to keep his foot in it. Oh. Brilliant stuff. Can he keep a nose alongside? No, Fraser Brunton just shuts the door there. Oh, this is really entertaining. Again, the switchback from Berry. Brunton's wise to it and just moves to the mid-track to go steady on Sunshine.
I don't know if it's a kart that's been sat in the pit lane and a bit cold for a while, but now it's really, really starting to come on song and give him that punch in the lower speed corners.
Berry tries to get the switch back. Brunton's wise to it. And Berry's again trying to go around the outside. It's not going to work. I admire the attempts. There's a few moves that I'm thinking this is going to be a low return game. But the thing is, it doesn't seem to be slowing them down all that much. Again, he's going to the outside round 1 and 2.
They've lost half a second, though, to James Martin on that last lap. Michael Preston's also going purple, 46.726 last time around. James Martin, if he's going to catch him, it's going to be on the last lap here.
Trying on the switch back again, does Garrett Berry. But yeah, Fraser Brunton, I think. The thing is, as I say, Garrett Berry drives like a driver who's got nothing to lose. He kind of is a driver who's got nothing. It's the first round of the season. Why wouldn't you just put your nose in on this move? But if you're Fraser Brunton, I bet he can see James Martin coming through. It's like, come on, please. Trying to get the switch back out of Garda. Will he have a good run up the hill for Garrett Berry? He does. He's can't get his nose alongside, though, for Cafe Corner. It's still Fraser Brunton as they come on to the last lap of the heat races for the day. We have got 3 more races after this one, if you can take that level of action after this one.
The pressure that both of these drivers are under, this is supreme from both of them. And James Martin is coming again. There he is.
Around the
and
outside
Brunton
of hairpin
defends.
2 won't work for Berry. That wasn't going to work, and Martin is with them now. He really can sniff the opportunity ahead of him here, but I think that might have just given Brunton enough to work with to get it to the end of the race. I'm not sure, though. Berry's going to be right on him coming up into Garda.
Yeah, that's where Berry is strong. He's going to have a little look for it. It's going to be contact. No! Brunton just opens the steering, wisely opens the steering, means they both carry on. What a race. This has been a very different kind of race for Fraser Brunton over the last few weeks, but another victory here at Buckmore Park. Respect between the two of them. Garrett Berry takes second. James Martin, he's on form today, takes third in this one. Michael Preston has a really strong run through to fourth. Joshua Sangster's fifth. Josh Wood sixth. Andrew Rabbage, Justin Draper, Charlie Summers and Jed Toole is your top 10 provisionally before any penalties. Dean Everest in 11th. George Lawler, your top C3 there in 12th. Sam Slater, not a great race for Sam Slater with penalties as well to be applied. He finishes in 13th there. Kim Ely in 14th. James Dunnett, Michael Reeder, Dan Grokut and Evan Craig are your 18 runners, and silence falls over, well, relative quiet, shall we say, falls over Buckmore Park as the heat racing has been completed for the lightweights and for the day as a whole.
Yep.
3 races to go after this one, the CB and the A. There is going to be a slight pause now for calculation of the grid, so let's hear a little bit about the Cadet Championship coming up soon.
Hello viewers, yes that's right, Club 100 are proud to announce that we are unveiling a brand new championship, a new race series for drivers aged 8 to 12 years old, the Club 100 Cadet Championship. My name's Steve Brown, otherwise known as Super GT in the world of karting. I've been racing Club 100 for a good 13 years now, so I know a fair amount about it, but today I'm here to learn about the new championship. All right, I am joined by the main man himself, Mr. JV. It's good to see you as always.
Thank you, Steve.
Please tell me about the new championship.
So the Club 100 Cadet Championship, it's an arrive and drive, high performance race championship designed for cadet age drivers from the age of 8 through to 12 years of age. In fact, they can start racing at the age of 7 in the year of their 8th birthday. And we're kicking off in 2022 with a couple of test days. We're going to call them academy days, so it's the idea is to get the new drivers to come in and try it out for the first time in a pressure-free environment, and then we move on to the 7-round championship, which kicks off in May next year, in fact here at Buckmore Park.
Okay, is there a need for a license to do this championship?
There is. We are affiliated with Motorsport UK, so we will be running under permit, so drivers will need a license. It will be the KX license, which is free of charge and to the driver. And yeah, and obviously what comes with that is all the bells and whistles. You know you're going to get a correctly run race meeting, should we say, with all the support infrastructure in place.
And in terms of cost, what are we looking at?
So we're looking at around about between 190 to 200 pounds per race entry. But look, what you've got to remember is that's arrive and drive. So you're not paying for anything else. There are no hidden extras there. You're not paying for fuel, you're not paying for tyres, you're not paying for damage costs or anything like that. We bring it all to the track. The drivers just turn up and drive.
So we've got the kart behind us here. Can you tell me more about it?
Yeah, so it's a Birrell chassis. So the kart itself is a Birrell kart. And the powertrain we've chosen is the Rotax micro engine. So it follows the story through to our senior Club 100 with the Junior Max that we use. So tell me, Steve, what do you think of the Club 100 Cadet Championship?
Well, I'm no longer 8 to 12 years old, unfortunately. But if I was, then I think I'd be pestering my parents to get me out in one of these karts for a year. I think it's just a good way to get into karting at an affordable and a fair level. So there we have it, guys. If you are aged 8 to 12 and want to get yourself into high performance karting without having to own the kart, get yourself over to club100.co.uk and register interest for the Club 100 Cadet Championship. Good luck, mate.
Thank you very much to Steve and JV there. It was great to have Steve down yesterday for the endurance race, so hopefully there'll be some content with regards to that soon. But yes, the first round of the new Cadets Championship will be on the 21st of May, unless I've got my dates wrong, because we're streaming that one, and it'll be alongside the juniors. So what was the Young Drivers Championship last year is now the Club 100 Juniors Championship. That will be streamed for you by Alpha Live with commentary from DDMM in May. Very much looking forward to that one. And as we mentioned earlier, there are a couple of places left on the grid for the cadets. So if that sounds of interest, get involved. Head across to the website www.club100.co.uk for all the information you could possibly want on the new 2022 Club 100 Cadet Championship. Drivers are waiting for confirmation of where they have qualified in terms of the finals, either the C final, in which case they'll be going out shortly, the B final or the A final. And whilst we're waiting for that, let's just go through some stuff that's coming up. I'm now going to go in I went forwards in time previously. I'm now going to go the other way.
That's impressive.
We've talked about.
I thought that was beyond the technological reaches of humanity, but go for it.
Oh, we're pretty good about it. So we've mentioned about the cadets and the juniors on the 21st of May. For those of you wondering, the next time we will have some Club 100 Sprint seniors action will be on the 8th of May, and we will be at Glan-Y-Gors, which I'm very, very happy about. Hello, drivers. Hello down there. Hello, Daz. Hello, Mike. Hello, Chris. Hello, everybody down there. But yes, Glan-Y-Gors, absolutely fantastic circuit.
Yeah, I will say at the top of this session.
Stop that right now, Mr. Teal. That is no behaviour for someone who's looking to be the mayor of Tamworth. But yeah, fantastic circuit is GYG. Fantastic to be going there, and yeah, if you're looking at it on the map and going, oh, it's Wales, it's really far away, stop that behaviour. Stop that right now.
It's a really, really, even if nothing else, it's a really, really nice part of Wales.
Yeah. So much that I'm spending a week out there because we're there for another series the week before. But yes, so make sure that you're around for that one. And if you're not able to be at Glan-Y-Gors racing, do make sure that you watch the Alpha Live stream, that you've subscribed, and click the like button and the notification bell and all of that business. Working ourselves back then we get to April, BUKC finals in another trip to Wales. Out to one of your favourite circuits, mate. Out to Llandow in South Wales, just west of Cardiff.
Big fan.
And that should be very, very good. I'm disappointed that I won't be there for myself, but I am off to Rower that weekend. And then we've got between now and then we've got 2 more rounds of the Club100 iRacing Championship. So this Wednesday evening we've got round 3. It's Knock Hill, it's TCRs. It'll be very good. And then we've got another one on the 23rd of March, which the details of now defeat me. I want to say it's Formula 3's around Spa. So plenty of things to get your teeth into. And I think we now have the grids in. The children have started behaving themselves down in the paddock. Now that they've got grids to look at, they know where they're starting. C final grid I'm now having a look at. It's very good. It's very interesting. So let's talk about it more. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. It's finals time here at Buckmore Park for the Lightweight Sprints Championship Round 1 2022. The C final is up next. You need to be careful over there, Mr. Howard Mitchell. You're gonna pull a neck muscle. Anyway, here's your C final grid after we stopped moshing. George Lawler has pole position for the C final. Keith Segal starts alongside him on the front row. Matt Ellis and Ross O'Brien start on the second row of the grid. Luke Phillips and Yusuf Sohayono are on the third row of the grid. Jeremy Deeks and Christopher Harris will be hoping to move forward from the fourth row, with 4 places available to proceed forward to the B final. Tom Wallace and Harrison Kirkham are also in that striking range of getting into the top 4 in this one. Jed Toole and Rizwan Mangat are on the 6th row of the grid. Kim Ely and James Browning start 13th and 14th places respectively. David Hamer and Jagjit Singh are on row 8. Andy Berry and Cameron Williams start inside the top 20 there on row 9, which is completed by the 2 Smiths, Corey Smith and Toby Smith there on the 10th row. Michael Reeder and Dan Grocott are on row 11. David Francis and Jen Zong Lim are on the 12th row of the grid. And then we find Clifton Malcolm and Alexandra De Silva on row 13. Evan Craig and Braden Towler complete the 28 entries in this C final.
If you're wondering how this part of the procedure works, we are going to go into these 3 trophy finals. Now, championship points have been being accrued throughout the heat. It wasn't all just about getting good grid positions. 20 points was awarded to any driver who won one of the heats earlier today, and so on and so forth down the order. It isn't just the win or nothing. But the big points are on offer here. 130 points for the outright win in the A final. And if you're a driver who maybe hasn't fared as you wished through your heats, maybe there is a chance for redemption here through the repechage system. The top 4 finishers in this next race, the C final, will be promoted onto the back of the grid for the B final, and so too in that B final the top 2 finishers of that will join the 24 drivers already qualified for the A final to make it a 26 car grid in that A final. So there are opportunities here, and as we were talking about this morning in the heavyweights, it means that there's a slightly different tactical approach, particularly in the C final. We've got a lot of class 3 drivers who are maybe new to the format here today, it is important to get your head around the significance of those top 4 promotion spots. Going for the win is great, but if it means that you both take yourself and somebody else wide, such that you both fall out the side of the top 4, you haven't just lost a race win, you've lost the promotion and the prospect of more points, greater points, in that B final. So it's a slightly different approach. There's more strategy at play here than just what the drivers have had so far in their heat races, and it's going to be an important factor that we focus on in the C final and indeed in the B final for those top 2 spots. But in the C final in particular, because it's really, you know, there's understandably a lot of the novice drivers in this one who need to familiarise themselves with that aspect of it.
Indeed. And we did see an entertaining C final this morning, sorry, the early afternoon by that point, in the heavyweights. And we did see someone finish in the top 4 but get penalties, which meant that they didn't finish, or they weren't classified in the top 4, and their day ended there. Drivers getting ready for the C final. This will be a good chance for some of our C3 drivers to race towards the front of the order. Howard is having a look at the B final grid as well, and I imagine you're looking for novices, and there are some. There are 3 novices already in the B final.
There is.
Some of the C3s.
There is a podium's worth of novice drivers in the A final. In the B final, excuse me. I'm just checking the A final. There are no Class 3 drivers qualified for the A final at present. So if you want to be on that Class 3 podium for round 1, you need to get promotion from this race, because there's already, as I say, 3 drivers in that B final from Class 3.
It's clearly getting a little bit chilly out there. Some of the drivers having a bit of a problem getting out the pits without spinning.
He just wanted to wish good luck to his other competitors.
Yeah.
It's like, hey guys. He was devastated. I'm sure no one high-fived him on the way out. You know? The other challenge, is actually a point about the temperature. The entire circuit is now in the shade. There's a high tree line around this Buckmore Park circuit, meaning that although we haven't yet hit sunset here in Kent on a gorgeous February day, the whole circuit is now in shade, so the temperature is going to start going down, and the drivers get no warm-up laps here. They've gone straight, as you can see, into their 2x2 formation for rolling up laps, and it won't be too long until the floodlights are going to be a prospect as well here as darkness falls over the circuit.
It must be cold. Dimolo has put his coat on. But there we go. Right, we are ready for the C final. Who's going to get those top 4 positions and move forward to the B? Away we go for 12 minutes here at Buckmore Park. Good start for George Lawler on the inside, holding that position at the front of the order. Keith Segal trying to hold around the outside as well into P2. The 153 of Luke Phillips has had a good start. There's a penalty already for Harrison Kirkham and for Rizwan Mangat. Now I wonder, being that early, were those breaking tram lines penalties?
Breaking formation,
yep,
indeed, mate. Yes. Oh, and that's a moment there for the 75 of Jed Toole.
Yep.
Going through there.
Tom Wallace has also had a penalty, quite possibly again, for breaking formation, breaking outside the tram lines.
Sorry to cut across you there, mate. Yep, spin there for the 42 of Michael Reeder. So he'll have to gather himself back up again for that one. George Lawler, though, with a good start here, and a good start too from Matt Ellis to get up into 2nd place.
So at the moment, if the race was to finish like this, it would be Lawler, Ellis, Phillips and Segal. Those would be the 4 drivers going forward to the B final. Who can change that situation? There's the number 33 of Kim Ely going through shot. So we know that, well, Tom Wallace definitely. We've just had it confirmed that it's a bump and pass. So Tom Wallace cannot be one of those drivers. And unfortunately, I think he's a little bit way down the order. Yeah, 13th place at the moment. Mangat and Kirkham have got to get top 2 now if they want to, dump the effects of their penalties. Here's the key battle then. Oh, is up front. Change for the lead, I think that is. Yes, Ellis goes through on Lawler, takes the lead of the race. Now, can this top 3 work together and pull away and isolate Keith Segal And that 4th place down the inside looks Ross O'Brien, goes to the block pass move, gets the position. 4th place then for Ross O'Brien, and if the race was to finish like this, he would be in the B final.
Yeah, absolutely. There's been a bump and pass penalty, if we haven't covered it already, for Tom Wallace. He's down in 13th place, 4 positions to be added from where he finishes. Sorry, we had covered that before. And then we covered the change at the front as well, with Matt Ellis now past George Lawler on the road as Keith Segal comes under pressure from the number 30.
Deeks.
Yeah, yes, it is. So no, it's 33 of Ely.
Ah, sorry, yes.
Because Deeks was already through.
Deeks is already through.
There we go. So change for the lead. Matt Ellis to the front, Lawler in second, Luke Phillips in third, and Ross O'Brien currently with the last of those crucial promotion spots, but with a track limit warning hanging over him now, so wants to not fall foul of that, as there is a penalty for Jeremy Deeks. Bump and pass. Deeks cannot get through. Deeks in that 52 car, currently sat in 5th place, cannot be promoted up into the B final with a 4th place penalty to be applied post-race.
Lawler has a quick check over the shoulder. I think he's lost position on this lap to the 153 of Luke Phillips.
Yeah.
The thing at this stage is just to stay calm. It's still in your control. The top 4 is clear of the rest of the field. If they play this smart, they'll work together and just keep that gap growing. Keep the second pack having to work harder. Make them start to panic as Kim Ely has a little look there.
Penalties coming up plenty, I'm afraid. Tom Wallace has accrued another 4 places for bump and pass, and David Francis now has one as well. So race control just wanting to instill good driver practices in amongst this field.
Jed Toole is a driver, I'll be honest, I did not expect to see in this C final.
Agreed.
He's trying to fight hard, but has got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
And what did we say before? One does not simply pass Keith Segal. Well, that's exactly what he's got to do right now.
Yep.
To get up the road. We're into the final 8 minutes of this race, so this is it's effectively like a heat now.
Albeit one where everyone would start it a bit more spread out.
Yep.
So, Matt Ellis, I feel like we've barely seen him.
Yeah.
At the front of this field. Luke Phillips in that 2nd place, George Lawler in 3rd. I feel like Luke Phillips had a penalty in one of his heats, so that might be why he finds himself in the C final rather than the B, which would mean on pace he would expect, from a long way back there goes the number 96 of Rizwan Mangat on Kim Ely. Kim raises the hand to say, what was that? That was fine. It was for a long way back, not for the first time we've seen that in paddock, but I saw nothing wrong with that move from Rizwan Mangat. It was a big block pass, but it was a clean block pass. Just my opinion, of course, but it looked good to me, firm but fair, as George Lawler heads into hairpin 1.
Contact warning for Jed Toole. I don't think he's got past Keith Segal yet. Nope. Still there in 9th place. And more the time ticks away, and more this top 4 are looking in control.
Yep.
Ellis 2 seconds clear of Phillips. Phillips a second clear of Lawler. A further bit of time back. I think Ross O'Brien's just dropped a little bit off the back of George Lawler on this particular lap. Needs to be careful that it doesn't fall into clutches of Jeremy Deeks. We should remember Jeremy Deeks has a penalty.
Yep.
The problem for them is that Jeremy Deeks will now be bringing along the likes of Mangat, the likes of Ely.
Yep.
It's closing in that gap behind.
Yep.
Mangat is the fastest driver out on circuit at the moment. As Toole has got past Segal. Segal has now got the attention of Soho Yono. 6 minutes to go. We're halfway through this C final. Top 4 go through to the B final. At the moment, it is Matt Ellis leading the race by just under 2 seconds ahead of Luke Phillips, George Lawler and Ross O'Brien.
Here is Lawler ahead of O'Brien. Now this is the thing. If you're Ross O'Brien, I would not start battling yet.
It's all mental. It's all in the head as to how you approach this, because I absolutely agree with you, Howard, that you want to push the guy in 3rd along.
Yeah.
Work together. Push yourselves out. 2 engines better than 1, but at the same time, you're the driver sat in the perilous position of 4th.
You're right.
Where you go 1 position back and you're out, and you're like, no, I'd rather be 3rd right now. I want that buffer.
Yeah. No,
the
that's
other
fair.
driver can get swallowed up by the rest of the field. I'm here to win it for myself.
Yep, that is a very fair point. It's easy for me to say that in the box. But as it is, O'Brien is actually falling back into the clutches of the 52 of Deeks,
And Kim
who has
Ely-
that penalty.
Kim Ely's playing this very nicely.
Yes.
Just sitting at the back of this group
Yep.
would be absolutely no problem at all if the 4 drivers ahead of her took all each other out and gave her a nice, easy run into the B final. No problem with that at all.
Rizwan Mangat, though, passed Jeremy Deeks in turns 1 and 2 there, the 96, which I don't believe has a penalty on it.
Mangat does. Mangat
Does
has
he?
a braking formation penalty from the start.
Oh, well remembered. Yes, he does. Okay.
So it's got to get up to Luke Phillips.
I've got to be honest, I have not seen the warnings coming through as frequently as I have today. I'm losing track of them here, but suffice it to say, the contact and the track limits need to clean up quite a bit, because there have been quite a few in the last few minutes between these drivers. And I am seeing a few, I'm just spotting them myself, sort of moments where I'm like, that is beyond the white line for the track limits. As Kim Ely has a look down the inside of Jeremy Deeks into turns 1 and 2, and a nice move there. That was brilliant. And up into 6th place, which are we saying that's...
It's a
Oh,
net
as he's
fifth
coming
now.
back though. Deeks is coming back.
Still a net 5th.
Still a net 5th. Just needs to go one better, and she's got the promotion spot. Matt Ellis leading this one by 3 seconds.
This is a good place to be.
It is.
You know, when you're in control, you've got that 3-second gap. You've got 3 minutes, or just over 3 minutes on the clock. You can just run this home now and not panic. Don't pick any cone penalties. Don't pick up any track limit warning penalties.
Unfortunately, Keith Segal has picked up a cone penalty. That's one place to be deducted there. George Lawler here, still with Ross Mann. Still fighting between Ely and Deeks, and that has ended in contact. I'm not sure we joined that early enough to know quite how that one developed, but Deeks was round. We'll have to see what comes through, if anything, in terms of penalties. That's Keith Segal's had a moment there. He just rejoined the... That's an interesting place to have to rejoin. I'm not sure what happened there, but clearly frustrated on that one.
ABC takeout for Kim Ely.
Okay.
And that is her out of the chances. So now I'm looking at Jed Toole. Jed Toole is not completely out of this yet.
I'm going to have to get the abacus out soon, folks. Let's calm down here.
So Ely has a penalty. Mangat has a penalty. We just need to look down.
Does anyone in our top 4?
I think the top 4 are clean. Howard is checking to make sure that is the case. So there were a few braking formation penalties right at the start of the race. But here is the group fighting now over 3rd and 4th. It's the 63 ahead of the 68, the 96, but the 96 has penalties, so even if the 96 was to get through past both of these drivers, it would not help Mangat in terms of carrying on into the B final.
Your
3rd would become 5th.
Your top 4 are clean.
Okay. The trouble for Toole, the gap's too big. It's too big with the time still on the clock. Some 5 seconds is how much Jed Toole has got to close in to Rizwan Mangat, and these 3 aren't. I just don't see them giving that time away.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's a difficult one. As Matt Ellis sets another fastest lap of the race.
It's good
We should pick him
really
up on cameras,
good pace.
guys.
Matt Ellis, 46.915 is not a slow lap time at all.
I've not seen him at all, I have to say. I'm sure we will pick him up, don't worry. We were sticking with this battle, rightly so, between George Lawler and Ross O'Brien. And Rizwan Mangat, who, as we say, has a penalty, but is very much a factor in this fight. It's going to be
It's
two
one of those
positions, isn't it?
Yeah, it's 2 positions. It's one of those bizarre situations where Mangat doesn't actually want the 2 drivers ahead of him to fight, and he's tried to go for a move. He's getting a little bit desperate now because they need to close in to Luke Phillips, but similarly, What's the gap? 2.6 seconds at the last count. It's too big. It's too big for the amount of time and laps remaining on the clock. And Luke Phillips, especially when Luke Phillips bangs in a 46.872 and takes the fastest lap of the C final so far.
Matt Ellis is on his final tour of the circuit, just coming out of hairpin 2, as there is the look again from Mangat on O'Brien. And the thing is, if you're O'Brien, you don't want to get a penalty through contact and such with
a driver who's already got a penalty.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll tell you now, though, Matt Ellis into Garda. There he is. He's been leading this one throughout and has been doing so in dominant fashion. It's going to be a fantastic win here for the driver in the number 70 car. Matt Ellis rounds Cafe Corner to take the win. And, well, you might punch the air, sir. That was a dominant win there in the C final. Luke Phillips finishes second, George Lawler in third, and Ross O'Brien hangs on for fourth and takes the last of those promotion spots. Rizwan Mangat in fifth, though, with penalty to be applied. Jed Toole in sixth, Kim Ely in seventh, but also with a penalty to be applied. Yusuf Sohayono in eighth. Ninth was Harrison Kirkham. I think I saw a cone penalty for him, though. David Hamer in 10th place. Then it was Tom Wallace, who definitely has penalties to be applied. Jeremy Deeks also with penalties to be applied. Then it was Janjit Singh in 13th. Andy Berry in 14th. Keith Segal also has penalty to be applied. James Browning, Christopher Harris, Dan Grocott, Toby Smith and Corey Smith to round out your top 20. There was Michael Reeder, Dave Francis, Clifton, Malcolm Zhenzong Lim, Alexandra De Silva and Evan Craig to round out your C final results. So provisionally, Matt Ellis, Luke Phillips, George Lawler and Ross O'Brien will be joining our B final grid, which we will confirm, of course, in a moment's time when we are giving you that grid. That is coming up for you next, though. Here is the B final. Sorry, mate, go on.
Proper celebration. I like that across the line.
Yes.
Don't see it often enough.
That's how I'd be reacting were I coming across the line winning a C final. So yeah, good to see, and well driven by Matt Ellis. The fact that we didn't see much of him underlines how strong a drive it was. So really, really good stuff there. The B final, though, is next for you here, coming up on your Alpha Live stream here at Buckmore Park. Here we go then. Let's take you through the grid for the B final. The man who likes to Iron Man the endurance races, Ramona Sakowska, starts this one from pole position. Justin Draper alongside David Longman and Andrew Ward are on row 2. Charlie Summers and Sam Essery are row 3. Row 4 is Stephen Westwood and Sam Morris, with Matthew Cockram and Greg Smith rounding out the top 10. Josh Wood and Oliver Johnson are next on row number 6. Row 7 is Sam Slater and Callum Martin. Ned Douglas and Elliot Alt are next on the grid. I want to say that, actually no, Oliver Johnson was the highest place of our novice drivers up there, but Elliot Alt is another one in the mix. Aaron Stillwell and Tim Penny are next, with Stillwell being the third of our Class 3 drivers who got straight into the B final. Oliver Allwood and James Dunnett are rounding out the top 20. Dean Everest and Tom Eastwood are on row 11, and then we're just double checking your C final results for who will join onto the back of this one. Is it confirmed? Yes, it is confirmed that Matt Ellis and Luke Phillips will be row number 12, and George Lawler and
now there's
that
been
is
some
a change.
major changes.
Well, hang on, yeah, Matt Ellis won the C final. Luke Phillips was in second. That was as expected. We expected then to see George Lawler and Ross O'Brien, but Ross O'Brien
has got a track limit penalty on the last lap.
That's costly. So it is Jed Toole who finally gets after. Where did he actually finish on the road? Was it like 7th?
6th or 7th?
Jed Toole is going to. I hope they didn't lose him in the paddock, because it's like, you what? I've promoted. You have, sir. Jed Toole will join them alongside George Lawler on that 13th row. It's 26 karts in this one of the grid. That's how they line up then for this B final. And it's 2 positions from this one, and I have to say, Andrew, it's another one where I'm looking at the grid going, there's more than 2 drivers there that I would fancy to get into an A final.
Yeah.
So it's going to be an interesting one here. There's some heat winners from earlier on in this one.
there are indeed. You know, this is all drivers who have had strong runs at some point today, but have not had at least solid runs in every single heat.
Yeah, I'm just thinking Andrew Ward had that spin in the closing stage
Yep.
of his final heat
Yep.
of the run. So, yeah, he would hope, I'm sure, to come through on this one. I'm thinking, I think, was it Oliver Allwood was...
Oliver Allwood's in there, yeah,
Yeah.
a little bit lower down.
So, a few names in this one who, yeah, it'd be interesting to see how Greg Smith goes.
Fascinating C3 battle as well, because I think I may be right in saying that all of our C3 runners that automatically qualified through all respectively won their C3 battles within their heats.
Yes.
If you
Yeah, I
followed
follow
my
you.
drift there. No, Elliot took all three of his, was the highest classed C3 in all of his heats. Same with Aaron. I mean, I'm going to assume that the same as something had a bit of a spin there. What was happening now? I just heard that in our ears. And Greg Smith's had a half spin.
I actually think that was maybe just the floor of the cart as they went on. You know how there's a little dip at the end of the pit? I don't know.
Okay.
I think one of them may
The
have...
effects, Mike.
Yeah.
I assume Oliver's done the same because he's further up the order. But yes, but only the top two. And there's more drivers falling off here. It's getting. I think it's because it's getting to that stage of the evening where the moisture that's in the air just starts, and you can sort of see it there.
Yeah.
Just as the yellow light shines against the red curbing there, moisture just starts to settle on the circuit round here, and you can get the odd little spin.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyway,
It's
top two
look
go
at the
through.
Lovely action shot.
Oh
there.
yes,
There
here we
we
go.
go.
No jet TV. Easy, easy.
Fair play if he lands it. Brilliant stuff. I don't think we do it justice.
No, we don't do it justice.
I think we're ready though for a B final. No,
Nope.
we're not. No, we're not. Steady on, Howard.
We could do no jet TV. We have an airfield within throwing distance of DMN HQ.
I'll stand on the top of your Ford Focus if you want, mate.
Oh no, I've got a much better plan. Sitting in the brilliant cafe at the Wellesbourne Airfield.
Oh, that's true.
And with a nice cuppa and a cooked breakfast.
Yeah, okay, that does sound good. Let's do that. So yeah, top two of this one will get promoted, and after that we will go into the trophy final, the A final for our lightweights. We are good for the go though. Ramona Sakowska's on pole in the 26 with Justin Draper in the 80 alongside.
12 minutes on the clock. Away we go in the B final.
Strong start from the pole side of the grid, and it's allowed some early charges there. I think David Longman has managed to get to the inside in the 79. Andrew Ward has managed to find the inside as well, I think, into hairpin 1. Oh, we've got a bit of jostling there. They're going to go 4, even 5 wide into hairpin 2. And this is an interesting start to our B final. Oh my goodness me. 3 wide, some of them by the time they get to the S's. They all, to be fair to them, are pointing the right way though after that. And I didn't think I'd be saying that.
I'm pleasantly surprised that everyone is still facing in the correct way. I think there was a lot of jostling and a bit of loading coming from the mid-pack. Greg Smith's not too happy in the middle of it all there. You could tell this is a B final. You could tell there's a lot of drivers who feel like they should be in the A. But 11 minutes and 10 seconds of it to go. At the moment it is Sakowskis, Longman, Ward. Now, what do you do if you're Andrew Ward in this situation? I want to say that you push these top two along, try and isolate them for later in the race.
It depends what pace you feel those behind you have got. Justin Draper has clearly been driving strongly today to be second on this B final grid. And as that is the number 40
Dean
of
Everest.
Dean Everest
It's had
battling.
a good start. Was up 6 positions from his starting position.
Have we mentioned Oliver Allwood as well, up 10
Yeah.
positions there? I was going to mention that he's the lowest down to the Class 1 runners.
Oh, and
that's the
Elliot
49.
Alt takes out some of the codes now, though. Now he will argue that he was forced into that and had nowhere to go. And I think that may be a penalty coming in for the youngster. Track limit warning for Matthew Cockerham. Here's your top 3. Sakowskis, Longman, Ward, but they're not being left alone by Justin Draper. And here comes Oliver Allwood as well, down the inside of Sam Slater. There goes Longman down the inside. He wants to take control of the race. Ward's going to be up the inside going for P2 now. Longman through, Ward through. Sikauskis now down to P3. Draper's in it as well for P4.
Yeah, absolutely. Draper there thought he had a run on Sikauskis, couldn't get the job done. But I was about to say, if you are Ward, given the way that the pack are on you, I don't think you want to go for it. As that is a late move from Sam Slater on Allwood. Can't make it stick, can he? No, Oliver Allwood will keep his foot in it, and that's going to give an opportunity to Josh Wood as they go up the hill. But it is now David Longman and Andrew Ward at the head of this field, and now you work together.
Now you work together.
Now you work
You've
together.
got to work together if you're Longman and Ward to pull that gap and just drop Ramanas Sikauskis and Justin Draper back into the field, at which point the rest of them will go, well, we're not going to catch these two, we'll battle for third. David Longman is very experienced in this situation, and I'll tell you what, because there's a memory that I've got from Rye House a few years ago, sorry, not a few weeks ago, a few years ago. Absolutely brilliant race,
yes,
which David Longman controlled, even though there was a pack of 4 of them going over the top 2 spaces, and he got through that day. He's put himself in a brilliant position here to do so once again.
But I feel like Draper and Allwood have slightly got the memo here from Sikauskis of no, we're losing it, we've got to work together. But this is really interesting now how they play this. Everyone back to Ned Douglas will be going, well, let's not battle here.
Sikauskis runs wide.
Yeah, that was hard on the brakes there, and he'll have lost a bit of momentum there. And does that cause Draper to have a look? No, it doesn't, but it does cause Sam Slater to have a look at Oliver Allwood out of hairpin 2, and he can't quite get the job done there.
I do wonder with Sikauskis whether a 2-hour endurance race yesterday will start telling on the arms, telling on the body. It's a tiring place to keep, as you say, especially that curve there. My goodness, will he have bumped across that a few times this weekend?
Josh Wood isn't scared of putting his nose into a move, is he? That was from a long way back at Garda.
Lots of support coming in for Dave Longman. To Peter as well, and Jonathan Lissiter, both tuned in. Lissiter has used a term, experienced. Let's say that they're experienced at the front of the field there. Longman and Allwood. And Sam Slater, BIKC champion. Great relationship Double 100 has with the BIKC. We've got 2 of their champions here today in Slater and Dante Dillon, who we'll see later. And that's gone for Oliver Allwood. That's going to be a slam dunk cone penalty plus 1 position at least.
Yeah, you can't claim that was because you were force wide.
No,
there was no one there. And that was just, he'll have just committed to the throttle coming through paddock corner. We talk about how Sime Sweep and Cafe are blind. Paddock kind of is, because there's a barrier on the inside of it and it dips down at the apex, so you do sort of have to like feel confident that, yep, I'll commit to this, put the throttle down, you can get on the power.
Oh, down the inside, but it's a bit of a scrappy one from Draper, and he's going to point back through. This is all playing into the hands now of Longman and Ward, as Allwood uses his experience to read that one perfectly, go around the outside and take 4th place.
Yeah, and Longman and Ward will run all the way to the bank with that one. That was a gift for them.
Penalty for Tim Penny. ABC bump and pass, unfortunately for Tim, down in 13th place at the moment. He's not going to feature at the front end of this field. 6.5 minutes to go. Contact warning for Josh Wood. There's your 2 leaders. Gap at the moment, 1.6 seconds to the nearest 10th over Ramanas Sikauskis. Oliver Allwood in 4th, going for 3rd on the inside. Side by side between the 2 of them. Sikauskis will have the inside for hairpin 2. Allwood will try a switch back. Can he get the run into the S's? No, he can't. There is the cone penalty confirmed for Oliver Allwood. And Sam Slater's back in the conversation as well there in 5th.
Yeah, Ramanas there really trying to gesture to the other drivers, come on, we've got to work together to get on up to these 2 up front. They do. Oh, and there's another hit of the cones there. I didn't quite catch who that was, but keep your eyes peeled for another cone penalty there. It's Oliver Allwood again. I thought it might be.
So now he definitely is out of the A final, because that's 2 positions. Even if he was to win the race, he would be classified 3rd.
The trouble is that means he's a true disruptor, because he's got nothing to lose.
Yes.
He's got nothing to lose, and he's going for it, and that's a bit of a scruffy one, all told. And you can see that Ramanas isn't happy about that. Sam Slater's going to use their little contretemps to go down the inside at hairpin 2. and take the position off of Allwood. So Slater up to 4th place.
Personal bests in Sector 1 for Longman and Ward. I'm going to be honest, the pace has been okay. Both of them, I think, well, Ward definitely went quicker yesterday in the endurance race. They're currently in the low 47s. 5 minutes to go, but they've both set personal best in Sector 2 again. It seems like their karts are coming on song now. And yeah, 47.052 for Longman, 47 dead for Andrew Ward. The gap is now 2.6 seconds. This is looking very, very difficult for this group of drivers to get themselves organised and have enough time to close that gap in.
George Lawler currently getting the best return on his investment for getting promoted from that C final up to 18th place, though I did see him running as high as 17th a couple of laps ago. So good drive there from the driver in the number 63, and has put himself, Andrew, into a podium position for Class 3 as it currently stands. Aaron Stillwell, the highest placed of your Class 3 drivers. Oliver Johnson next in 15th place at the moment, and George Lawler in that 18th place, currently denying Elliot Alt of that 3rd in Class 3.
I think Josh Wood was your hitter of the cone, because the number 87 has just got a cone penalty.
Floodlights go on here at Buckmore Park as Oliver Allwood tries to find a gap down Sam Slater, and Slater's not happy about that. He felt that was too much of a crowbarring of a move into one. Through, Allwood has gone. And there's going to be a switchback here out of hairpin 2 for Justin Draper, but can't do anything with the overspeed. And there's another penalty there. The race control agreed with Sam Slater on that one. Bump and pass. So now it's 6 positions that Allwood is going to be dropping down here at the end of this one.
Hello, Blakey, who's just posted in the DDMM YouTube chat. We'll come back to that in a minute, because down the inside there was Justin Draper having a look for a position. Did he get it done on Slater? Yes, he did. He's saying Allwood might get away with this in Mazda, where he might be Mr. Superstar, but this is Club 100. I agree. I agree wholeheartedly.
I'm not getting involved in that one.
3 minutes to go. Longman and Ward, who, Jay Elliott says in Alpha Live chat, they've played this perfectly.
Yep.
They have indeed.
Ned Douglas here trying to get through on Sam Slater now. Side by side through the S. He's going to keep his foot in it, is he? He might do, but that's going to leave him under attack from Justin, Josh Wood, sorry, yes, the 87. Good battle going on there between Stephen Westwood and Greg Smith as well. You might see the 31 and the 23 flashing in the back of, or flashing on in the back of some of these shots, the longer shots as they come up the hill here. Allwood is looking for a way through on Draper, but Draper is through on Allwood, whether he likes it or not for now.
And still, Longman and Ward continue to fight on.
Great strategic play from these two. Find a drive, if you can be, I mean, you know, circumstances have to be such that you can do it this way, but find a driver who you know you can work with and work with them. And that is working so far.
And the good thing is they've been in each other's heats as well so far today. So they've had a lot of time on track next to one another. Too many pieces of contact. A penalty to Sam Slater. That's the Club 100 equivalent of persistent fouling equals a yellow card.
Yeah. Josh Wood here. And then Douglas and Josh Wood in an interesting place. They've come up onto the back of these cars. Not going to get the promotion, but in terms of getting some good points out of this race, they're coming good at the end here. There is the penalty for Sam Slater. And another curb warning for Oliver Allwood.
Just looking down the order, actually, Ned Douglas, sorry if we mentioned it already, Ned Douglas and Greg Smith are on for some good points as well here.
Yeah.
Even though they're not in the top 5, by the time all the penalties have been applied, they will be.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely.
So well done to them.
Good little move from Josh Wood to try and get behind Sam Slater, but Slater got it back in the early part of this lap as we are into the, well, just about into the final minute on the clock, and at the moment it's been a masterclass in how to work together at the front of an A final here from Longman and Ward. As will it be this lap they get marked onto the last one, or maybe we'll get another one in?
More.
We will.
2 more in. We will do. Cross the line with around 53, 54 seconds to go. Contact warning for Charlie Summers. Out of hairpin 2 come the 2 leaders. Pace at the moment, again, they're just keeping pace with one another. 47.1 for both of them last time around. Cone penalty for Justin Draper. It really has all broken down. in that group
Sakowski's got
behind.
a penalty.
I don't think he has.
I think Sakowski's might be the
Wardy
only
had a
clean
little
driver.
think about that.
I was going to say, my only question now is, does Andrew Ward have a look at this on David Longman, or is he genuinely happy to just sit back?
It depends how the blisters are.
I'll say this.
Does he want to race again?
Well, I'll say this. Whoever wins the race has the inside of the grid going into turn 1 of the A final, and we have seen that be
a good spot to
beneficial.
be. Yeah, it's a good point, but we're on the last lap now. David Longman and Andrew Ward, two very experienced heads in this lightweight sprints championship, going down through Pullmans for the last time in this B final. This is the place that you'd think that Andrew Ward would have a go. No, he's not going to go for it. Not going to go for it, but it'll be second place. It'll be a spot in the A final, which after the disappointment of the third heat is going to be a fantastic result for both of them. David Longman wins the B final here at Buckmore Park, and relief moves forward to the A, as does Andrew Ward. Third for Justin Draper, fourth for Oliver Allwood, fifth for Sam Slater, Josh Wood in sixth. Ned Douglas may have ended up third, maybe, once all those penalties are applied. Something happened to Ramanas Sakowskis on the last lap because he's come across the line in eighth. Greg Smith in ninth, Stephen Westwood in 10th. Every driver and his dog has just crossed the line in the second half of the field there. Tim Penny, Samuel Essery, Matthew Cochran, Luke Phillips. And your winner in C3 today, Aaron Stillwell, finished in the top 15.
And leading that massive pack across the line, so did very well there.
Yeah, James Dunnett 16th, Dean Everest 17th, second in C3 today here in the lightweights. George Lawler, great fight from George Lawler from the C final there, is well deserved in that second place in C3. Tom Eastwood was next in 19th, and then by 0.136 of a second, Oliver Johnson has held on for a podium in C3 there.
Nice.
20th place overall, just one position, as I say, ahead of Elliot Alt. But as a first time stepping up from the Young Drivers' Championship, I think that's a credible effort from Elliot today. 21st in the B final. Charlie Summers 22nd, Callum Martin 23rd, Sam Morris, Jed Toole and Matt Ellis. That's how your B final result looks provisionally, at least after 12 minutes here at Buckmore Park.
Yes, absolutely. I've just realised the floodlights are on. Well, I haven't just realised that. I mentioned that, but
yeah.
I'd forgotten they had the really nice fairy lights over the...
They look good, don't
it's
they?
really nice there, isn't it? I'd forgotten about that, but yeah.
One more race to go then here at Buckmore Park, and it's the big one for the lightweights. Lightweights A final is next. Here we go then. Here's your grid for the A final, the Lightweight Sprints Championship, Club 100 Sprints 2022. Fraser Brunton has pole position. He has never won a Lightweight Sprints A final in his time in Club 100. Could today be the day? Mike Coppin joins him on the front row of the grid. Daz Teal has won the last three of these A finals to wrap up the 2021 championship. He also won the 2020 first round, which was the last time we were here at Buckmore Park for the start of a sprint season. He starts on the second row of the grid, which he has won A finals from before recently, but he has got Ed Bars, a rejuvenated Ed Bars alongside him there in fourth place on the grid. Dante Dillon has had a superb day, arguably his best sprint stay so far in his Club 100 career. Starts the A final from the third row of the grid. Ashley White has also had a very, very strong day. Has a chance in this one. Steph Theodorio has started the season really well. The 85 has scored 85 points and been rewarded with a place on the fourth row of the grid alongside the ever-improving Reese Pope. Garrett Berry has been brilliant today. Starts on the fifth row of the grid alongside Martin Theodoru. Ben Lambeth and James Martin are there on row number 6. Joshua Sangster and Hussein Rashid start on row 7. Russell Cooper and Christopher Powell start on row 8. Rob Langthorpe and Michael Preston start on the 9th row of the grid. And then we find Josh Adams and Kevin Schofield on row 10. Bryn Alban has made the A final with some really good results today. He's there on row 11 alongside Andrew Rabbage. who again improves. You know, used to be a C3 driver, moved into C2 and is now making A finals brilliantly. Amy Breacher on her first run as a C2 has also made the A finals on row 12 there alongside Dan Seeger. And then we should have 2 drivers furiously. So it resets the computer to find and confirm that David Longman and Andrew Ward have qualified through to this A final, and they have. They will be there on the 13th row of the grid.
I had one job on that grid readout, and I'm not sure I did it, but there we go.
Floodlights are on. The camera's picking up lots of lights out there. I'm not quite sure. It looks a lot darker, but then again, we are looking through probably some tinted windows.
There is that.
Consider.
There is that.
But yes.
It is interesting. It does mean, though, light conditions are totally different to what any of these drivers have had.
Yeah,
because they've sat there during the C and the B, with the exception of Longman and Ward at the back. They have sat there through all of the C and the B final as sunset has occurred. If some of them, for some of these drivers, if their last heat race was heat number 9, it was sunny.
Yeah.
There was, you know, the shadows were a bit long, but it was really sunny last time. So it is worth bearing in mind that the lighting has changed.
So I was just having a look. There was a spinner. It was number 53. So again, the level of grip has dropped. Not massively, but just enough so that way you attacked Paddock Corner previously doesn't quite work now in these conditions. Keep your comments coming in. They're very busy. Lots of support for David Longman and his race victory there. Lissy Chella's in here. Pointy's in here. Jay as well. Callum Brule. Hello, Callum. Aidan Bliss is in. Come on, Fraser. Carry on your Cardiff form. This is as good an opportunity as ever for Fraser Brunton to get a race victory. He's had 2 so far today in the heats. He had one at BUKC's visit a few weeks ago. And he was a kart length away from finishing the 2021 season with an A final victory as well.
Mike Coppin has just gone for a kart change. He's the only driver I've seen to have gone for it so far.
Okay. Joe and Mark Craddock, Daz definitely has a chance here. Fully agree. Absolutely agree. And as we say, this is what Daz has done. Well, he did do, I should say now, at the back of the 2021 season, and took those 3 victories at Wilton Mill, Lydd and Bayford Meadows.
I've just realised something that I'd forgotten about Ed Barr's. His helmet has lights on.
Oh, look at this. It's just come out through our shot. Yes, we've seen this before, haven't we?
We have.
At places like Teesside and Le Mans when we've been in the 24-hour karting series. Look at that. Beautiful.
Love it.
Beautiful.
Although, isn't that where there's supposed to be air inlets, though? Is that not?
Wow. Don't need that.
Anyway.
More support for Daz Teal coming in. Can he make it 4 in a row? Spread across 2 seasons. Can he repeat that 2020 victory? The last time we had a round 1 at Buckmore Park. Are we good to go? I don't think we are, because we're missing a Mike Coppin. Where's he gone?
We are. We're also missing a number 30.
Coming up the hill now.
Up the hill, which is Ben Lambeth.
Yep. He's been good today.
Yeah.
Really good.
Really impressed by his driving so far today. Oh, no.
Reminder to the drivers as well, the festivities aren't done once the podium's carried out down in the paddock. We will have the 2021 trophy presentations up here in the Buckmore Park clubhouse. That was because Omicron came along and cancelled the awards dinner, so do stick about for that.
Sorry, you nearly said Buckmore Pork then, and I think you're thinking of the sandwiches in the buffet.
I am.
But yeah, do come up and have a bite to eat and a drink and celebrate the achievements of the 2021 season.
Are we good to go? I think we are. Sam Dimolo brings us under order for 12 minutes here at Buckmore Park to decide who is the lightweight sprints winner for round 1 of the 2022 season. That has been perfectly read by Fraser Brunton. Great start for those on the pole side of the grid. There was a bit of cat and mouse there between Brunton and Coppin, and Brunton won out. Teal's already up to second place. Good start for Dante Dillon as well, as already up to third. Here comes Garrett Berry down the inside, going for fourth place on Steph Theodoru and Mike Coppin. Brilliantly played though by Fraser Brunton. He leads.
Oh my goodness me, Josh Adams is really jostling for position there as they go into the S's for the first time. Impressive to see them all pointing the right way after that, as Garrett Berry is hounding there the 85, which I want to say is Steph Theodoru.
Yeah, a couple of drivers running wide there. Coppin was one of them. Ed Bars is sticking his nose in there as well. Reese Pope is on the scene. But look at this. Fraser Brunton's gone. He's absolutely gone. Up the road. Is the driver most in form round this circuit going to take a first ever A final victory in Club 100 sprints? His lead is 0.86 of a second at the end of lap 1.
Ed Bars is currently battling away here with Garrett Berry. Mike Coppin tries to go down the inside. Garrett Berry keeps his foot in it, but has to yield in the end. And Reese Pope is going to try and go around the outside and does so there. So costly exchange there for Garrett Berry. Critical moment here, Andrew. Dante Dillon needs to make a judgment of how he feels his pace is compared to Daz Teal. Your smart money would say to sit with Daz, try and work with him to get onto the back of Brunton, unless Dillon feels that he can maybe fare better if he's out in front. Rob Langthorpe there overtaken by Hussein Rashid up at Garda, so that is Rashid up to 15th place.
Round 8 of the 2021 championship. Fraser Brunton finished the A final second. Round 9, it was second. Round 10, he wasn't present, he had exams, so we'll give him that one. Round 11, he also finished second. 10 minutes to go, the leaders are second. Everyone's having a good old shaking about at each other in this pack, trying to get themselves organised. Still a long way in this one to go under the floodlights here at Buckmore Park. Garrett Berry just ahead of Josh Adams there. Ed Bars, what can he do here? He's in P5 at the moment. Needs to find a way past Steph Theodoru. But the other trouble is Teal and Dillon out front. 46.8 for Brunton. What's the times like for Teal and Dillon? They're both in the 47.0s. Theodoru's setting a 47.4. Yeah, Theodoru backwards. They're all in the mid 47s. The top three are stretching away now. There's a cone penalty for Kevin Schofield.
Yeah, I think it's been a difficult one for Mike Coppin. There was the cat and mouse off the start with the grid, and side by side there goes Martin Theodoru, and who was that with actually? Was that with Ashley White? I think it might have been. Or no, it was James Martin, I think.
Cone penalty for Josh Adams. It won't be his day here today at Buckmore Park. Mike Coppin trying to get on the rear bumper of Ed Bars and maybe help them along. Here's Dante Dillon. Dante Dillon's going for second place.
Yeah, he's breaking ranks.
He's decided that he wants to take charge of this and try and close down Fraser Brunton. It has been a very good day for the current BUKC drivers.
I was going to say, good representation here, isn't it?
And the Nottingham Trent University youngster is dropping Daz Teal.
Yep.
He really is dropping Daz Teal. What can the fourth seed from 2021 do about this? He'll stay calm.
And these three here, plenty of experience here with Steph Theodoru, Ed Bars and Mike Coppin. They'll see it up front, but I genuinely think there'll be a degree of, can we catch them? Because the pace here at the front is pretty good, gotta say.
Lots of support coming in for Fraser Brunton, lots of his teammates from Cardiff University. Hello to John Ratcliffe, Ben Healy-Smith is here as well.
They can't match it at the moment, Andrew. A 46.6 by Fraser that last time through, although the fastest lap of the race has actually just been set by Dan Seeger in 23rd place. Go for it, Dan. Why not?
Fraser momentarily was purple in Sector 1 as well, but Josh Adams has just taken that away from him. The point being, Brunton is still pulling away from Dante Dillon and Daz Teal behind. Very even through the second sector. 7.5 minutes to go. There's a track limit warning for Garrett Berry, kart number 22. What's the pace like over the top of the hill? It's good. It's a new fastest lap of the race. A new fastest lap of the A final from Fraser Brunton. 46.604. However, Josh Adams has just beat that 46.532, but Adams is down in 9th, and we know already has a penalty.
Yeah, absolutely. As I say, the experience showing here between Theodoru, Bars and Mike Coppin, they know that if they're going to get anything better than 4th place out of this, they need to work together for now, and they are slowly coming up onto the back of Daz Teal.
I like this from Blakey. It's a BUKC 1-2-3. Daz is representing the University of Life.
Oh,
Code
yes.
penalty for Kevin Schofield.
That's the second one, I'm afraid to say.
Approaching the halfway point of this race. The lead is 2.1 seconds. The pace is very, very close between Brunton and Dillon out front, but the point still being that it's not quicker for Dillon at the moment. That gap is not coming down. Just looking further down, what's going on? We got, well, of course, Dillon's winning C2. Theodoru's second in C2. Garrett Berry at the moment is holding on to 3rd place, the final spot on the C2 podium.
Halfway.
Yeah, we are now in the second half of this race. And Steph Theodoru, this has been a really strong day for Steph Theodoru. Had a bit of a rough 2021, if he doesn't mind me saying so, but this has been much more like it from Steph Theodoru today.
Did he make his endurance debut yesterday as well?
Possibly, yeah.
So, yeah, got himself properly bedded into this circuit. He was definitely in the endurance yesterday.
Contact warning for Ashley White, the number 64. Again, the lead goes out. 2.25 seconds is now the advantage for Fraser Brunton. And another minute ticks by. Michael Preston, another BUKCer, has gained a position. He's got past Hussein Rashid for 15th place. Team Southampton will be happy about that one.
Now, here's an interesting one. Reese Pope under pressure from Garrett Berry. I hope Garrett won't mind me observing that he hasn't been a driver who's wanted to work together so far today. So I wonder if that might be the first one to break ranks, or the first battle where we see drivers breaking rank in the top 10.
The lap times are continuing to come down. Mike Coppin has just done a 46.3. Josh Adams a 46.1. There's a cone penalty out there for Michael Preston. 2.5 seconds now the gap. It's good news for Fraser Brunton at the moment. You see Dante Dillon's pushing hard down the inside. Here goes Steph Theodoru for 3rd. Has done it. Has got past Daz Teal. And Teal has now got the attentions of Ed Bars and Mike Coppin, who looks very, very racy at this stage of the race.
And I think I'm unsurprised to see Steph trying to make that move as Mike Coppin has a go at Ed Bars, which is an interesting one. So it is starting to break up a little bit, this fight here, as the number 5 of Coppin goes down the inside of Bars at hairpin 1. And that's Coppin up to 5th place. But yeah, I thought that Theodoru might go for it on Teal because he's caught up to him. Right there, he's gone, well, I've been catching you. So if I can't get past you, I will assume that I'm, and you don't say this very often of Daz, but I will assume that I would go faster without you in front of me. And he's made that calculation and gone for it. Still respect to be fair. Here's Josh Adams down the inside of Garrett Berry.
Oh.
That was from a long way back and didn't make it work. And hey, fair play to Garrett.
Yeah,
he has been working with Reese Pope for the last few laps. But yeah, that's an interesting one there. Look at this. Coppin looking down the inside of Teal. Has found a way through. Teal's not happy. I'm not sure why. I've got to be honest, that looked firm but fair to me.
Yeah, I think there was a gap there. There was a width. Coppin took it. And it was just on turning that there was a bit of contact there. 3 minutes to go. And still Fraser Brunton continues to eke out this lead. It's hundredths of seconds here and there, but it all adds up. It's now 2.8 seconds for Fraser Brunton. Kart number 46. Teal is weak off of it. He's going to be down the inside. There's contact between Teal and Bars. Bars will feel a little bit aggrieved. He's lost all of his momentum there. He's going to be under threat from Reese Pope just behind.
He certainly is. Reese Pope sees the opportunity now. He's all over the back of Ed Bars as they go up the hill. He's going to look for an opportunity into turn 1. He holds back for now. Garrett Berry's being entertained by Josh Adams at the moment behind. Remember, Adams does have a penalty hanging over him in one position. Now Reese Pope goes down the inside of Ed Bars. And Ed Bars, does he have a counter move there? He's going to be on the outside for hairpin 2. He tries to hang on around the outside. That's going to open the door for Garrett Berry, who we've already seen is happy to go elbows out so far today. But for the moment at least, Ed Bars holds on to 7th place, but it is a difficult time here for the number 2.
3 seconds is the lead now, but don't think it's over. We've already seen one potential race winner today as Garrett Berry looks down the inside of Ed Bars. We've already seen one race leader lose power right here where the karts are on your screen right now and lose a race victory as a result. It's getting very pushy and bargy here as they come through Cafe Corner between Bars and Berry.
I think Bars is getting, I think he just had a bit of, you were talking earlier about how when you've been passed a few times, you've got to combat fighting. That was the kind of aggression we saw there from Bars. Like, no, you don't, sunshine. But Garrett Berry, we've seen, is not afraid to go for these fights. He goes for it again into hairpin 2. Bars is going to keep his foot in it, though, and still lead through the S's. There is Mike Coppin. There is Daz Teal and Reese Pope. And you can see how they've pulled out ahead now of these battling trio of Bars, Berry, and Josh Adams in the number 8 car. Berry goes into the inside of Garda, half in attack, half in defence. But, yeah, goodness me, this is a frenetic one here. And all the while, as you say, Andrew, Fraser Brunton is just eking out the gap that's going to see him come good in, well, it's less than a minute to go now on the clock. 2
laps to go, including the one that they're on. And Fraser Brunton is less than 2 kilometres away from a first ever A final victory in the Club 100 lightweight sprints. He has been so close, especially in the second half of last season. There's a track limit warning for Ed Bars. Not a penalty at this stage, just a warning, but that is one of his get out of jails gone.
In Class 2, Dante Dillon and Steph Theodoro, of course, first and second within that, as Josh Adams goes up the inside of Garrett Berry, and Garrett Berry is on for the podium in Class 2 at the moment. So that's how it lines up in Class 2. Here is Fraser Brunton beginning his last lap of the race.
Well, what a bit of form this young driver has been on. He's been racing for a long time. I remember first commentating on him at an event at PF International a few years ago in the snow.
Ed Bars on Reese Pope, sorry Andrew. Carry on.
No
please,
snow here today though. Perfect conditions and a perfect performance from Fraser Brunton. We finished the 2021 season asking the question, saying that his day will come for an A final victory. The 27th of February 2022 is that day. Fraser Brunton wins in a lightweight sprints A final in Club 100 for the first time and takes a maximum haul of points from Buckmore Park here today. Dante Dillon finishes a brilliant second place. It's the youngsters coming to the fore here today at round 1. Steph Theodoro finishes third. That has got to be his best result in a long while. 4th place and at least C2, second in C1 for Mike Coppin. 5th for Daz Teal, 3rd in C1. Ed Bars in 6th. And that will really capture the attention of the reigning champion who's not here today. That result in the top 6. Reese Pope, another one whose day will come. Another solid top 10 for him there in 7th place. 8th for Garrett Berry. 9th for Josh Adams. 10th for James Martin. That is a well-deserved top 10 for James, who's driven brilliantly today. Kevin Schofield finishes in 11th. We should mention Berry is 3rd in C2. Ben Lambeth was 12th. Michael Preston, more good representation from the BUKC current mob there in 13th place. Martin Theodore, who's been great today, finishes 14th. Rob Langthorpe completes the top 15. Dan Seeger, Hussein Rashid, Christopher Powell, Bryn Alban and Joshua Sangster all finish in the top 20. Ashley White 21st, Andrew Rabbage 22nd, David Longman 23rd, Andrew Ward 24th, and then problems for Russell Cooper. And actually, no, I'll tell you what, no, brilliant to see 2 drivers both stepping up from C3 last season into C2. They've made the A final. Yeah. 25th place for Russell Cooper and 26th for Amy Breacher. What a final. It's been coming. It really has been coming. Those 3 second places at the back end of last year in A finals, the form that we saw him on in the BUKC a few weeks ago, but finally Fraser Brunton he's broken that duck. He's got an A final win. Yeah, absolutely, and he made it look easy. In the end, you know, just started sprinting away at the front there, and you know, you're right. We do have
some tinted windows on the room that we're in, so it looks a little bit darker. But I just sort of looked out whilst we were talking about all these battles that were going on at hairpins 1 and 2. You're just quietly, calmly getting the job done. I was just seeing it's almost quite an unassuming drive, but that should in no way make people think, you know, as you say, we've been building up for this for a while. He's been building up to this for a while. We've been asking that question for a while.
Yeah.
And that was an emphatic answer there from Fraser Brunton to finally take the win there. And I wouldn't have predicted that top 3 at the start of today. I wouldn't have predicted it. And I think that leaves us in store for a fascinating season in the lightweights.
It definitely
I mean, no disservice to the 3 drivers who were up there. I'm just saying.
They were performances on merit, and you could go, yeah, I can see those happening again, you know, at other tracks later in the season.
I'll tell you what, I'll put it to you this way. People's kart numbers at the top end roughly reflect where they finished last season.
Yeah.
Your top 3 were the numbers 46, 104 and 85, ahead of the numbers 5, 4 and 2.
Yeah.
That should tell you that there are drivers who've taken a step up here, and we're in for a cracker.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the next time you can see the Club 100 Seniors racing in sprint action on an Alpha live stream, apologies, you're going to have to wait till May, the 8th of May, when we'll be at Glan-Y-Gors. There are rounds before that, though. The series will be at Whilton Mill on the 20th of March. And in fact, no, yeah, GYG is round 3, so you're not going to miss too much by the time that we get to GYG. In the lead up, more Club 100 action of a sim racing kind over on the DDMM YouTube channel this week. Wednesday night we'll have round 3 of the championship in the TCRs around Knock Hill. Round 2, the extended highlights of that will be coming out on the channel in the next 24 hours. And plenty more action as well, of course, on Alpha Live over the next few weeks. And don't forget the cadets and the juniors who will be having their first stream in a few months' time. We looked at them earlier. We will be back here at Buckmore Park for them on the 21st of May, and entries are open for that day, especially in the cadets, where there's a few more places. Howard, would you like to do the obligatories?
I will indeed. That's all the action we have for you here today in Club 100 at Buckmore Park. I do just want to give a quick shout out to Darren Hassan, who's been doing the producing today on the stream, Adam Chapman as well, who's been running around general camera operation, and to the camera crew of Jack Mitchell, Tom Glover, and Chris Simpson. Was great to see him again after quite a while this weekend, so good to see him. So that's all your Alpha Live team. I've been Howard Mitchell and he's Andrew Mather. Together we're Double Dash Motorsport Media. Do please check us out as well. But from all of us here at Buckmore Park, it's thank you for tuning in, and do join us again next time that Club 100 is in action. And yeah, until that time, take care and thank you very much for watching. Goodbye.